Класс.
Мы за физтех, тра-та-та-та. Вот это пятый.
Спасибо Сбербанку, который внес свой вклад
I
в
thank
финансовую.
Sberbank, who contribute
Можно сказать,
to financial support.
само по себе
What
заставляет
can I say?
задуматься,
The title as such
есть слово «наука»,
is a reason to ponder about it, because we have the word nauka, science, in Russian, which covers natural, technical, and humanitarian sciences. And in English, there are two different notions, science and humanities.
определенная символическая.
And that is probably symbolic.
Занимаются математикой, физикой.
People who have traditionally been in mathematics, physics, and computer sciences, and we have the majority of these here, they are skeptical sometimes about
психологии особенно и прочим, вот таким очень уважаемым, но, казалось бы, далеким от наших интересов наукам.
Sciences which nevertheless might seem being far away from exact sciences. But nevertheless, today's methods of natural and exact sciences, I mean, mathematics and mathematics modeling, and the methods of studies used in physics, they turn out to be very productive in those areas where mathematicians and physicists and computer science experts have not been involved in traditionally. And here we have a number of interesting projects which yield very promising results connected with this approach. Suffice it to say that if we take this picture, Ivan Grozny that killed his son, this work of art, our researchers from his school, from MIPT, were actively involved, and the entire group of the most contemporary studies was involved, working with materials and the painting and how to restore it. And as you know, this painting suffered because of, as a result of act of vandalism, and otherwise it couldn't have been restored. But I have seen it recently, and it is fully ready to be exhibited again, and I'm sure in a very short term it will be available for the public to see. And this is just one example, and these examples are many. Moreover, we feel a request from our students, a request for
областях, которые традиционно относились к гуманитарным или социальным наукам. Я здесь хочу обратить внимание на слово «интересное». Наших студентов можно увлечь только...
Emphasize the word interesting, because our students can be engaged and want to be engaged into really enticing projects and everything that has to do with humanities and social sciences. They are a really good field for such exciting challenges. And as part of our educational activities, we have upgraded seriously the teaching of humanitarian and social disciplines, and we have created several interdisciplinary research centers. And these centers will be doing corresponding research, joining people, specialists, scholars, researchers from humanitarian and social spheres, and on the one hand, and from natural and technical sciences on the other hand. Overall, let's live and see whether science will remain to be one in the way we understand it here in Russia, or maybe at some point we'll be using two different notions. When we talk about natural and exact sciences on the one hand, and social and liberal art sciences on the other hand. But for now, this Congress is a good chance for us to discuss joint problems, share results of our new projects, and find good partners to implement those projects. So I wish everyone fruitful work and interesting discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dmitry Viktorovich. And now it's a word of welcome from our next colleague. This is Stepan Kalmykov Please welcome
Российской академии наук, профессор и, так сказать, множество всяческих...
Lomonosov Moscow State University and many other titles.
Уважаемый Дмитрий Викторович, дорогие друзья.
Thank you very much, dear Dmitry Viktorovich, dear friends, dear colleagues. For me, it is a great honor to say several words. And first of all, I'd like to mention, well, several organizations, Russian Academy of Sciences, first of all, and recently I have joined it not as a one working in academic institute, but as a vice president, and we have great plans to reform the Russian Academy of Sciences, and I hope they will be implemented in short term. And from my alma mater, Moscow State University, I would like to say that this Congress is a very important event, and many points included in the program of the Congress, they can be explained in simple terms: what's good and what's bad, what's beautiful and what's not, what we should do and what should be done and what shouldn't be done. And these are the questions raised as part of this Congress. And this is rather timely. We live in challenging times. And it is good to discuss these questions and talking about unity of education and science. This is what we are going to be talking about throughout these 2 days. And I wish everyone success. First of all, I wish good health. I wish this symposium to be successful, and the informal networking that always accompanies the conferences. This networking between people from different spheres, those who are involved in exact sciences, mathematics sciences, so that they would have a chance to talk to those who are in social and humanitarian studies. And these words have been said, that yes, in Russia, we have only one notion to describe sciences and abroad, the sciences,
что называется социогуманитарных наук и естественных наук. Ну вот я как химик могу сказать, совершенно фантастические вещи делаются.
Chemist, I must say that fantastic things have been done in archaeology, dating, and you know the Nobel Prize for Venetian person was awarded, and these are where natural sciences give us a huge amount of precise data about how ancient human lived, what they ate, etc., etc. And I believe this is very important, and this sphere where natural and socio-humanitarian sciences interface, these spheres are many, and I wish everyone great success. I wish FIST MIPT great success, and I wish everyone fruitful work. Thank you very much, Stepan Nikolaevich. And we have our next speaker is Alexei Khokhlov. I think he should join us. He should be joining us through Zoom. He's a legendary person, professor, Moscow State University, and he is really a creator of the concept of research periodicals of the Russian Academy of Science and many other things. And I wanted to invite him to join us via Zoom or via online. Alexei Romanovich, are you with us? Yes, I am here. Thank you. Alexei, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, please. No, we don't have a sound here. Yes, I have my microphone on. Colleagues, we don't receive the sound here in the audience. Is it Russian, Chema?
Прошу прощения, сейчас минутку. Есть некоторые проблемы со звуком. Коллеги, еще раз прошу нашу техническую службу. У нас очень много времени.
Please, we don't have much time. Our speakers don't have much time. Those who are joining us via Zoom, colleagues.
Алексей Романович, я прошу прощения, можно мы сейчас...
Alexei Romanovich, I apologize. I will invite our colleagues to the stage now. And would it be okay for you to wait a little bit, so several minutes, and the next...
Сейчас у нас тоже некоторые, так сказать, Моменты вы
part of
можете...
welcome. And if you could start the video with the welcome speech of academician Lektorsky. Vladislav Lektorsky, could you start the video address? Dear friends, I would like to welcome the participants of this conference on behalf of the Research Council on Methodology of Artificial Intelligence and Cognitive Research. Working at the Presidium of the Russian Academy of Sciences, I believe that the topic of this conference is the most important one, because the more advanced the process of global digitization becomes with AI and computer technologies, the more acute the question of what humanity becomes. What are the limits? What are the fate of a human being? And today, these are the questions which experience an utmost challenge, because the processes we witness today are an anthropologic challenge, anthropologic revolution. Because now it's been challenged in questions. We see tremendous challenges and things which we took for granted now without them. A great philosopher, Kant, said that philosophy is supposed to answer three questions. Number one, what I can know, what I need to do, and what I can hope for. All these three questions, they are now discussed in a new light. What I can know about a new mind, computational mind, which is alien to a human being, to human sapiens. We now have a new type of mind. What is cognition? And what are the computational process? What should they do? Should they listen all the recommendations of the AI, or there are situations when they should trust it? We've recently in April had a Congress on trust to AI. That was a big conference, hundreds of people involved, produced certain recommendations. So the questions, should we all believe to what artificial intelligence tell us? Because a human being is not always capable. Why these recommendations are produced and what is the basis for those? And the AI systems can make mistakes. And now the questions that are being discussed by mathematicians and the developers of AI, they are of concern for the philosophers, for the psychologists and legal experts and economists. And recently our council published a book called Human Being and the System of Artificial Intelligence. And there are very pressing matters raised there. And I must say that the questions that is going to be discussed at this conference, it's the question about the fate of humanity. Believe that by 2045, the humanity will find a digital immortality. I will not go deep into all the scenario, but the dream about eternal life might seem to become a reality. But if it becomes a digital immortality, it might so happen that the human being will disappear. And these are acute pressing matters that's in discussed by the scholars for 100 years, and now they are being looked at in new light. And it looks like humanity will rise to a new height or cease to exist. So we're talking about the fate of humanity, about the fate of science in general. And I think that the forefront of science is at the interface of computational science, exact science, and humanitarian liberal arts that study human being. And there's a new situation. That's why this conference is of tremendous importance. I wish you success, and in future hope to be a speaker at your conferences. Thank you very much for your attention. Colleagues, we thank Vladislav Alexandrovich for his word of welcome. And the next word of welcome is to the director of head of the research center and video academician Arutyan Artisyan. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. And it is true when Humanities Vs Sciences, I don't particularly like this title because I think that sciences is a unity. We know what
Константин Воронцов, то, что достигает Гасников, там, начиная от сугубо теоретических до прикладных решений. Я сейчас всех не смогу назвать, только тех, с кем я лично работаю или знаю. Поэтому про эту составляющую нечего говорить. Но что хотел бы отметить, вот сейчас Владислав Александрович сказал.
Владислав Александрович talked about it. Yes, physics and lyrics. You know that the Turing test appeared dozens of years ago, and it is true that modern technologies, they have increased the productivity of interdisciplinary research, and we can hardly imagine the development of any industry without math or science, and genetics is based on those. But I would like to mention trust ethics, and I will be talking about that. And if we fail to organize the interface, the link between these sciences, we will face challenges if the technical experts will not be able to explain to lyrics and humanities specialists that not everything is possible from the technical perspective. Then we'll get the world with a lot of and time is short. Time is really short, and this is important to comprehend. And the fact that the Institute of Physics is now carrying the banner here, and I think this is the first conference of such scale. It's just I'm trying to recall the recent conference I've been to. This is the first conference to such scale, and this is very important. I wish success to us all. I will not go into many details right now because I have a
находится не только в состоянии очень больших возможностей, перспектив, но также очень больших рисков.
Great promising outlook, but it is also facing great risks. And if we don't manage those risks properly, they will crush us. And it is very important that all our knowledge is based on science. So, hooray to Institute of Physics and Technology, because this is where the research base is, which serves as the basis for development. Thank you very much. Allow me to add, it's been mentioned that the motto of our event, non-progredy strategy, which means if you don't move forward, it means you're moving backwards. And so versus VS in the title of the conference, Humanities versus VS Sciences, it's like a provocation. And the idea here is that we need to move, we need to advance. Thank you very much. And Vadim Valerievich had to talk to us, but he told us he was he had to leave urgently, but nevertheless later on we'll see him with a keynote in the library section, where in many ways he helped create, like Nikonarova and Shibaeva, and they've informed me that the problem with the sound has been resolved, and Alexei Khokhlov, RAS academician. Good day, can you hear me now? Yes, and please show the video as well. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. We can hear you and we can see you. Dear Dmitry Viktorovich, dear colleagues, I'm very glad to welcome. Looks like for the first time, the organizers of the conference have tried to join all the aspects which lie the interface of mathematics, exact sciences on the one hand, and humanitarian social sciences on the other hand. There are a lot of areas there, and very interesting keynotes in the program. And I believe that mutual penetration of methods of exact sciences into humanitarian social sciences and vice versa, this is one of the global trends for the future decades, along with the overall digitization and the understanding of the processes of life at the atomic and molecular level. And I believe this is one of the three major objectives of the modern science, which will be looked into for the next several decades. And there are areas where mathematical and natural science methods are being used. For example, modern economics it's economics slash mathematics, archaeology, and the dating science. Well, the methods of natural sciences have been applied there since long ago, and they're also applied to preserve the works of art. And now it is even a broader question that needs to be posed. The methods of natural sciences, they find their application practically in every sphere of humanitarian and social sciences. And from that perspective, the conference that's been initiated today and is taking place.
Я вообще с удовольствием прочитал и абстракты, и надеюсь, что выйдут и, так сказать, такие более полноценные труды конференции. Я желаю успеха тем, кто участвует в конференции. Я сейчас в отпуске, к сожалению, не могу участвовать, но
and I wish. And this is a truly remarkable thing that can enrich those who work in the domain of natural sciences and humanitarian sciences. And I believe that during the conference, there will be a fruitful exchange of opinions that will be instrumental in promoting this highly significant interdisciplinary sphere of modern science. I wish success to all the participants of this conference. Thank you, Alexey Romanovich. And as Vadim Duda and Yuri Sinchenko, they have a similar emergencies, and so we'll move on to the next video address. This, don't start it yet, please. This is from Zurab Tseriteli, president of the Russian Academy of Arts, and he recorded it yesterday, and I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Belskaya, medical correspondent of the Russian Academy of Art, and a couple of words how it was yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to be representing the Russian Academy of Arts here, and
ректора Любавина Анатолия Александровича. Хочу всех поздравить с открытием этого конгресса. Очень важно,
everyone on the opening of this Congress. It is very important that the artists and the architects, and we have the big department of architecture, they have now advanced to a new level of work, to a new level of understanding. If before the artists were people who were like otherworldly, flying in the clouds, but now we understand that the world has changed, and we realize that people who are doing pure science, they are too tough, too cold. I apologize for these words, but there is truth there, and this connection with the people who are involved in arts and humanities, this link is very important if we talk about the establishment of personality of people in general and scientists in particular. And we will now hear a video address recorded by Zorab Tsereteli. Unfortunately, he is busy and couldn't be with us today. And you will hear that he has really warm words to say, and he is extremely highly educated person working in different domains. And in the conclusion of his speech, he is stating his willingness and readiness to cooperate to help to the scientists and researchers. And this is the video that was recorded yesterday in his workshop. And in the process of work, you will see him in the work process in his home in Переделкино. Please. The video is about to start. Art and science, it's...
У меня педагоги, которые учились, и так начинали, вот Шухаева я вспоминаю.
Trained, and they first started arts and sciences. They studied arts and sciences, and then they expressed it in their artwork. And the young people show a genuine interest, and they say, this is art and this is science. And I believe that this merge is great progress for Russia. I've seen the very highly sophisticated architects studying, discussing, finding solutions for the interior, for the planning of the urban environment. And this is important. We need different solutions for the environment, for the interior, for the exterior. We're taught scientific methods of planning and creation of arts. And I, with my own hands, I even drew the paintings of people in the anatomy classes. And this is what's important, what's needed for students today. I'm very glad that you are having this conference today. I congratulate you on that, and everything that's needed from the Academy of Arts, we're ready to support your every intention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Everything is going well. The broadcast is going well. And there is simultaneous interpretation into English at YouTube and
проекта Humanities Vs Sciences, собственно, в разделе трансляции, да, собственно, кликаете, переходите. Для того, чтобы участники...
And in order for the participants of our offline audience to be able to listen to interpretation, please connect to the online broadcast on YouTube, use your earpiece, and you can listen to the translation there. The next speaker is Leonid Borodkin with us. I've just talked to him. Colleagues, do we have Leonid Borodkin in Zoom? Yes, great. Leonid Borodkin from St. Petersburg. That's St. Petersburg's History Forum, where we met him several years ago. Doctor of Science and History professor, head of Department of Historical Informatics and the Center for Economic History at the Lomonosov Moscow State University. Leonid Iosifovich, please. Dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to be present at the opening of this wonderful multidisciplinary forum, which has been organized by Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. I graduated from MIPT in the 70s. I defended my thesis, PhD, and then my life trajectory brought me to the interface of humanitarian and exact sciences. And today I am head of the department in the Moscow State University, and we have been continuing working at the interface, and we've been able to marry history and other liberal arts, with mathematics and computer sciences. So I believe it is highly timely, and it is a great idea to use MIPT as a basis for this forum to exchange ideas between representatives of different sciences.
Культурах, который в свое время Чарльз Сноу произнес как некоторый водораздел. И вот здесь на форуме...
And here at the St. Petersburg Forum, we also try to bring together the approach of different sciences. And so I wish success to this Congress, to the Open Congress, and I believe this is the first step, the first initiative of MIPT on the path of this interdisciplinary synthesis. I wish every success to this Congress. Thank you very much, Leonid Yosefovich, and greetings to your colleagues, Professor Filushkin, and the entire Department of History, where I defended my doctorate thesis. Thank you, and now we give floor over to our partner, Rector of the Gnesian Russian Academy of Music, Alexander Rezhinsky, Professor, Rector of the Gnesian Russian Academy of Music. Please welcome. And I'd like to use the occasion to say that one of our key sessions, expert sessions on expert assessment, it will be tomorrow. It will be broadcasted tomorrow with the interpretation into English in Shuvalov's Russian Academy of Music, Gnesian Academy. And I would like to thank you for that especially. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Good day. You might ask a question, what does the Music Academy, Gnesian Academy is doing here as part of this wonderful international research congress? But the title, as has been already mentioned, there is a provocation there, and it results in certain associations, and it
эмблема Конгресса, вот обратите внимание, то есть это такое одно полушарие мозга.
It's one hemisphere of the brain is sort of cool and calculative, having with formulas and calculations, but another hemisphere is full in colors, but it are two hemispheres of one brain, and we talk about the same roots. And I'm not just talking about the history of medieval quadrennial, where music was part of, and music back then was an exact science, but it sends us back to our semi-legendary sources like Pythagoras, who is revered both by mathematicians and musicians, because all the proportions, the numerical proportions, they have, and they are still. And if you've read the exact contrapunctus and you've seen the combinations of those indices, you've probably seen that the music is not just a reflection of soul, it is also very logical and strict organization of the conscience of the creator. And if we talk about modern arts, or if we talk about contemporary arts, then those parallels that Dmitry Vektorovich started talking about, we can continue them for on and on. And Fibonacci numbers and in the organization of rhythmical figures, for example, and even interesting experience in acoustic experiments which were done on the basis of the Center of Electroacoustic Music of the Heinz Foundation, Heinz Strobel Foundation in Freiburg, where I was present, and I saw how lyrics and physicists meet, and what happens, we can call it a mutual fertilization. And I really hope that this mutual fertilization will take place, and that us mutually from humanities and from natural sciences, we will be able to find out a lot of interesting things about each other to mutually fertilize each other. And I would like to learn about if it's possible to present the materials of the Congress, and if it would be possible to arrange video broadcast for students from other universities and academies. It will be very interesting because the topics of the keynotes are so versatile and interesting that we be able to savor this great result for a long time after the Congress. So thank you for the invitation. And I would like to thank to you for the honor to be part of this great international Congress. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Sergeyevich. Thank you once again. And I thank the Gnesian Academy and you and your colleagues for your support. And I would also like to use this occasion to say good words and the words of thanks and appreciation to the director for studies, Tatiana Naumenko. And we are approaching the conclusion of the welcoming addresses, and now our foreign colleagues who represent top-notch academic institutions abroad. And is Mark van Hule with us? Let me know. Mark, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Отлично, да. Собственно, это доктор технических наук, профессор медицинских.
Yes, this is the Doctor of Medical Sciences, in Applied Sciences, Professor Q. Leuven, academician, the Belgian Royal Academy of Medicine, member of the Royal Academy National de Pharmacie, member
Общества нейробиологии США, члена IAEA. Марк ван Хуле, пожалуйста, вам слово.
Yes. Good morning, colleagues. It's truly a pleasure to participate in the International Congress Humanities Vs Sciences.
Коллеги, у нас есть русский перевод в зале.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, in particular to my friend Gregory Canson, also a name of my colleague Tigran Matessian, for inviting me. I'm impressed by the variety in topics at the interface between humanities, exact sciences, engineering sciences, and medicine. I strongly believe that initiatives like this one are likely to foster new ideas, paradigms, and projects, and even friendships. My research is at the interface between computational neuroscience, biomedical engineering, and cognitive psychology. I'm going to talk about the decoding of finger movements from brain activity, a topic that's close to my heart because it's relevant to patients suffering from stroke, spinal cord injuries, or neurodegenerative diseases. So I hope to see you on my talk on Sunday, 10 o'clock in the neuropsychology session. So I wish you good luck with the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's thank our colleague. And the final welcome, Dr. Wolfgang. Are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, just a minute. Хорошо, значит, это...
Very well. This is a six-time Doctor of Sciences in various spheres, starting with pedagogical science and ending with natural science, knowing about sport.
Это профессор, руководитель научно-исследовательского центра искусства терапии Пекинского университета, профессор Мюнхенской высшей школы музыки и театра.
Professor University of Music and Performing Arts in Munich, professor at the Shanghai University, professor at the York St. John University. Wolfgang, Master, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. And first of all, thank you, Grigory, for preparing this wonderful Congress, this very important Congress, and for giving me the possibility to say some words of welcome. To all participants of this Congress, to all colleagues. This Congress is focusing on the relationship between humanities on the one hand and sciences on the other. I think this is a very important perspective for the future of sciences, both application of sciences and basic sciences. You know, application of sciences very often has a very pragmatic focus. For example, in my field, which is dealing with Interdisciplinary research in therapeutic sciences is the saving of lives. It is how to make life better. On the other hand, of course, we have to focus on the core of sciences, which is the discovery of truth. It is just focusing on what is reality, what is true, also together with the question, what is truth? Especially in my field of research, in my field of work, I combine culture and therapies, so culturally based therapies in psychiatry, in neurorehabilitation, in pediatrics, in geriatrics, and so on. In this context, we had already wonderful collaboration with Russia, music therapy, dance therapy in different fields. I think we have, especially in this field, to collaborate, to join the arts, sciences, medicine, neurosciences, psychology, social sciences, and so on, to contribute to the internationally community. I really hope that after the time of quarrels and when the world has refound its balance, that I will come back to you, to Russia, and to promote what we have begun in this wonderful field of culturally based sciences, therapies, and which totally focuses on the core of the topic of this great Congress, the combination, the communication between humanities and sciences. Thank you so much for this invitation, and I wish you inspiring days, encouraging days, and days that point to a flourishing future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Dear colleagues, and now as a final piece, we have a very pleasant mini event, music welcome, and I would like to thank all the colleagues, personally, rector of
поддерживает наши начинания, направленные на развитие, развертывание междисциплинарного знания, проекта по учебной работе Артема Анатольевича Воронова.
Of interdisciplinary knowledge, Mr. Voronov, Mr. Bogdanov, Elena Anokhova, first director, the administration of the youth directorate, and Alexei Kranin and Roman Takmilenko, who help us to implement a lot of joint projects. A special word of thanks go to my colleague and partner and friend, Andrei Rogachev, who is present here. And it is thanks to his research and creative initiative that this project has become a reality, and he has been the driving force behind the natural perception of social projects. And I think the press service, the security service as well, that is helping on in certain aspects. I'd like to thank the international department and etc. Apologize if I haven't mentioned everyone. And of course, I thank our general sponsor, Sberbank. I thank our partners. And first of all, this is the Russian Academy of Music, Ignatius Academy, and the Psychology, Institute of Psychology, and the academician Zinchenko, and who is also a keynote speaker today. And I thank our partners, the Research Council on AI in the Russian Academy of Sciences, represented here by academician Lektorsky and Professor Alexeyev. I also thank our colleagues from the Moscow State
поддержки которых это стало возможно, в том числе, соответственно, многочисленным студентам, физтехам, МКИ, да, молодежному, так сказать, комитету института.
The students, the youth committee of the university, Ilya Zakharov personally, and Nastya Borisonok, and special thanks to the administration of FISTEC Union for the support and representation in the public space, and to Alexei Stern personally, and many others, and all the members of our organization, committee, supervisory board, program board, so all those who are presented on the webpage of the Congress, and without them it wouldn't be possible. And now I would like to invite to the stage a very unusual and extremely talented and highly professional and professional musical crew. So this is the chamber choir of MIPT University, and they are with us regularly, and they are laureates of numerous contests and the Grand Prix laureates. And another thing here that I nearly forgot, I would like to specially thank our dear colleagues, Konstantin Vorontsov and Irina Karabulatova, who were able to arrange the AI section, and their help is absolutely invaluable. So it's a chamber choir of MIPT, and they are pride, they are wonderful music crew, and the Bank Avantgarde has presented MIPT with a piano, which is a beautiful.
Так сказать, у нас, я бы сказал, они, так сказать, этот музыкальный коллектив в прибыль и моральную, и материальную получается.
This choir does not only give us a moral pleasure, but also financial gain. So, chamber choir of MIPT University, please welcome the artistic director Alexandra Luzhanova.
Дорогие друзья, мы исполним две русские народные песни.
Dear friends, we'll present two national Russian songs.
Солистка Екатерина Лескова, концертмейстер Екатерина Вертилецкая.
Ваня, ты за что любишь Ивана? Ой, я за то люблю Ивана, что головушка кудрява. Я за то люблю Ивана, что головушка кудрява, что головушка кудрява, а бородушка кучерява. Я за то люблю Ивана, что головушка кудрява, что головушка кудрява, а бородушка кучерява. Головушка кудрява, а бородушка кучерява, кудрявица, умница, люблю Ваню, молодца. Похаживает, ой, он собой порог околачивает. Он собой порог околачивает, он своего речи разговаривает. Уж как ты меня, сударушка, высушила, без мороза, без ветра, сердце высмотрела. Ой, ты, Борюшка, поганя, ты за что любишь Ивана? Ой, я за то люблю Ивана, что головушка кудрява. Ой, ты, Борюшка, поганя, ты за что любишь Ивана? Ой, я за то люблю Ивана, что головушка кудрява. Ой, ты, Борюшка, поганя, ты за что любишь Ивана? Ой, я за то люблю Ивана, что головушка кудрява. Ой, ты, Борюшка, поганя, ты за что любишь Ивана? Ой, я за то люблю Ивана, что головушка кудрява.
Дорогие коллеги, я думаю, не возбраняется еще раз поприветствовать наших прекрасных исполнителей.
Dear colleagues, these definitely merits a round of applause. Thank you, colleagues. We're glad to welcome, and I'm glad that we have everything running smoothly from on the technical side. So I thank the technical support service and the head,
Храмов, его помощник Евгений Короткин.
Олег Храмов and Evgeny Korotkин and Igor Krasikov, who's head of press service. I thank them for smooth operation. And as has been planned, if you could bring this furniture background back to make, so bring back the chairs and carry away the piano. We'll just keep it intact. We'll use it more than once in the future. And so now we're about to start our plenary session. Colleagues, we are ready. And I invite here the first keynote speaker who has this is Arutun Avetesyan, Director of Russian Academy of Science, Ivanikov's Institute for System Programming, head of the joint laboratory with Samsung, and a huge number of other titles. And I have even reduced the number of those titles for
Так что приветствую, пожалуйста, доклад «Этика искусственного интеллекта на основе доверенных технологий». Пожалуйста, приветствуем.
Спасибо за представление. Презентация будет включена, да?
Раз. Коллеги, у нас должна быть презентация.
Colleagues, we're supposed to have the slides. I definitely saw it. Colleagues, please start the slides. And to have the clicker to switch the slides. Yeah, so you can. It's voice control. Yes, it's the level of AI. Yes,
Пока включают презентацию.
So while my slides are being prepared, by all means, when we have this forum with this title, and for the first time, there are a lot I wanted to talk about, and I decided that being at this conceptual level, and definitely based on our results, it wouldn't be interesting just to share what I've read in a review. or so the word ethics in the context of technologies. If we talk about people who are working with technologies, ethics raises questions, and they quite often take part in those discussions. And I remember 7 or 8 years ago in Stanford, there was this brainstorming session. There was a narrow circle that discussed it, and they even came to. You said, one of the professors said, we need this to slow down the implementation of technologies, because technologies, they're killing off a lot of jobs. And I think that this is...
And it should be a reflection in everybody's head.
Так, ну что?
And so?
Не получается?
Минутку. У нас немножко задержка небольшая. Можно микрофон?
Конечно.
Коллеги, что у нас в презентации?
Yep.
Коллеги, презентация, она открыта.
Мы перестали быть переводчиком. Нам взяли, отключили, у вас перевод отключен.
Я ее видел, я даже...
Организатор отключил перевод.
Это следующий шаг. У нас так обычно происходит. Мы, соответственно, благодарим людей, и потом люди уходят праздновать. Вот, за то, что поблагодарили. Вот. Коллеги, что с презентацией? Мы можем вывести на экран?
Да, все, замолчи.
Микрофон.
Ну, хорошо. Не, я могу говорить любое количество слов, вообще-то говоря. Рекламную паузу могу занять, но если, да, но я так как у себя презентации про это как раз не собирался говорить, могу сказать, вот вплоть до анекдотичности доходит. Мы когда, вот Физтех выиграл конкурс, все знают про искусственный интеллект, вот мы являемся центром искусственного интеллекта, и мы выиграли такой конкурс, он называется «Доверенный искусственный интеллект», я как раз про него в 2 словах скажу, но байка заключается в том, что мы выиграли, там, естественно, все это официально было. У нас один из партнеров Институт психологии. Ну, ясно, сегодняшней этапе это к сегодняшней конференции хорошо так коррелирует. И там, ну, исследования, связанные, вот, междисциплинарные, сбор данных, психологические вопросы, что возникает, ну, такое сугубо научное. Так вот, на следующий день не было ни одного издания, которое бы про это не написали.
Simple, not a single publication where in the history of... There were so many articles, and my friends were asking what was happening, and so this was this psychology, the institute, and maybe this is all done for whatever reasons, and then so maybe it is publicly now for in the
общество, это тоже нормально. И это вот то, что я сегодня пытался в приветственном слове сказать. Потому что сегодня уже технологии, все, любые технологии, они...
My address to you, when you say the technologies, this is not only the opportunities, also risks. And here, this is the idea here. So on the one hand, we are not stopping the project. So Luddites, that's all very good, but it is not acceptable being a Luddite. And this is, we have to develop the technologies, but if we introduce, if it works, then let's try it. And the simplest example here, for example, a drone, pilotless drone in agriculture, 200-300 liters of chemicals, and it is spraying there. So, what if it sprays people? So the chemicals are not the best thing for people's health. So this is the safety, this is the security here, and it could be a mistake, or it could be whatever reason, and that is the world we live in, which is. Naturally, it hasn't arose today, just today.
В других областях
this is unprecedented here. And so maybe we shouldn't be cloning people, but then the Hollywood films where you have there is a second parallel world where there is the parallel world where they grow clones, and then so to have spare parts for the other world, and like. And here, this is the IT maybe, and it's not clearly visible, not clearly sealed, and it could be the system could be broken. Maybe it could be hacked in. Artificial intelligence. Your car maybe will be not driving on the car; it will just drive off road and crash. And then, if it is hacked in, what do you do then? So we are in this gray
Собственно говоря, наверное,
zone.
конференция это значительно повышается, в том смысле, то, что я в приветственном слове сказал, что если мы не найдем эти компромиссы, то мы будем вынуждены...
Greeting Odessa, and if we don't find compromises, so we, for the people outside, we will be kind of slowing down the progress. It may be looking like that, and but essentially, maybe we understand if we are pilotless, a driverless car to get to from A to B, was the probability is less than 100%, but then you have to get in there because otherwise you will be not competitive. You won't get from A to B. If you're walking, you have to get into the car, and then you have these risks. And so this is the world. And I just wanted to say what we do in this world, where we're going, and what the direction. And the artificial intelligence, it was in 1950s. It arose, and methods which developed there. This very good methods in Soviet school and in the world. And if we say we've lost to big data and supercomputer capabilities, of course, we haven't lost yet. This is a simplification. We kind of, we're behind, but it's not. And then there is not a single sphere in our activities, including security and safety analysis of traffic, for instance, even if we talk about our life, just day-to-day, the driverless cars that we see, or helpers like Alisa, and the household devices. So there is not a single sphere where it is not used. The substances, new substances, the presidents of Russia can just have genetics, the chemicals, and use all these things. And naturally, students of a third year of physics and technology use TensorFlow and then get torch and get some data with the digital medicine, for example. Now I'm gonna do a section of so the physics and technology is very important. So plenary meeting.
С Технионом занимаемся вместе, один из лучших вузов мира все-таки. Сейчас вот Сеченовка, центр мирового уровня. Я вижу это сплошь и рядом, когда появляется публикация. Вот, получили результат. Почему? Получили доступ там, к какому-то объему данных, быстренько на ГПУшках запустили, получили результат, и вроде бы вот право такое.
Maybe so there's this the leadership right. So this is not a model of an airplane. This is just the beginning of the. So the consumers is just a half a step forward, and it will be implemented. So this is the story. And we can give thousands and thousands. We can analyze the publications, and because in real life, the medical practices, we can't say that it is used en masse. Many people say that it arose only today, but in 15 years we've been working. Then there is a volume of data. The revolution should have occurred for ages ago, but it still is not happening. There are certain complications, and we don't understand what's happening because the consumer technology, for example, like if you get into the subway and then you identified by the camera, it may make an error, and you'll go and sort it out, and or maybe you walk through free of charge. And but if it is a nuclear site, for example, and something goes wrong there, then it is not acceptable. So in medicine, in the majority of cases, this is the issue. It is a complex issue, and it's not to do with, not because it's life and death, but for example, if it is the insurance medicine, so it's the doctor diagnosing. If it is an artificial intelligence actually diagnosing you, and if the diagnosis is erroneous, we can be talking for hours discussing this subject. And from my point of view, what I think, well, just go through. Let's just move on the slides. Let's just go forward. Yeah.
Вот давайте с этого слайда я тогда все-таки начну. Сразу хочу сказать, что не верю ни в какой сильный искусственный интеллект. Его не существует. При этом этим надо заниматься. Это фундаментальные исследования. У нас в стране есть школы, кто этим занимается, и в мире тоже. Но так мягко скажу, что в ближайшие 5-10 лет маловероятно, что он появится. Тот искусственный интеллект, которым мы пользуемся, это машинное обучение, так или иначе, в разных его реинкарнациях. И даже когда нам кажется, что это очень-очень сложно, и даже мы не можем его отличить от человека, это не значит, что он стал от этого настоящим искусственным интеллектом в сильном смысле. Поэтому, когда мы говорим...
We cannot tell the difference between AI and human being.
These not problems... a strong artificial intelligence. The humanitarians, they do the shift and they discuss the artificial intelligence like strong artificial intelligence. Sometimes they do these moral and ethical considerations they superimpose on that. And of course, this is all very good. But unfortunately, this is not the case. It has to be discussed, and we have to think. We have to discuss it. We have to think that this is the machine learning now, and then of course this is the super complex. But this is also the system, and the difference between the weak and strong you can see here on the slide. And here I've signed this agreement here, and there's a huge number of people who participated, and I think that this was correct, and regardless of the fact that what I said that of artificial intelligence and historically we always from the beginning when Americans there were the common criteria for security that is all the life cycle from the project it has to be done correctly, so to satisfy certain level of trust there's certain tools in 2016 we've got it when there was a standard. The Ghost was when there was a Samsung and other companies, large countries like Kaspersky, for example, they use our technology. So based on this experience, we understand very well that artificial intelligence.
Я сейчас скажу, в чем это связано с самой природой, но в том числе, потому что он сложный настолько, что как мы иногда говорим, интерпретируемость и так далее, в основном это не так. Модель искусственного интеллекта, языковая GPT, например.
For example, language GPT or the Chinese, they did their own model. This is more than 280 billion parameters, and we've got to be honest that we won't be able to understand how it works inside and what stories we have inside, and like this is very complex. So the Americans as well as we know, and they don't publish it, but we do work with companies, and this information is if it's more complicated, they don't get it to the certification. They don't start the certification probably if the software is too complex. And then, so the declaration of these ethical principles is very, very important. It actually sets the standards. Next slide. And here, these are the key 6 points. This declaration here, you can see the human-oriented approach, risk-oriented approach, responsibility for consequences, we used for purpose, collaboration, all the correct words. The wording is correct, yes. But if they are not checkable, if you can't check them, if they're not based on technological, if there is no technology, this is just a declaration. You can't do anything about it or with it, and so you have to have the technological foundation. How you verify this? How do you verify trust? If there are no laws in the country, if there are no traffic lights, then maybe you can see how you walk the streets, how not to get under the car. So then here, this is quite serious. There's got to be quite serious technological basis, scientific basis, on the basis of which with the correct technology will grow, will be fostered, the process shall be built correctly, and it will have to support this component here. As I said in my greeting address,
технарям легче всего будет как сделать? Всех зачиповать, на каждом углу поставить какой-нибудь контроль, и все будут счастливы, потому что...
Everybody's going to be happy because everything is chipped, everything, and artificial intelligence can't do anything extra, but then people won't like that. Well, there has to be certain limitation on the technological development. Like geneticists, for example, they just limit what they do. So it's the same here. We have to limit it. Examples, very good. Examples, very well known with the problem of security of artificial intelligence, for example. When there is a mic, then you put on a T-shirt and you cannot be recognized, or mask or some symbol or whatever. And there's a lot of publication when the facial recognition is not recognizing you, but artificial intelligence is behaving incorrectly. For example, sex, for example, gender. For example, in the Amazon there was a system, it was learning. For 10 years, it was learning, there were more men there, and it was kind of a more men-oriented kind of thing. When people it was just liking men more because and you can chatbot, you can break that, it'll misbehave, and so it's working, but then it is becoming incorrect, and that is all happening because next slide, please. Next one. Next, please. Yeah, so if we try and run, so everything, all of this is happening because the technologies, as I said, they're extremely complex, and to provide the necessary level of trustworthiness, and nobody in the world can do that. Nobody in the world knows how to do it. And over the most recent 5 years, there's a lot of money, a lot of resources is invested into that. So the Microsoft was, and NIS, for example, this is the Google and all these.
Программы есть у немцев, в других странах, и можно посмотреть вот что какой рост количества публикаций и
publications, the numbers you can see, the resources invested. There's quite a lot of open source there. Regardless of the fact that the subject is really, really sensitive, but there is a lot of results there. There is the global level here. You can be assessed globally. Next slide. And since we've been doing it for a while, our energy, we've invested our energy applied to artificial intelligence in just normal software, and we are quite clear center. We have the technologies from the projects, from design to implementation. We do have it. Our technologies, they are in Samsung and other companies. They use our technologies, but to apply them to artificial intelligence, only to 5% of results, because artificial intelligence is data-centric story. You have a model. And vulnerability, it is the user of the model. But how do you get this vulnerability in the model? It's at the moment of gathering the data. If the data is incorrect, if the data is poisoned, there are these triggers. But it could be triggered. It could be not. It just incorrectly. It could be incomplete data. It could be. It doesn't matter what the words we use. But analyzing your data, you don't have to add anything. You can generate. Counter example, when your machine is not going to be behaving correctly. So this is the problem. Then you train using framework, and it doesn't matter whether it's a TensorFlow or PyTorch. It could be your own framework, but it could be vulnerable, which would make this model. And then this model. And then in the model itself, or hide, that's even worse, when the model is adequate, but inside the model you can hide a virus.
Вдруг начнет работать, а это вообще поиск иголки в стоге сена, и никакой антивирус его уже найти не может. И почему это легко сделать?
Antivirus can manage that, because even a simple model of ECG analysis, this is very, very trivial, just 200, it's not 208 billion, it is 30-40 megabyte, and inside there, to hide inside that is a little piece of virus. It's very, very simple. You know what I mean? And this is just an antivirus. So you talk about the antivirus. So all this complex thing, nobody can actually work. So the particular jobs they're doing it, pieces of it, and there is this whole avalanche of tasks. And so the science and technology basis is built for that. So next slide. And then we can do so that we have standards, GOSTs, not just because now in the 90s our GOSTs and the Western standards they were the same. So we have to be rich and healthy. How could you become rich and healthy? So you bring the software and you say, look, it doesn't match, and it will never match the standards. It's the subject of trust, it's subject of faith. So you sign it off because you just have to. So it is not regulated every year. It's becoming more and more strict. The technological basis of the analysis and counteracting and everything. And thank God, our regulatory bodies, they are becoming more and more complex. If you look at the stack, and then you can update the licensed product and not lose the license if the technological process is built correctly in the company. And there's a number of years ago, it was unimaginable. The same with artificial intelligence. If we say at the level of declaration, it should guaranteed be explainable. It should be guaranteed. It should not have. So it is not. You can't just do that. It's in simple software. It is not possible.
Несколько тысяч строк кода, да, мы можем формально верифицировать, что там все соответствует.
Formally, we can verify sometimes on a very rare occasion. But if we take a serious system, complex system, then I'm not talking about operating system, even
никаких
just simple
ресурсов.
system. It cannot be done. There is no resources would be enough to do that, to verify that. And so this is the thing.
Победили, и мы сейчас
So
трек
we won, and we got it from the data, from the implementation, from exploiting
максимально
what we should do technologically, so that we, to the best of our ability, are
технологии.
protected against the technological point. So our technologies are protected no worse than any other partner in the world, and we can understand that just simple technology is not. No, it's organizational methods should be done too. It's not just technological. So this is the world we live in. Next slide. And initially, we have this experience. So we're trying to do these models of this society, academic community on the one hand, universities and institutes of Academy of Sciences. We're moderators of this community. So the community without this is anarchy. So there's got to be people who moderate and they understand where we should go. So there's, on the other hand, there is business there. So the companies who are in relationship of partnership with us and funding this. Roscosmos and others, and so these are regulators. Of course, regulators, they join in because they build this into making a system. So, for example, safety belts in cars. So people start dying, many people start dying, and the states, they started regulating. They have to be such and such. And then they say, right, the bumpers, they have to be such and such. If they crash into an alive being, so we want that person or a alive being not to be dead. So this is the same thing here. So the it has to happen. It has to be synchronized with world trends and not to just be independent. Because in my the standard is our standard, the Soviet time. So it's not our standard is not the most standard in the world. So we have to be in the world trade where the IT is quite well developed. Humanitarians are fantastic. There's no questions there, and we can do it. We can do it correctly. So to marry physicists and lyricists and have the regulation correctly in the correct fashion. So we can do that. Next slide. So,
Если вы обратите внимание, там вот внизу есть.
And if you look at the bottom there's this cloud platform methods analysis. So that is all of that we do have. So this is not just the basic fundamental studies. Next slide, please, if you can. So not the basic fundamental research, but we. Is here the number of publications. You can see it's quite well matched, and it's wonderful and everything, and as well as the publication, the new technologies, and this here the TensorFlow and PyTorch, and we go the PyTorch. So there's tens and there's dozens of critical errors here. And TensorFlow, they have you can see it in English just right now. The developers there, it's not just a year ago, it's not 2 years ago. It's developers. Everything is in the States, and they say, yeah, these errors have been found by the tool developed. So these errors have been fixed. They have been acknowledged. The patches have been written. We wrote it to them, sent it to them, and we have the basic technology with which, with the help of which we have the models. This is the beginning of the path, beginning of our journey there. So.
Видеопотоков вот уже что-то сделали, но это начало пути. Я думаю, что вот в течение следующих 2-3 лет мы создадим такую более-менее базовую технологическую основу, которая выльется в регуляторику и которая можно уже говорить.
We can talk to psychologists, sociologists, and do the interdisciplinary research, so we can be sure that this is based on technologies which would make it possible to do it, to have the models that they behave, not that they don't behave the way we don't expect, so that they are manageable. And the process people, maybe they will be there too. And so if it is in Gazprom, they have one thing, and this central bank is something else. And if it's something, then the basic technologies will be the same. And our job is to develop the technologies, give them the technologies, and to have this ecosystem, to have the scientific basis for the scientific foundation. Yeah, next slide. Oh, thank you. Right, so we have the certain plan of life. So this is the roadmap, and regardless of the fact that yes, which my tutor in the physical and technical university say if they have to get to the ancient Rome. So if they're in, I am a technical guy, so I don't have to go to the basics, to the ancient Rome, but nevertheless, we have to be based on science-based, and the science is very complex, and practically is 100% result is unachievable. That is what I'm going to be talking to students. Now, this is the world where there is the 100% trust is not possible. Any IT system, even it can be broken into, even without artificial intelligence. Well, we still have to do that, but we have to provide a certain level of trust. And if we're talking big data and artificial intelligence, this is the challenge that humanity faces. So this is what we do. This is the modality. This is the community. It's got to be open source. It's got to be open. So this is the community making the decisions. Society. So this artificial intelligence, one of the points, from competition to collaboration, we have to do it together because this challenge is global. So this role, the Institute of Physics and Technology, our basic department here, that we actually do it. So the fundamental research. So we're going to be concrete. We have to be open, competitive, and we have to run interdisciplinary research with the Institute of Psychology, with people from the medicine, and there's dozens of regional medical organizations, and from Tatarstan, for instance, they give us the access to data. We see this real need, and what people started talking. What's going to happen? What's going to happen from the point of view of security? What about the trust? How can we be working with it? So the world is changing, and in this sense, this is not just us talking about this. So I think that this is the subject. This is the
другие. И нам кажется, что это здорово.
And this is wonderful. And the other side of coin, nobody's going to be is quite important. So within the next nearest 5-10 years. So I'm going to stop here. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Коллеги, вы можете задавать вопросы. Вот, Артем Ишханович, большое спасибо за такой замечательный обзор того, что происходит. Но у меня есть...
Thank you for the review, and I have a question.
Сейчас в каком-то виде внедряется в быт. И вопрос именно того, где он используется и...
The question is, where is it used, and who is the end user, and in what form, and what depends on those solutions. And in science, the AI technologies, they have found their application in research tasks. And then it's the question of the price of a mistake. And if in science, it can be a specific researcher who hasn't verified the result and published it and presented it, and not as his or her work, but it's just a work that was obtained as a result of application of algorithms, even with a greater sampling. And a different situation is the application of AI in transport, for example, in logistics, when the solutions presented by the algorithm influence on the life of people, and lives of people depend on it. So my first question here is, should we carry out the enlightenment activity of this nature? Because there is a request from the society. They're using the gadget. They say that's great, and this thing should work differently because it works not the way I expect, and they can get simple answers to those questions. And it is a totally different story when there is a request from the society that wants everything to be automatic. When they say, I don't want a human driver, I want the vehicle to drive automatically. But they do not get an immediate response. The response is the technical implementation. And the situation they're faced with is who ultimately is going to be responsible for a wrong solution? Is it going to be a machine, a developer, or regulatory organs that are going to be dealing with that in the future? Well, from my point of view,
это не важно, если вы в метро заходите, ну, какая разница, кто ошибся. Но мы должны понимать, что машинное обучение это по определению вероятно.
Machine learning is a thing based on probability. Even if it's 99.9%, there's still a probability. Even if nobody is going to hack it, there's always a probability. Second thing, you can influence it from outside. So situations where your solutions have a direct impact here now on lives or the operation of a nuclear power station, then it can only be used to support decision making. If you can enhance the labor productivity of a doctor 100 times, well, that's clear. You can show quickly. This is what you need to pay attention to. The same is true for video, for example. When it's a serious facility, a big facility, have a great number of video cameras. If you can't have 100 people, 200 people managing those video cameras for security, but you can process critical spots and as a summary video, and it enhances the productivity. So from the technological perspective, in the near future, this solution will not be found. So a person will be playing a critical role here, but where and how the decision made, it depends. If it's central bank, then protocols are needed. There must be protocols. 3 seconds when the first aid there's a phone call to the first aid, emergency medical care. If if the phone rings longer than 3 seconds, it's a negative KPI. So the call needs to be answered within 3 seconds, and there is a network of clinics, and this has been done in manual mode so far without AI. So these procedures and response that needs to be taken into account, and if AI can improve that, then it should be implemented. So my answer is, unfortunately, is only just like that. In each specific case, people need to make a decision.
Со многими другими вещами, поэтому рисковать тут не стоит. Хотя иногда я слышу такие разговоры, что он же лучше.
Sometimes I hear this conversation that, well, it's better and there will be less, for example, traffic emergencies. But I think this is too far-fetched because this technology hasn't been studied enough. From the point of view of transport, I think a second counter of security is needed here. Sensors, switch off button to switch the car off. Dedicated lanes, yes, that can be done. Through additional organizational measures, we can implement considerable savings, but we cannot hope for autonomous conscience of this unexisting entity. When we say artificial AI writes music, we understand it doesn't write anything. It's just processed a large volume of data, but it doesn't feel the way we human beings feel. Yes, and yes, compilers can act like that, but we're talking about true genius. Okay, colleagues, question from the audience.
Вы упомянули открытый.
Have mentioned open solutions, TensorFlow by Torch, open source solutions, which any developer can use and copy all the versions of this repository and use it to supplement the repository the way it sees it in the future. And you've given the example, like if they identified a critical vulnerability being in Russia. The question, will you open your own software in order for other developers to be able to complete it and see other vulnerabilities there?
Мы сейчас делаем. Во-первых, мы начали создавать отечественные репозитории, так называемые, сейчас объясню, что это значит, открытого программного обеспечения, доверенно открытого.
Repository at Linux core, key components, Node.js, Python. Well, you're a programmer, you know what I'm talking about. And FlyTorch will be included there, and the results will be available to everyone. And we will be sending that to key developers synchronizing it, and if they stop accepting it, we'll have a trusted version here, but they're accepting it for now. And talking about the application, we have Talisman platform, analysis of media, open sources, etc. We've been discussing that for several years with the partners. And if we're not in Russia, I guess we would have opened it long ago. Because open source is not something available on the internet. Open source is something a community is built around. Our partnership, industrial partnership, not in terms of money, but consumers, because without quality feedback, it will not develop. So when I hear, let's make everyone open codes, I can't accept that. It won't work. And in this respect, we are
and to come up with the conditions where there is this private-public partnership. So it's a number of years ahead there will be funding. So maybe, and then in an open mode, and it will be just not just basic technologies, but next level, and which will be available to everyone. A startup and a large corporation, they have to have the same basic technology, but the way they commercializing, then this is the world that is quite complex. So our technologies of, for example, Samsung, for a number of years, we've been discussing it with partners. Let's do it open source, but it's not happening. And if we do the open source, and then
клонов, которые продаются, а мы почему-то должны за бесплатно вот вокруг этого бегать. Вот, то есть открытый код — это не то, что в каждое утро встал, поднимаешь флаг, и мы не сектанты, надо все использовать во благо, а не просто так. Ладно, будем надеяться, что...
that kind of thing. So you know that you are on the same page. I'm sure you understand. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And now we have the schedule here, so we're going to stop here. And I just want to thank the speaker. Thank you very much, and thank you very much once again. And in this time, there's a certain technical issues. The echo has gone from Vkontakte. We have the pictures. So, Oleg Romanovich, thank you very much, and colleagues. And again, here we have a certain. We have to keep to the schedule. We have to manage times if there is a presentation. If it is a presentation, so the next there's a clicker here. The clicker works, so you can actually manage your slides. And I can be argumentative here, but I will not be. And there will be next keynote here, and there will be certain changes in terms of the sequence. They will be all warned, and we will be able to continue and to complete our. So this is Albert Bakhtiazin, director of ICMRAS. This is the multi-agent methods in supercomputer modeling in socioeconomic systems. So 500 people in Vkontakte are watching us. So please greet the speaker. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. And can I have the presentation, please?
We check whether it works. It works. Well, Grigory
пришел к нам на тоже междисциплинарную конференцию, которая являлась частью такого знакового IT-события года «Суперкомпьютерные дни в России». А мы проводили
Supercomputer Days in Russia event, and we organized the roundtable about the implementation of supercomputer technologies in the industry and social and humanitarian field. We've had it for the fourth time, and it's becoming more and more popular. So your conference is highly relevant in that regard, and we will keep promoting it. And the Grigory Rafilovich has already mentioned this computer entity, which is self-studying and which is helping the user to address many problems of social sphere. Yes, and it was in co-authorship with Alexander Kostin, my colleague. Yes, and the industry of supercomputers is developing rapidly. And this year, we've had this hallmark event at the float. The front are a computer in the Argonne laboratory, which is the fastest computer today at 500 productivity. That's
развития проводится
And
заседание стран БРИКС, рабочей группы.
the session of BRICS is taking place based on that to identify priority areas, and they have identified the key areas for further development, where the highest priority project is Digital
проект,
Earth,
связанный с моделированием климата. Там очень
and
подробно.
the project having to do with climate modeling. They have a very detailed cell network of cells, and one cell is like maybe 10 kilometers wide, and what impacts the development of socio
Поэтому этот проект «Цифровая Земля»,
of the planet. And the decision was made that this digital Earth program need to include the development of the social sphere of the planet. This slide shows the main spheres of application of supercomputer technologies, that math, physics, science about Earth, pharmacy, etc. This slide shows what has been developing actively during the past 15 years for modeling of socioeconomic processes. The first one is the forecasting of socioeconomic systems. There's been a number of most popular projects in this area. The mainstream are the models which do not require digital resolution and they use supercomputers. These are equilibrium models, econometric models, and globally this has become an imposed standard because there are groups of most authoritative economists that has since the 60s developed a standard on equilibrium models, and these standards is being implemented into research centers via central banks and such structures and the International Monetary Fund, etc. And this standard has become an established one. It is not being changed, but the recent events having to do with the pandemic and the recession on the international markets and the events that has to do with steep rise in prices on energy resources show that the prognostic value of such models is, well, it does not correspond to the challenges of time. So the trend will keep changing by all means. And what's important here is a more detailed review of socioeconomic systems. And the project of modeling of the European Union, which was initiated in 2008 under the guidance of Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz, and it is about a thorough in detail review of such systems, boiling down to individuum and
новый тренд, который будет формироваться в ближайшие годы.
It's going to be a new trend for the near future. Another trend is migration process, spread of pandemics, and if not outside of coronavirus pandemics, since 2001, there's been pandemic drills. So that's a detailed study of socium with a focus on specific people and analyzing scenarios. For example, closing certain transportation hubs, limiting the freedom of limiting movement, and how that is impacted by pandemics. So that's the modeling of ecological status, pedestrian system, transport system. There's a popular simulator from IBM, Extend, to structure transport simulators for large megacities, and it is all done on highly productive systems. The main problem having to do with future development is the problem that is connected with this soft development. And this slide lists well-known program software for automatic deparalleling or semi-automatic deparalleling of program code. And here we have large players, Microsoft, with their experimental language. And the most well-known is Repast HPC for automatic deparallelization. And there is a number of successful models which regard socioeconomic systems based on supercomputers. But the problem here is this: the specialists in subject matters that want to use these technologies, as a rule, they are not knowledgeable about that. Most likely, they're knowledgeable about their subject matter, but they don't have the capacity to write the code. Those who are specialists in parallel computation, they see these type of work.
Перечисленные здесь средства, они во многом не поддерживаемые, кроме, может быть, тут парочки типа вот репаста и так далее. И поэтому, собственно говоря, эта отрасль только, можно сказать, находится в периоде становления. И, наверное, стыковка специалистов, предметников и
Established, and I guess the interface of the specialists in IT sphere here will make it possible to move the process further. We have developed a semi-automatic, a two-level software product, which makes it possible to use a higher level language, C#, to describe the processes which have to do with and model the human behavior. And there is a separate model to deparallel. And we have sped up the computation power 6 times, depending on
the intensity of this. So I'm going to be talking to tell you about this. This is a key project here, which here in the institute, and there is this office here. There's the supercomputer technologies I used, and it is kind of accidental because on this our specialist in oceanology. And from China, there's a National Supercomputer Center. This is Shanghai University of International Studies University, and Zhengzhou milestones of their company, and Hangzhou. And the goal that was to develop a supercomputer simulator for long-term demographics prognostication prediction. So I think that this is very important because. And with colleagues from the MIPT, or we can join the process. There's the world-recognized process is a long-term demographic. Long-term, this is a calculation of very demographic systems are very high inertia. So there is this prediction 1, 2, 5 years ahead. That's not a problem at all because there's just less than %. This is satisfactory for this prognostication. For example, building kindergartens and that kind of thing. So when we talk about long-term demographics, then it will be probably say the 50th year of the next century. So this national security is involved. Then the development of large agglomerations and the pension system. All these issues, they are resolved with long-term demographics predictions, and there is quite a lot of bottlenecks here. But getting back to the lead department of the UN. The population UN. So this is the methodology here that you can see in the United Nations. So this is the combination of logistics functions here. It depends on the coefficient of birth rate, and then some parameters that is that set ranges. And now the 5 years. Now this is 1 year windows here. So the summary coefficient is changed, and it could be changed with the numerical analysis. Monte Carlo, for example, there's quite a lot of options thrown in, maybe tens of thousands. Then the median is picked, and then this median is suggested as a moderate, and there is different variations, etc. So this is very roughly speaking. So the next organization, this is Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, HME. This is the Washington Center, which suggests the prognostication, not only the summary birth rate, not just the coefficient, but the cohort fertility. And this is the equation here that explains 80% of dispersion here. Depending on two factors, the level of saturation of contraceptives and the education among women. So
хорошие результаты, поэтому в качестве основного используется вот эта организация. И третий центр, который находится в Австрии,
that is in Austria, Wittgenstein Center for Demography, Global and Human Capital, and they
прогнозируют его.
They don't calculate, but they have a lot of experts, demographic sociology, psychology, so it's more than 200 more experts are questioned, and then they have the key parameter is this summary birth rate with huge variation. For example, for India, from 1.5 to 2.5 up until 2030, but 2050 is to 1.1 to 2.5. And the calculations, the preliminary calculations, the deviation in the summary coefficient here by 1/10 actually leads to quite a serious deviation of actual prognostication of the numbers. For example, the countries which where there is a demographic transition by about 500 million people by the end of the century. So what's very important here is to have a good evaluations in summary birth rate. So if we talk in short here, all the countries see this growth of population. So this is Black Africa, for example, 48 countries. So the below Sahara is south from Sahara. So the growth will be slowing down by the 2080. Then that will be zero. And then the birth rate here will be just for the reproduction. The same calculations with the lower numbers of population. Wittgenstein Institute then and for the Washington Center, they are predicting lower than the UN, for example. But what is this center? Why is it notable? Because it's funded by the foundation Melinda and Bill Gates. So they are funded there. Before the pandemic, they funded
численности населения, опубликовали в журнале The Lancet. Эта статья вызвала большие споры в демографическом сообществе, потому что считаются многие предположения там в корне неверны и так далее. Ну, поэтому, в общем-то, тут согласия среди демографов тоже особо нет. Но вот если посмотреть результаты, то видно, я их свел в одну таблицу, результаты умеренных демографических прогнозов, только умеренных, потому что на самом деле их очень много, там пессимистичные, оптимистичные и так далее, там их, наверное, десятки. Это буду рассматривать только умеренно. Видно, что лидером будет к концу века Индия.
And it is obvious that India is going to be the leader by the end of the century. The forecast that it will be 1.5 billion. China is the second country in two options. Number 3 is Nigeria, and they forecast that the number of population in China will decrease 42 or even 50%, which causes, of course, discontent, displeasure in demographers in China. They do accept the aging of population and the reduction of the population through the implementation of this one family, one child program. For Russia, the forecast is that depending on options, it's up from 106 to 133 million, depending on the methods used, but it's still not good. Together with the colleagues, we have measured the index of using factor analysis, and about 28 indicators compared along the 26 groups: geographic resources, economy, armed forces, innovations, economy, and we've tried to calculate the integral indicators and the factors, the components, to see which country, according to the index of national power, is the most powerful. Well, two leaders are United States and Russia and China. Russia takes 4th place, and we see that in 15 countries, the leader and the indicator of national power, we see the assessment regarding the number.
И видно, что, в общем-то, поскольку все эти оценки были получены в США либо в ангажированных к ним странах, видно, что заточены все эти оценки.
The countries friendly to the United States, we see that the assessments lean towards USA, Canada, etc. In China, it's a reduction almost by 50%, a considerable reduction in Russia. So all the countries who are political opponents to the United States, in the long-term forecast, the population, there's nothing good, according to, well, this forecast, there's nothing good for political opponents of the United States. And us and the colleagues from China, we decided why not obtaining the forecast using our resources. And what you see here are the results of 3 studies obtained in the National Beijing University and National University of China. These are the forecasts of the most quoted demographers from China, the population of China by the end of the century. And we see it's not that tragic. This reduction is not that tragic for China. If UN says it's the reduction of 700 million, here, the figure is slightly more than 1 billion. And, Institute, together with our partners from China, we came to a conclusion that we need to try to build a model which is, well, maybe not a more realistic one, but using an alternative approach and a more detailed study of the population with this wide spectrum of properties for those objects where those agents function. We decided to build a model. Each agent is presented, it has characteristics, behavioral connections, then such indicators as migration, the birth of a child, and the wide spectrum of characteristics which create attractiveness for the agents from the point
заведения детей и так далее. Здесь представлена схема работы демографического агент-ориентированного моделирования. Мы
of demographic agent-oriented model of the planet, and it was a 10th part of the population of the planet, hundreds of million agents, and we've used the supercomputer for the analysis, and several calculation scenarios were run. The first one, the baseline scenario. The second scenario is reorganization scenario, where we expect that there will be an escalation of multipolarity, there will be a redistribution of trade flows between the key trading partners, which is taking place today, and the reduction of the power of migration flows between the countries. And there is probably one of the key specifics of the demographic model. So the migration flows, and they're shown here on the screen: Mexico, United States, India, Russia, Arab Emirates, Russia, Ukraine, etc. This is the most powerful international migration, and depending on the intensity, there will be a drastic change in the population in the countries as a cumulative total. And the urbanization plays a role. One of the scenarios has to do with the possible de-urbanization, returning us to the values of year 2000. Of course, what we need to see now is the process of urbanization, but the cities are growing fast. And here you see the data about the increase of the number of population in key cities in China and in Moscow. In China, it's more than twofold, significant growth in Moscow, and UN forecast by the end of the century we'll have cities with a population of almost 100 million, like in India. As part of the scenario, we focused that because there are remote working places, and thanks to the policy of the state, this scenario, which
репродуктивную стратегию людей, в принципе, имеет право быть. И вот результаты, собственно, это базовый сценарий. Это население планеты достигнет 11,7 миллиардов человек. По России это 120, более оптимистичный вариант.
120 million in Russia, more optimistic than the three I've shown before. The same about India, it's going to stay a leader, and more than 1 billion for China. And this comparison of the three countries, Russia, United States, and China, they will have an insignificant reduction, but it is not as bad as our opponents shown. And to scenario regionalization and de-urbanization. In case of de-urbanization, it will have an increase in population. The same is true for United States, and it will not be a significant reduction in China. Well, this is something we can discuss. And I would like to once again, what we suggest, to find the co-thinkers who are technically versed to do this work, and we're just beginning this journey because it's an endless process. And if we're looking into demographic system details, these are dozens and hundreds of parameters that needs to be described to create such integrated models, so that as a minimum they would create a positive message saying us that, well, a positive trend, not just saying that we're dying out, and would create a competitive initiative, because in Russia no one is working with a long-term demography, and this is an untouched field, and there's much work to be done here. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions?
Да, пожалуйста, вот у нас есть помощник. Если можно кратко, у нас регламент, спасибо.
Перечислено очень много параметров, на основе которых моделируется ситуация, на основе которых понимается вообще, что сейчас происходит, что будет дальше.
To understand what's being done and what's going to be next, and who's responsible for those parameters, what is the process, Is it a standalone person that's responsible for that, or is it the BRICS community? So I saw in the parameters, briefly, yes, we earn more, we die less, but maybe other parameters should be included, like parameters of uncertainty or of something unexpected. Thank you for the question. Yes, there are many projects, and as a rule, it's not one institute, but the group of institutes standing behind those. And they're large scale with rich history and maybe 20 years in terms of how long they've been implemented. And each story is a unique one. If we talk about the European economy modeling project, it's large financing, billions of euro, and it's ongoing. The project which is continually supported by the governments. So it's not purely for research purposes, but it is also used by central banks in a number of European countries. Thank you. Yes, there's a question over there. No, without the microphone, you won't be, our interpreters will not hear you. Thank you very much. Albert Rulfovich. Do you plan a project, and it would be interesting to create a joint project about a digital profile of a migrant? So what you are suggesting?
Такой очень интересный междисциплинарный проект.
That would result in an interesting interdisciplinary project, which include political gnoseology, social.
Мы только заинтересованы, как сказать, в сотрудничестве, да, поэтому я думаю, что, может, мы просто дополнительно пообщаемся по этому вопросу. Так, конечно, это вопрос моделирования каждого, для каждой модели отдельного агента, это большая, как сказать, работа, да, и когда вы говорите про цифровой облик того или иного агента, это, в общем-то, большая работа для предметного специалиста. В свое время мы делали цифровой профиль террориста, да, когда делали модель, возможно...
And when the model was being created, maybe we analyzed the behavior of each agent under extreme circumstances in the system, but that can be discussed separately. Thank you. And I also wanted to clarify, since we're talking about the mechanism of interaction and development, any model, if we talk about certainty, we need a sufficiency of parameters. So the more parameters we have, the more precise the model is. But on the other hand, we might miss a lot of other parameters which have an impact on that model, and the data won't be complete. So that's the first thing. And we need to avoid recursion of the system when the system starts identifying itself. And here we have an important point of interaction with other teams and the institutions which also work with forecasting and modeling. So how open is this system? And the institutions, do they interact with each other? What are the risks that such forecasts and such models become open source models? And this means that there is a potential mechanism to influence the results of development of a society from the side of friendly or not friendly institutions. Thank you. Speaking about the required number of parameters, it's
с вами согласен, то есть можно и свалиться и в рекурсии, и получить такое зашумление, что модель начнет заведомо давать неправильные результаты, которые не сразу...
When the model will start producing wrong results, and that won't be immediately obvious for those who interpret those results. Talking about interaction with institutions, before the recent events, it was rather intense, and we had an international workshop with about 20 countries. And in that community, in the model of socioeconomic process, there is this popular Journal of Artificial Society Social Simulation. It has an established rule saying that all models must be unified according to the description. So first there is description of the subject matter domain, but the key thing there is that each article must end with a link to the repository GitHub, where the model is uploaded, so that the person who is interested could reproduce the results described in the article. And there was a well-founded solution, and it has become a well-established solution in that society. So the model are open source. You can download them via GitHub. Thank you, colleagues. Are there any more questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Let's thank the speaker.
Меня слышно и, кажется, видно. Да, и сейчас у нас небольшой, соответственно, change. Мы сейчас меняем, собственно, порядок.
Minor change will change the sequence of keynote speakers because one of our speakers need to leave. So while the colleagues are preparing the slides, I will not be in a hurry to invite our colleagues who is in a hurry. Alexander Aksu, academician.
Зам директора Института психологии, психологического института РАУ по науке с докладом о роли искусства в
Science, the role of art in the psychological self-regulation of school children or preschool children. Please welcome.
Дорогие коллеги, ну вот
thank you, dear colleagues, and on behalf of the Department of Psychology and the Institute of Psychology of the Russian Academy of Education and the Russian Psychological Society, I would like to congratulate the FISTECH with this wonderful initiative, and it is more than timely because it is certainly quite the different representatives of different sciences, and psychology is not an exception here because recently psychology has adopted a lot from exact sciences. If we talk about the methods, and one can see that modern psychological research, they are interdisciplinary in many ways. They are labor intensive, and they deviate from the algorithm which we're all used to see when a psychologist is talking to a patient, having a pen and a notepad in his or her hand. Now this is a thing of the past. Now we're talking about high-tech, state-of-the-art equipment which requires training and consultations with colleagues from various technical spheres, which we do. And my slides are about to show up. Yes, it's fine. It's running great. And I would like to share the results of the study. That's been started and aimed at what we've heard about a lot today. That's about forecasting, and the forecasting at the most challenging domain, specifically those specifics of development, of psychological development, which influence the psychological well-being in future. This social success, the academic successes, what we've heard about a lot, but what we don't know much about. Unfortunately, this project has become possible only thanks to the support of the regions, and in particular of the governors and regional ministries. And here I would like to express my thanks to the regions, because in every region is more than 200, 300 specialists who work with the children. And thanks to these longitudinal studies, where we're able to track the development of a child from birth to enrollment to the university, that help us to be confident to talk about factors which play a decisive role in the development of a human being in general.
У нас кликер работает, коллеги.
Is the slide switcher working, colleagues? Could you please give us the next slide? Yes. So the question, what has the most influence? Which factor is mostly influential? For a long time, we've heard about intellect. And now in a lot of studies, longitudinal the studies, they show that it's self-regulation. That's the ability to be able to control your behavior in a wider sense, control your emotions and thoughts, and that requires good memory, the ability to restrain your impulses and to be flexible in a situation. So
В общем-то, долгое время считалось, сейчас мы убедительно об этом говорим. То есть это, в общем, то, что нам очень важно развивать, начиная вот с самых ранних лет. Можно следующий слайд. Спасибо, да. То есть, естественно...
Next slide, please. Naturally, there are negative consequences if self-regulation does not develop as it should. And here we talk about failures in personal life, in social interactions, in career planning, etc. Next slide, please. And since today we're talking about technologies and the way these technologies impact on our life, I believe this aspect is important to talk about. That's the impact of screen time or digitization on child development. Starting since the age of 3 or 4 years, the children spend 3 or 4 hours staring at the screen. All parents know about that. They don't always know what exactly their child is watching, but that's a fact. Almost 24 hours a week. Children spend staring at the screen. That's a global trend. Next slide. And several myths which
Первый связан с тем, что...
empirical and not true. And the first one is that if a child is listening for a long time for certain information which is being broadcasted through a gadget, the myth is that it's not as bad and it might even be useful and that these children will develop a larger vocabulary. No, that's the opposite. The more time a child spends staring at the screen, the poorer their vocabulary is. So,
можно следующий слайд? Ну, еще один такой тоже, скажем, миф, который мы видим у родителей, к сожалению, он связан с тем,
that we see, and unfortunately, has to do with the fact that the gadgets, yes, they are capable to show fantastic images, and the modern entertainment industry creates colorful materials, and the fact that a child is playing games or watching a movie, well, some might say that it's useful for the imagination, but again, it's a myth. The opposite is true, because those ready-made images, yes, they might be bright, but they're stereotypic, and they do not help develop imagination in these children. And unfortunately, the drawings, they're not as good, as colorful as those painted by children who do not spend as much time staring at the screen. Next slide. Emotional development. One of the big problems which we're facing with, especially among school children, we do realize that the emotional development starts in the preschool age, when the child needs to differentiate between the types of emotions, how those emotions can be controlled and recognized. And again, the more time a child spends staring at the screen, the lower the level of emotional development, comparing to children who spend reasonable time looking at the screen, for example, an hour a day. Next slide. And of course, the key thing here is whether there is those who spend time with the child has an influence. So I mean, what we mean here is what is going on in the screen. And here adults can play a great role. But even if a child spends time with the friends and the peers, then the negative effect is less. And the best situation is when
проводником культуры тех ценностей, норм, к которым мы стремимся привить.
That's the best situation, because adults are like a conductor. Those values we're trying to teach our children. Next slide. Specific indicators of development of self-regulation depending on how much time a child spends looking at the screen.
Больше, чем
It practically says it all. the more time you spend staring at a screen, the worse the memory is. And what is our memory is what helps us study when we are at school. And if our memory is not good enough, then as a consequence, we have serious problems. And this is what teachers are talking about, what we hear, that we have more and more children with impaired speech, which is natural. The speech cannot be developed without good memory. Next slide, please.
Спасибо. И то же самое в отношении того, насколько мы можем...
And the same is true regarding how we control our momentary impulses. So again, the more time we spend staring at the screen, the more difficult it is for us to control our behavior. And this is most difficult to develop, and if it wasn't developed during preschool age, it's much more difficult to offset that during school age, and there's a big workload on school psychologists and the healthcare system in general. Next slide. And these are some temporal indicators after which true difficulties develop, so that there's difficulty for a person to stop watching at the screen and start doing something else. And of course, yes, these are the results parents tell us about. They say children, they respond very emotionally when they tell them to stop interacting with the gadget. But the problem is the more time the child spends with the gadget, the less time the child has for self-reflection.
Сложный в разрешении, я бы сказал, очень драматичный, да, происходит формирование зависимости, происходит
addiction develops, and it happens quite quickly and quite early. Next slide, please. So the question emerges: what to do, how to compensate that. The danger is not just a child staring at the screen. The danger is that the child, while staring at the screen, it steals time away from other important activities like playing games, talking to friends, or peers. And there's a large number of review works that show that if child goes to different sport clubs or social clubs, it doesn't guarantee the development of, or doesn't guarantee certain activities. Why? Because it's a group format, and the child is not always immersed into the activity. And our study has shown that art, work, music, this is one of the most efficient ways which is accessible to children, and it has a positive result on self-regulation. Next slide. And we see that.
Они очень четко
and the teachers who act as experts here, they can objectively assess the development of children from the point of view of how successful they are in the sphere of music. And this is where they do see the development of self-regulation, which is a must for being successful in music. So as a counterbalance to using active individual gadgets and this screen time, here art acts this as a factor, an important activity, which truly give us hope that children will be developing in a more harmful.
Коллеги, есть вопросы в зале? Да, можно только, если позволите, я тоже задам вопросы. На самом деле, меня всегда вот, когда выводы какие-то такие делаются, особенно по...
When these conclusions are drawn about social images, the question I have is what sampling lies behind that? You've shown the number.
Влияние возрастные группы.
What's interesting is the influence from age groups, social groups, I mean, demographic groups, on the result. That's the first thing. And the second part of the question, has the reasons been analyzed when a child is engaged in the sports or music, and maybe when a child perceives something as an interactive source, that's one thing. So when he perceives this in an interactive way, something stays in the his memory, then he can apply it. But when there is an interaction and the child can ask a question and receive the answer, maybe this feedback, this interaction impacts on how any other information or any skills, those layers of skills that the child develops, help a child's development. I'll start with the first question, and the answer is the sampling. Our sampling includes tens of thousands of children, and we track children from across Russia. Yes, we have taken here summary samplings.
Соответствующие публикации. Что касается второго вопроса, то, если говорить там интерактив и так далее.
As far as the second question goes, talking about interaction, etc., if it's sports, then here
именно видов спорта, на те навыки, на те виды спорта, где развитие навыков предполагает взаимодействие активное и реакцию на окружающие происходящие изменения, да, и те
to the surrounding changes, and there are more close type sports like individual sports, and they help development of self-regulation at a lesser degree. And since we talk about the development of self-regulation is happening within the socium for the socium, then of course higher mental functions require interaction with people. And the problem of digital invasion into the world of child is not about the fact that the child is doing something we don't understand, but that there is no interaction. If we're talking about preschool children, for example, there are no software products which help interaction with the children. That's the problem. Even if they're available, the teacher needs to decide whether children should be working with digital interaction or just to let them, give them time to talk to each other, because there's been pandemic and self-isolation, etc. Yes, more questions? I have 3 questions. And so self-regulation, it is about the experiment where the marshmallow experiment. So a child was given 2 marshmallows, and what's always he eats one and waits for some time, and is the second one, and then he'll get a prize. And those children who passed the test, they were more successful. So it's this marshmallow. You have the parameters to measure this, how successful a person is. Let's start with marshmallow. Marshmallow is one of the component of self-regulation and the ability to control your momentary impulses. That's important, of course, but that's not the entire thing. And the question that should be asked here, if we want to this experiment alone is enough. We need more considerable sampling with different socioeconomic status, etc. And that's why such large-scale studies are being organized like the one we're doing. That's the first thing. The second thing, how does that differ from digital devices? Well, probably there are a lot of differences because still 20 years ago, there was no such active implementation of devices into the life of children. And what we need to understand now is what has changed, whether the laws of the psychological development has changed, and maybe it is taking place not the way we think about it. And maybe it's because it's worse. But the answer is sometimes at certain places it is becoming worse, and we don't have too much time left to correct that. And maybe that educational establishment is one of a few places where digitization is highly dosed. And what was the third question? How long are your studies, and do they measure the successfulness of a person? Yes, that was research. It takes a long time because it starts from early age until the enrollment to the university. It's been continuing for 10 years, so it's not completed, but in longitudinal studies, big studies, which we started long ago, and where we were able to track the development
те результаты,
with people
которые
for 40 years, we obtained the results
науки,
which formed basis
понимание того, как должно происходить, там, например, взаимодействие между детьми и родителями для их успешного развития и многое другое. То есть, в общем, в планах это, безусловно, есть. А что касается тех показателей, которым мы оперируем
which we used to
успешность
talk about successfulness,
учения, это
then by all means, this is about being successful in studies, in interaction,
основных жизненных
and it's about building those life trajectories and, of course, psychological well-being,
становится не такой
without which life probably lose colors. Thank you. And an important thing I'd like to mention here is education is not always directly related to how successful a person is going to be in making a career. And before student age, it's probably not quite valid to have that study. Well, once again, if we understand a learning activity as something that's happening in complete isolation for a school child who just started school, that's totally different, because this is where children are adult-oriented, and that's correlated with the psychological well-being. In the high school, it's totally different. There is a reduction in motivation to study, and that has a direct relation with self-regulation. Very well, colleagues, thank you very much. And we're catching up with the time. Let's thank Alexander, our keynote speaker, Alexander Nikolaevich. Thank you very much. Here is your flashcard. And now we invite our next keynote speaker, who was so kind to give his time slot to the previous speaker, Maria Буруганова, our good friend.
Завкафедры монументальной декоративной скульптуры имени Строганова с докладом «Музей как отражение новых технологий в искусстве». Приветствуем нас.
So she's Doctor of Science and Art History Professor, Head of Monumental Sculpture Department. She'll be talking about museum as a mirror of art, new technologies. I hope you can hear me. When I was contemplating about the topic to present at this conference, I wanted to find something in common, something that could bring together the two sides in the title of the conference. I wanted to find an institution here, and I think I have found it. It's a museum. We have all been to a museum several times or once. Museums are everywhere. At schools and in universities, the tiniest city has a museum about the history, and not to mention big cities. And the community points out something which is important for history and culture. It accumulates that and places it into a dedicated space, musifies it. And we know that societies, when times tough and dramatic, the society starts protecting its culture, its cultural space.
Пройдитесь по русской провинции, зайдите в любой музей малого города.
A museum in a small city in the Russian province, if you ask them what year was it opened, the answer will be 1918, 1919, 1920. And what is included in the collection of your museum? These are treasures from the mansions and the temples that been destroyed. If we look into the history textbook from school, well, we had the three strong men from the Tretyakov Gallery, So again, pictures from museums. We were taught how to treat this institution, and it was the joy of meeting them, looking at the picture in the museum. We knew what it was, and now things change. And as previous keynote speaker said, it's changing. And even such a stable and seemingly eternal thing as museum, we have witnessed events of immense magnitude happening in the museum domain. Today, museum is when you meet an event, not just a work of art. It doesn't mean that you will also encounter something interesting or amusing, but what you encounter is something that comes to replace the dialogue between a human being and a work of art. It's a new economic situation. Now museums, they must be independent economically. I will not be going to that area. Medicine, culture, and army, they must be funded by the state. However, in certain cases, a museum as such has a good...
Один музей, мы даже знаем, когда это началось. В 1997 году был открыт музей.
In 1997, a museum was opened in Bilbao. Here it is.
Я видела это. Архитектор Фрэнк Гэри.
Frank Gehry is the architect. So this wonderful museum was built. And imagine you live in the country of Basque, that the shaft is empty, the seaport is closed, there's no work, there's nothing to do, and everything is so bad. And a concept emerges. We need to change this situation economically, culturally, socially. And the decision was made to build a museum in Bilbao for these people, build a museum. And they built a museum, and have a look at it. You can't build it of bricks. New technologies came to help. Those digital technologies used for the first time for the museum building to make it intellectual, to make it unique. So how it impacted on the content of the museum? There is practically no content. Inside, there's 241 units of storage, not million like in Louvre, not 100,000, not unjustifiably a lot, but just 241, and all the rest, these are interactive and activities, events. So the entity, the essence of the museum has been shattered. What was it of any use? 1.5 million of visitors buy tickets, stop in the hotel, eat in the city in a very short span of time, transformed from being a city of miners and port workers. It changed its status, it improved its economic status immensely. Yes, these museums are few, but it gave an impulse and it explained a lot, new technologies and new content. So what I suggest, I invite everyone to go to the museum. This museum opened several months ago. That's a museum in Dubai. And if you saw it live, great. If not, I'm going to show it to you. It was built during a number of years, and even its form attracts attention. It becomes obvious that using digital technologies make it possible to construct a building like that. Look at two buildings around it. Next, let's skip this one. We see that the architecture that existed before, those vertical buildings equal in size, equal in proportion. This era ended. Goodbye the high-rise buildings, because it is no longer interesting. It is economically not that profitable, because there are different types of buildings which are of more interest for the consumer. So it's something else. This word, something else, different.
Технологий. Уже нельзя сложить что-то из кирпича просто так, формально просто. Нужно что-то новое.
A structure using bricks. You need something new, something else. That's called the Museum of the Future. And it is composed of three components: a green hall, the entrance part, and this is the about earth, about nature and ecology, and the foundation. And those who visited this country, they know that every grass, every tree has a water hose attached to it. And I don't even know what's more expensive, the whole or the entire building. Then the building is the reflection of humanity intellect. And these Arabic letters, and these are phrases of the Emir, who is about the concept of the future and the intellect, and this opening in the middle, the emptiness, it signifies future, the uncertainty. And this artistic image is absolutely genius solution, intellectual solution, and it wouldn't be possible were it not for digital technologies. Well, this green hall, the oasis, you see it well here. Now we're inside. These Arabic, these are windows. Look at the height of the ceiling, it's colossal. And look at how unique the interior is, this digital architecture.
Архитектор Шон Килла и
Shon Killa, the architect, and Matar Ben Lachech, they are the authors of this Arabic script in the form of windows, of these windows in the form of Arabic script. How was it done? It's a 3D printing. This building was printed. It is true that we can use any Xerox machine and create a 3D copy with good technologies, with good 3D technology, it is possible to print the entire building, like in this case. This building is composed of 1,000 panels, each being unique. It looks crazily expensive. Now we can go to a Cheremушki when there's panel construction. And it might seem a good idea just to blindly print standard buildings for the common good. Yes, those buildings are not going to be unique, but in this case, it is an absolute breakthrough in construction.
Там будет просто несколько, просто чтобы вы увидели, какие прекрасные.
Just for you to be able to see the wonderful interior that were created, and calculating that could only be possible using computer technologies. Elevators. The building it's a 7-story building, and there's a capsule-like elevators. That's a museum of the future, and for some reason, it has this space theme there, and I was asking, what's around?
Что то место, где находится этот музей, эти люди могут позволить себе купить любые произведения искусства. Это мог быть музей шедевров, мировых шедевров. И мне все отвечали, знаете, вы сами все увидите, чтобы вы...
And I say, God, you will see it for yourself. Just not to spoil the first impression, we're not going to tell you what you're going to see inside. So in these elevators, and yes, you need to buy a ticket and you get this chip, electronic chip. This is the elevator, and it physically imitates a rocket,
космический голос, который сообщает.
like if you are inside of a spaceship that flies into space. One should already, it should probably give a clear idea that you're not going to see the works of art, but still keep those expectations. So you get a photograph and there is a spacesuit, and then your photo is inserted into the spacesuit and you continue your space journey dressed like that. Dubai has started a Martian program, so the entire floor is about this practice, and I believe we've seen it somewhere. We've been in the Moscow Planetarium, and this is something similar. This is interesting. You can touch. It's highly interactive. You can change the atmosphere. You can control how the clouds move. You can start rain, whatever you please.
Целые залы
The entire rooms looking like this. These flasks, they contain all types of...
И мы с вами, пожалуйста, дальше. И иные животные.
And other animals. So it contains the gene fund, as they call it, of all living species in different colors, and you just walk by room by room.
Внутри этого
A
музея
lot of amplified reality, things flying around you, virtual. Something flies around you, things moving, the floors moving. That's the night view. Is that the last slide? Very well. And the museum, and what's going to happen to Louvre or the Pushkin apartment museum? What is going to happen with our cultural space and museum space when today our child can walk into a museum that has changed its content, a museum that has changed its concept? This is a serious question. The question of loss of an artistic masterpiece. We suddenly realize that this is has become an entertainment, a playground, but where is the masterpiece? And feeling stunned, I walked outside and I realized that there was a masterpiece inside. The building is a masterpiece. This unique, genius building with this opening, this emptiness in the middle.
Шедевром, который экспонирует этот музей. То есть все-таки музейное сообщество, которое сейчас находится в некотором смятении, потому что музей теряет свой статус. Музей в какой-то опасности превращения.
Traditional statues and is being transformed into an economic tool, but still there is hope that the masterpiece will keep its place, lives on. So I've tried to be brief. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria Alexandrovna. Thank you. Colleagues, other questions? Yes, please. Maria Alexandrovna, a question. And what is museum then? What is museum? Because it is true that when we go to a museum or when we are participating in some other
Должен
event,
человек
being at the concert or working at the exhibition. After walking to museum, what should a person carry away, take away
Ну, смотрите,
after
посетить
visiting museum?
вот такой вот
And
современный
this is not a question for me. What is museum? When you go to this contemporary museum, which is a realm of contemporary technologies and new ways of presenting the exhibits, it might result in, or it might motivate you not to create images, but it
ну и соответствующим образом
promotes technologies that were used to create those images, and it may motivate you to try to use those technologies or create something even more refined using those technologies. So what is museum, how it was, and what is museum, how it will be? Well, first, what has been lost is the loss of feelings. Because if we talk about traditional works of art, music, theater, it appeals
Вот, воспитывать чувства, подавать пример – это серьезный момент. А музей как бы был и
and
остается
cherish the feelings. That's important. Museum
сохранение
has and will be the institution which preserves our cultural code, which preserves our cultural space by means of the masterpieces that are in the museum. Another thing is, and
Они вообще сейчас очень
maybe it's a question of terminology, and
выразительному
they
искусству.
are very important
Целый
because
ряд
if we talk about fine arts, then it includes a number of practices which are hard to imagine. And the same
Назвать всё, что
is true about museum. Maybe the notion of museum will expand. Now we can it's just the Dubai got lucky that they have this masterpiece, the building, because were it not for the building, it would hardly be
высоких технологиях. Он очень
possible
дорого.
to call this a museum. But the building as such is a real masterpiece. It is the sophisticated technologies we use, and there is a joy of movement there, but there is no joy of feelings in there. Yes, colleagues, good day. Speaking about museums,
Замечательных музеев.
the first time I was in such wonderful museums, it was in Kuya, Japan, Kuragao Kisho. Is the architect an interesting museum? It was, of course, a unique experience to see that modern building, contemporary building. Now it's 30 years old and it doesn't look as new, but when I was there, so I am an architect, and it was interesting how the space inside is arranged. When I walked from top to bottom, I suddenly realized that it's not
Площадка. Экспонатов-то нет.
Ну да, вот это.
Вот, но там это все было проще, хотя архитектура была, я бы даже
it
сказала,
wasn't that sophisticated, but maybe the architecture was more even sophisticated, but there are no exhibits. There were wonderful stairs, wonderful spaces, but I kept asking myself, where is the museum? And that's important because truly, when we're talking about going to a serious classic museum, it's great work. It requires a lot of effort. It's not that easy to walk into a museum and comprehend everything you see. And a museum, it is an interactive, in a way, a playground, an interactive ground. And this is what it has turned into, right? And it's a serious issue. Yes, it is serious. And completing classic museum with new forms, new technologies. Well, you can walk into the Darwin's museum. When you walk in, there's a tiger walking towards you. It walks by. It's an amplified reality. Well, in Japan, there are a lot of things like that. When you walk into a dinosaur museum and they breathe and they stomp and they emit some strange sound.
Как лифты в этом дубайском музее.
It's just the same as the lifts.
Вы не
In
дышите.
the Dubai Museum is they lift you up,
Вашу
and then you don't breathe, and you know where there are these ships and etc. So maybe it enriches certain experiences, but sometimes you have to have masterpieces too, and that is something else. That is different. Is different. You know, the masterpiece is something. To understand the masterpiece, you have to have a certain level of preparation. You have to be prepared. But to come to the museum like this, everybody's interested and everybody's happy, then everybody leaves. No, that's totally different. There are different level of
Спасибо большое. Есть ли еще вопросы?
Any more questions? Any more questions? Yes, there are more questions. Yeah, I can't see from here. Yeah, right. Good, I can see. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the keynote. And as a person is in love with art and classical art and visual art, and so there's this tendency. There is too much PR, too much advertising of classic museum and galleries. The number of visitors has grown 100-fold, and then the majority of these people, they come not because that they want to see a picture or a drawing or exposition. They just come there and then they take a selfie there and then they Instagram it. So I've been there. I'm such a wonderful person. I got involved with that, and there's a lot of visitors is good on the one hand, but the classical art and classical visual art, it's been turning into farce because the people come for an event, and that looks like fiction more and more. And so there's this question here: don't you have this perception there that the classical museum make it possible? This tendency they don't turn the classical art into a farce. Well, advertising for museums, it cannot be excessive. Yeah, good. It's quite a lot of visitors. That is also good. It's always good. And maybe sometimes they just, as bystanders, they quickly look at something, but maybe it will become an impetus for them to come again. It doesn't matter what was the stimulus for their visit in this particular. Maybe it was a photo for TikTok or whatever, but they came and they saw. And maybe I'm quite convinced there then they will come again, and they will come for different reasons. And so even this reason, even this.
Если вопросы? Если вопросов больше нет, тогда поприветствуем нашего чудесного докладчика. Большое спасибо. Спасибо большое.
Let's thank our keynote
Небольшой анонс.
speaker, and then so there is an announcement now. Our foreign colleague Ferreira, Dr. Ferreira, who is going to talk. He came today with problems because this in Brazil there is this. It will be difficult. There will be a media section. Media.
Сейчас у нас должен пойти Игорь Игоревич. Был он где-то здесь? Нет? Я не видел. Ладно, хорошо, давайте, если Игорь Игоревич Федюкина пока он вышел, давайте тогда попробуем. Я понял, да, я пропустил один момент, секундочку. Да, значит, Марина Ростиславовна Желтухина, медиасознание.
Миша, забирай. Меня выкинул.
Let's welcome our keynote speaker. Please. Good day, dear colleagues. I would like to congratulate you on this wonderful, and I would even say
и наполнению мероприятия. И хотелось бы также пожелать успешной работы в реализации.
Wish you successful work, and I wish that all your ideas will see implementation. And I believe that there are after today's conference, we will see new contacts, new ideas, and I would also like to thank the organizers for the idea and you have seen the wonderful program of the conference, and I would like to thank all the online participants who show interest in the problems discussed here, and I also thank the organizers for the opportunity to present my keynote, which is also interdisciplinary. A short comment before I start. Since my studies at school, we all studied physics at school, and I had a great teacher of physics, Naum Mikhailovich Fisher, and thanks to him, I fell in love with physics. And
it so happened that exactly 30 years ago, I picked another way. I chose another way, becoming not a physicist, but a lyricist, a poet. I went to foreign languages, and I didn't go to physics and mathematics as a result of competitions. And Naum Fisher is my favorite tutor. He was so upset because maybe I should have gone that way, and maybe everything will be ahead of us, you know. And so.
Да, я изучала историю МФТИ. Я хотела бы, конечно, поздравить
MIPT, and I wanted to congratulate the scientists, the academics, the students with the anniversary events that are happening still, and what it was quite a symbolic moment that I found that that the MIPT birthday is the same as my birthday. That was a sign for me. So today I am here. The dear organizers invited me, and so I'm here. I can share the information with you on the results of the studies. That was a grant given us as a media discourse of citizenship in the linguistic and cultural digitization era. So the problem here is interdisciplinary one, of course, and I want to point out the fact that the media cognizance today, this is the number of linguistic and cultural markers which make it possible the effective impact of media discourse on consciousness of language natives, representatives of various linguistic cultures. Can you give me the next slide, please? Thank you. So the political and all the other business and legal communications, and this is digital character now, digital nature. There's information here which helps the changes in media consciousness of a person. Language is a product of mental activity and means of communication of a person, reflects his physiological and psychological specificity on various sides of his vital activity, habitat and perception of being. Digital era places a citizen in a new digital conditions of media communication, which is
что передается в языке для обозначения реалий, для передачи ощущений и так далее. Функции медиаязыка.
And the function of the language here is what's very interesting here is reflecting and building a model of the world, thinking, reasoning, fantasizing, retelling or representing the perception of the world, and transferring the model of the world and experience through the conversation, discussion, letter, presentation, lecture, reciting the poems, etc., and singing. So everybody understands really well that consciousness has the definition, and the classic definition is the definition by Sergei Rubinstein. Consciousness is a psychic activity which is a reflection of the world and oneself. The unit of conscious action is the integral act in reflection of the object and the subject, which unifies the contraposed components of the knowledge and the relationships. So knowing it's so this is the picture of the world in which you are included. Its action and the function of the media consciousness is that the subject can act on the basis of subjective media image. And talking about the psychological structure of consciousness, then we can talk about three components. So next slide, please. And that is the meaning of the meaning that is through the media. Media components, and so the last perceptive components gives the reality of conscious cognitive picture of a media picture of the world, and the following.
В том числе Алексей Николаевич Леонтьев, и Юрий Николаевич Клараулов, и Юрий Александрович Сорокин, и Евгений Федорович Тарасов.
And Tarasov and Natalia Ufimtseva and others. This is the sector of psycholinguistics of the Language Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and they can talk about the interaction of various spheres of knowledge. And let us talk that media discourse shows, reflects the media consciousness here, reflects that. So the highest forms are the next ones. So the functioning, this ability to think, reason, creativity, reflection, ability to understand hidden properties of the world, the ability to develop abstract, generalized ideas, the ability to form moral concepts, the ability to be responsible for the action, and the ability to carry out large-scale actions involving significant natural and human resources. As you can see, this is all quite a characteristic of various types of researchers. It could be precise sciences, it could be humanities. So the criteria of differentiation for different media conscious in digital age. So next slide, you can give me. You can. Is the delineation of different types. So the degree of being formed, developed or undeveloped. The stage of the state, so is it healthy, intermediate, or painful, or morbid, rather? And it is the morbid condition that we're observing, and the intermediate, of course. And healthy is not very often can be seen, so there's this, the type of intellectual, the skill, this type of intellectual activity provided
Художественное и так далее. По базовому принципу сознания можно различать глобальное, демократическое, консервативное, прогрессивное, реакционное и так далее. По предмету мыслительной деятельности.
This activity of scope of application of consciousness is political, economic, scientific, religious, environmental, everyday class, aesthetic, etc. Belonging to the subject is gender, age, social, it could be personal, group, public, etc. And if we talk about the key functions of media consciousness in the digital age, then we can dwell on the following function is cognitive. So the cognitive function that reflects the need of a human and society and a reflection of the individual, group, and societal interests. Ideological function, which characterizes the human need in the protection of interest of a person, group, and society as a whole. Prognostic, which explicitly gives the hypothetic, reflects the hypothetic ability of hypothetically evaluate. So the interaction of subjects between each other and some institution, and this function is probably the key function, because that is the function that provides the mutual understanding and transmission of what we want to share with each other. Linguistic, which is a mechanism of generation and perception and storage of language information, bringing an educational, so the activity of people, which is desirable for the society or a group, which would match certain ideals of the group or nation or the nation state. So we're going to be talking about various spheres of media, and that is subjective. It could be.
И, конечно же, языковая оценка в средствах массовой информации в разных сферах человеческой деятельности для нас представляет особую
has a particular importance. And in this connection, I wanted to point out the key cultural values here, each one way or another, that goes to the judgment by people. So individual and group values, moral and utilitarian, particular and abstract, ethnic and humanity as a whole, which we're talking about, particular, historic and universal. And here I wanted to point out that various types of public opinion, which we and the instruments of assessment, the opinion of political sciences, psychologists and culturologists, and German Dilgensky on interconnection of the three components are very important, the cognitive, the affective aspect, and the social and political values here. We enter we come to the line, we join the vector in the media in the modern society, which is in a ratio emotion, so what is actualized is the binary value settings here: good, bad, positive, negative. So naive language native will assess any event in any activity, whether I like, I don't like, and then everything else after that. So please, the next slide. And there's the results here. The key groups of the value groups of the social. So that's the largest one. Next slide, please. So social group and interethnic relations.
Далее, вторую группу
then the second group is the relationship of personality and society and socio-economic political relations.
Пожалуйста, следующий слайд. Отмечено, что выявленные группы ценностей.
And what was pointed out that these groups of values are manifested with different degrees of intensity in the following genres of media discourse in different lingua cultures: information message, critical analytics, public speech, dialogue, feedback, document, etc., etc. And media text that they confirm the reflection in the psyche of a person. Media text confirm the reflection in the psyche as a media addressee. So the cognitive component, value component, and affective component. Cognitive component, this is the reality of the world, of external objects and situations. Value component, that's transferring a person's attitude to a real situation based on the idea of what should happen and what is desired. And affective component, a demonstration of the true significance of attitudes and psychological structure of the person. Next slide, please. So we're talking about major media genres of discourse. Then we, in the recent times, what is most frequently actualized here? This is what is listed on the slide. The aspects. This is emotivity, expressivity, fatigue, informational content, and suggestivity, which are interconnected in different aspects, but more often than not. So there's the political affairs and meetings, ritual communications, meeting, speeches in parliament, and legislative activity. The most frequently analyzed in the materials, the media discourse of a citizen in a gnoseological aspect. We wanted to point out to these next slide, please. Media curve and axiological aspects. So here, there's according to criterion method of handling information flows. I think it's very important because everything has axiological argumentation and
Акцентуация и экспансия, тотальная экспансия, медиа-экспансия, в том числе и в сети интернет.
In the internet included. Next slide, please. axiological activity of the citizen media discourse. So this happens like this. Working with media products, it is media text. The value component is concealed by subject with a certain set of values which is influenced by the mass media as an object whose values can be corrected. And the goal is solving the management tasks related to changing the value component of the social reality. And then what's implemented here is these conflicting tendencies, for example, conflicting trends and media selection. It could be free and diverse. It is, and always saturates the media space. And the criteria of good, bad, like, don't like, then you can see the axiological media map of a human being, of a citizen. And then next slide, please. Trends in modern media mapping, then that what we have is the complication and the variety of acts of constructing reality, introduction of worlds other than the surrounding reality into everyday life, including media world, increasing role on the place of secondary nomination means intention of communicants to reflect and aims, they create new structures of opinion and assessment of the surrounding reality, complication of the image of the world, structures of knowledge and assessment of the world recorded by individual neologisms, and complication of formation and media broadcasts of images. And in summary, I just want to point out that the linguocultural markers mentioned in a media consciousness of a citizen. Next slide, please. Linguocultural markers. This is media consciousness.
Лингвокультурные маркеры медиадискурса гражданина в вербальных, невербальных и паравербальных проявлениях.
Verbal. So rational cognitive, sensual and strong-willed. So media consciousness of any country's verbal and non-verbal reflections of ideal, universal and culturally determined media images in his and her media discourse is actualized at different stages of studying and development of a human being, education and development of human being. And I want to point out external massive information media effect on the consciousness of a native speaker as a representative of a lingual culture, citizen of the country in the digital era, is mediated by the cultural public experience of the subject of media knowledge and the specific properties of the human psyche, determines the stereotyping of media images, causes certain transformations of the human psyche. The following interdisciplinary tasks are comprehensively resolved. The formation of the foundation of linguistic and cultural characteristics of a modern information or contemporary information societies, discourse obtaining new scientific data on lingual, cultural, cognitive, discursive processes in the modern media space within the framework of media influence on political, business, and legal communication in the concept of digitization. Creation of associative basis of identified lingual cultural markers of contemporary Russian, American, and British media consciousness, and these materials on which the study was carried out. As for the future, we can point out the following: the systematic understanding of value foundation, semiotic of the citizen discourse of language, person in the mass media, study of mechanism of creation, storage and application of axiological information to influence the media address through the media of certain purposes of the interested groups, the identification of linguocultural specifics of the influence of media discourse on consciousness and subconscious of a citizen of speaker in the political, business, and legal spheres, the preparation for the use of the arsenal of the most frequent and effective means and techniques of media influence, information warfare, and protection against information terrorism in conditions of digitization, including the use of artificial intelligence. And the fifth is the development of recommendations for the implementation of the language, information, educational, and legislative policies in the state. And in summary, just a couple of words. I just wanted to say that you and me are on the path, on a journey of a new stage of our life. And I want to say it's a new life because today the development of science, any science without the interaction of any of other spheres, this integrated approach, interdisciplinary approach is the only way to get the precise verified results in any studies, in any research, in any sphere at all. So this subject has been raised today, is discussed today. Everybody was talking about this at this conference, and it actually shows us that this is ripe. This is very important now. The time is right for this, and the people from different spheres now, these efforts have to be coordinated, and I think it will work. And we are born to make the fairy tale a reality. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Questions? No questions? Thank you. Yes, there is a question. Yeah. Can you tell us, please, in a situation, media violence and information war, what is happening? What has a larger impact? Verbal, paraverbal, or...
Средства воздействия. И для нашей аудитории поясните, пожалуйста, потому что не все знают. Спасибо.
So please explain to us. Well, I wanted to point out that beyond any doubt, that is everybody knows that non-verbal is attracts and has the highest impact on any person, any person, because not everybody can read, and not everybody likes reading, and not everybody wants to read, and there is no time to read. But the picture, to have a look at the picture, is always attractive, always a good time. And if the picture has a sound, then that would be totally wonderful. And then if you have some other effects, then everything enhances the experience. So the media, the internet, that has this ability to have this integrated impact, and this integrated impact gets the maximum effect. And so we were looking at the picture that you can see on the banner here, and we were looking, and what we notice is that there are no words, there are digits. There's anything, there is a brain, but there are no letters that make words, and there are no letters, there are no words. So I think that is the designer, the artist, they lost a lot, but I think it is not by accident. I think that was done on purpose, because today communications are the value of word is very low. It is not viewed. Everything goes to the Russian language or any other language. Only ask how to. They ask us whether the stress is correct, whether the emphasis is correct. They ask us, the Russian specialists, but they don't ask us about the depth of the meaning. And here I wanted to point out a very important aspect with specialists from different areas. This is the
которая, по идее, должна быть однозначна. Но терминология на сегодняшний день, к сожалению, в зависимости от разных сфер деятельности, приобретает многозначность, а, соответственно, получается и многозначность восприятия.
Notion of perception of information, of course, it's different. Everybody interprets the way they want. So we have to, first of all, agree upon our vocabulary, first and foremost. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Let's give her a round of applause.
С уточнением расписания завершающие.
And the final keynote in this plenary session is Igor Fedyukin, PhD in History, Director of the Center of Modern Russian History, leading expert at the head of the Human Capital Multidisciplinary Research Center, Associate Professor at the Faculty of Humanities, head of the Research Group at the Disciplinary Research Center, MIT University, and he will be talking about the separation between higher education and research in the USSR, myths and reality. Please welcome. And please show the cover of the book on the screen, please. Dear colleagues, and while the slides being prepared, my congratulations to the organizers of this wonderful event, and I thank those speakers who present the keynotes before me. And after such wonderful keynotes, it's difficult to say something new. My presentation, well, today we've heard a lot about cooperation. That is good for historians and scholars, it's a good idea to start working together with physicists and FISTech, and I'll try to say several words about such about research capacity at universities. And on the one hand, it's
Подарок съезду, специально подгадали, старались, готовились, которую мы довольно долго готовились.
And we've been preparing this publication together with the colleagues from Oxford and Bremen. And a lot of ideas presented here. They set the framework for the project, which we are beginning to implement on the basis of FISTech. And in that sense, the work which this Congress should also promote, this work is being done. So what we have tried to achieve in this book is to look at what's been happening with the research in the higher education establishment, what's been happening with the research capacity. In a post-Soviet period, we've presented a number of cases. And what struck me as historian, and what shocked me most, when we started accumulating the material and when we talked with the colleagues from former Soviet republics, the authors of those cases and great specialists, well, mostly younger ones now, we found out that they practically unanimously and without a doubt, they say, well, in the Soviet Union, but research and higher education were separated. Although it is strange to say it in the walls of MIPT, but still MIPT is probably more of an exception. But today, in Kazakhstan, Armenia, Moldavian, Ukrainian, Russian government, and we do realize that for the recent decade, it's been a trend that the government
может быть, возникло желание посмотреть на вот это предполагаемое, якобы, да.
And what we've tried to look at is the alleged separation between higher education and research, which was established in the form of a formula in the literature, in the international literature, in the history of science and history of higher education. And that is being repeated from one book to another, from one article to another, without questioning it. It is taken for granted, this thesis that there is separation between higher education and research, and it's clear where it originates from. It's clear that the Soviet model, and maybe in this respect, my talk today is also relevant because during the recent months, half a year, the conversation about the search for the model of a higher education, of the Soviet model, whether it's a Soviet model, that we need a model, this conversation has stepped up. And well, the Soviet model, it's hard to argue with that. It included the separation. There is the Russian Academy of Science that produces research and study, and there are higher education establishments that teaches students. At that level, it is true, no doubt. There was and there is the Academy of Sciences that specializes in research. Speaking about higher education institutions, it's more difficult. Because if we look at the history of how higher education establishments developed during the 70 years, and in the Soviet Union, then there is no single document or program that would say that there should not be science or research in higher education establishments. There is no single document that would state that. Moreover, starting with the 30s, it's been repeated from document to document that research in higher education system, that's a mandatory part of the education process, because without that, proper training and proper education is not possible. The only doubt is the threshold between 20s and 30s, that experiment with the applied nature and the focus on the applied studies. But even in the 1930s, they were denounced by the Central Committee of the party. And so especially pre-war, it was obvious. Now, if we look at this picture attentively, then what we're going to notice is that how much the fact that we, well, maybe for the previous 10, 20 years, what we have tried to create, to implement and present it as something radically new, presenting them as an input of a model. So how we see that these politics, these models, they are not new. They have their immediate predecessors in the form of policies that existed in the Soviet Union, in the form of higher education and science.
Например, ну там, наверное, важный момент, важный этап в этом отношении, да, это, конечно, 70-е годы.
These are the 70s.
Всех 50-х и 60-х и 70-х годов.
And throughout the 50s and 60s and 70s,
постановления и
time and time again, they've been making orders of the Ministry of Education and Central Committee to institutionalize and to develop research within the higher education. And they were quite epic in their content, those decrees, because what they started with was highlighting the drawbacks and of the system. And on the other hand, they would describe measures to support and develop the research within higher education. And there was no doubt stated there that, and of course, the idea that there shouldn't be any research in higher education wasn't even raised. And again, if we look in the 70s, and there was another decree dated 6th of April, 1978, if I remember it correctly. It mentions a special category of higher education institutions which conduct research which is particularly important for the national economy, and the decree included 50 higher education establishments, 47 on the territory of Russian Federation, and 11 territory of Ukraine, other spread across the territory of other republics. And those institutions, they had
должность специального проректора по науке. И вводится целый ряд других мер, которые...
And a number of other measures to organize the process of research and to support development of research. And I think it will not be a surprise for us that in that sense, these higher education establishments, they are the successors of the leading research institutions, and won't be surprised to see that out of 47 education establishments in that list, which were on the territory of the Russian Federation, more than a half, they are now a backbone of those higher education institutions which were a part of the academic leadership program for the past 10, 15 years. This is a natural succession. It won't be a secret for anyone to say that it is in the Soviet Union that there's been an active development in the 70s of those approach which we call bibliometrics today. Monographs were published, which were theoretical and practical in nature, regarding how those calculations should be performed, how the productivity of the higher education institutions should be assessed. And those work, they are still relevant today. And in that respect, it is rather curious, and maybe there is an irony here, that the approach used, the methods of approach which were actively developed in the Soviet Union, today we see them as something imported from elsewhere. Another important topic, and it runs like a red line across all regulatory documents in the post-Soviet period, late Soviet period, and they are also included the reports about the activity during the Soviet period. And here I'm talking about the topic of balance between applied and fundamental science. Because on the one hand, what we see in the 70s, we saw active involvement of higher education institutions into applied research for the national economy, obtaining financing from the commercial enterprises, so that the research would correspond to the interest of the enterprises. And this volume of that research was growing in the end of in the late Soviet period. And that resonates well with certain priorities which we saw during the last decades, recent decades. On the other hand, that created an overbalance, and the Soviet experts talk about that, and the community representatives, and it's probably symbolic that the last degree of the Central Committee of the Communist Party
оно как раз 87-го года, если мне не изменяет память, оно как раз посвящено тому, что...
And it is, it said, dear colleagues, well, it's great that we have a lot of applied research and a lot of contacts between education, higher education institutions and enterprises, but they leave not enough space for fundamental sciences, so which is not very good for the quality of study process. So we need to allocate special financing to the higher educational establishments and budgets to expand the fundamental research, because that was viewed upon as a key element of preparation of the study process in the educational institutions. A key moment why we underestimate, or why it is difficult for us to estimate this research component of the work of the higher education institutions in the Soviet Union, it has to do with the structure of statistics. And this is another interesting case that could be discussed between those who specialize in humanities and those who use numeric methods and work with digits. Well, the numbers, that's good, but what's the origin of those numbers? Because by all means, here we look at the research landscape in the Soviet Union using the prism of statistics available to us. And the questions raised here, how that statistics was gathered. And it is clear what we see here, the money that is sent to the Academy of Sciences, it is marked as money for research, and the financing that goes in.
Да, как говорят сегодняшние финансисты, как не исследование, да, как деньги, ну, которые идут на высшее образование. И, соответственно, глядя на эту картинку, мы не видим, наверное, очень важного момента, а именно, что, ну, в принципе, это ведь теоретически говоря, да,
Theoretically speaking,
если по нормативным документам, то советский преподаватель
from the point of view of regulated documents,
половину
Soviet teacher in any Soviet higher education establishment, from those regulating documents, it followed that a teacher working in the university has to spend half of his or her working time doing research. And it's clear that that wasn't so, it was a fiction. On the other hand, we can say that many things, like our working time, how we split it, and there are a lot of jokes that if we sum up the time the teacher is supposed, not just us, but like American colleagues, for example, there is a lot of caricatures. If we combine, sum up the time a teacher is supposed to tutor is supposed to spend on science, administrative work, and the teaching, then it's going to be 46% of the working day. On the one hand, it's clear that it is fiction. On the other hand, the time and the way the working time was spent in the research institutes, we can look at that, into that, we can study that, and I guess it wasn't spent for research only. Why I'm saying this
изучение того, как на самом деле работала
is because studying the way science was operating in general and how research was structured in higher education establishments in particular.
Вот это вот хоздоговорное финансирование выделяли, да? Как на это смотрели не только
how that was viewed upon was the point of view of not just the staff of universities who were glad to receive the financing, but how it was viewed upon from the employees of industrial enterprises, for example, and how productivity, how to assess productivity of researchers, considering that they had very scarce data. And the importance of avoiding the let's call it the average temperature of a hospital when we have a generic image of academic institution, academic image of a research institute or higher education establishment, which doesn't tell us much because we have FISTech, MIPT, we have, for example, Tomsk University or Regional Pedagogical University, we have different sectoral universities. So the question here, which institution could be viewed upon as the Soviet model of a higher education establishment? I guess in some cases, it becomes beneficial for us to say that MIPT or FISTech is the Soviet model, and then we apply that to our other institutions to assess whether they are a result of the Soviet system or not.
Сильный вуз и пытаемся представить его как репрезентативный, да?
We say that it represents the Soviet
мы делаем
system. But in this regard, we do absolutely the same, talking about our colleagues who are competitors, because quite often we talk about the American model of the university. But again, what is the American model of the university? Well, no. American colleagues, they like to say that America is the country where there are the best and the weakest universities in the world. And of course, the difference between top universities, top research universities, and the third-tier university in the United States, it is as huge as the difference between физтех,
может быть, не самым
between MIPT and maybe
советским вузом.
another Russian or Soviet establishment,
Есть,
which is not that prominent.
наверное, о чем говорить.
So I guess there are things to talk about here. There are things to study, and we're grateful to Fistech for providing the
советского вуза,
platform to discuss that, and I guess one couldn't imagine a better place than MIPT for this discussion, and it is great that the publication of our book coincided with this wonderful Congress, and we have been able to present it like that for the first time to the public. Thank you very much. Thank you, Igor Igorovich. Are there any questions? Yes, please, there's a question. If you give the mic.
Добрый вечер, Игорь Григорьевич, мы знакомы. Первый вопрос связан с тем, что когда вы работали в Министерстве образования и науки Российской Федерации, в Министерстве реализовывалась программа 5.100. Ваше мнение об итогах реализации этой программы? И второй вопрос. Как сейчас реализуется программа науки, которая в то же время разрабатывалась в Министерстве образования и науки?
Which was at the same time developed in the Ministry of Education and Science. I'm afraid that's the question not related to the topic of the keynote. So I understand. Okay, I understand, and I'll connect it to the topic of the keynote. If we look at the way science and the research was implemented in the higher education establishments, well, we need something to compare it with. So we just start looking it back into history. When I was studying in MIPT, we didn't have research, and research was done outside of MIPT when I was a student. So maybe there's a connection. So how do you assess in your book the model that existed in MIPT, the model in a big educational establishment, and the regional model? Well, I'm afraid that in this case, our study is not that detailed, and because there is one chapter dedicated to Russia, and it's not detailed to talk about what this model looked like in MIPT or other establishments. An important message here.
Критический характер по отношению к нашим каким-то тому дискурсу, да, научно-технической политики, который
our discourse about the research and technical policy, the discourse dominated. So the point here is that, and yes, you've mentioned the program 5100, that there was a reason, a basis for those programs, because what I've heard more than once, yes, they talk about the separation between education research, and now we need to bridge that gap. Well, it's not quite so. Those used to be, well, not greenfield, but brownfield projects, the projects based on succession, to a larger extent, based on traditions. They were based on succession, both in positive and some negative sense. Speaking about the example you gave, it is probably another important and not sufficiently studied topic. We do realize that there was a practice when the staff of the Russian Academy of Science, they would be lecturers in the universities, and there were the baseline departments, but we do not know
статистики на
the
это.
scale of that practice. We don't have the full picture or statistics, and that is something that requires
изучение.
it needs to be studied.
И, ну вот, науки в физтехе не было, да, потому что она была на базовых.
And well, there was no research in MIPT because.
Да? Ну вот, да, она была на базовых кафедрах, которые базировались в институтах. Описать это так, наверное, можно сказать, исходя из этого.
Or in specialized departments. Well, I guess one might say that there was no research in MIPT, but but it's also possible to say otherwise.
Да, в этом смысле.
And I wouldn't draw a clear demarcation line here. I wouldn't draw that demarcation line the way you did it, and I would say that the model you've described, it was rather a form of existence of research in MIPT rather than a form of absence of research in MIPT. But the founding fathers of MIPT, they saw it like this. Well, I suggest we skip the discussion. But in the book, you describe only the post-Soviet territory. Yes, for now, yes. Very well, thank you. Are there any more questions? Yes, please. Good day. My question is to the speaker. Maybe it's my misperception, but if you could briefly sum up in a couple of sentences the essence of your keynote. The essence of my keynote is that the higher education and the research were not separated. The Soviet universities, higher education establishments, they had research in them. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Colleagues, since we've extended our time slightly, and I think that final sentence.
Я думаю, что если на физтехе есть такие сейчас возможности для развертывания того, о чем вы говорите, они есть, и они успешно реализуются, в том числе...
Mentioned, and there are such capabilities and they're being implemented successfully, in part thanks to cooperation with you and your colleagues, and I think this is better than great. So if there are any more questions, you can ask them after the session, and I would like to thank Igor Igorovich, dear colleagues, that completes our plenary session. And just to remind you, we will have our Professor Gero Gitulio tomorrow. During the media section, he is professor in Federal University of Santa Maria. Now we have a break, 20 minutes. Because we have participants from other cities and countries. And so now we're going for a break, a 20-minute break, and then we'll have a section on artificial intelligence moderated by Konstantin Vorontsov and Professor Irina Karbulatova. This session will be continued here in the concert hall. And psychology of perception of the works of art, it will start in the same building, but in a different audience. That's room 991. Just you need to turnstile using your badge, participant badges. Thank you very much. That completes this plenary session. A small break, and then we'll continue. Thank you. And we have a very busy schedule. Unfortunately, we're already 1 hour behind.
Тогда получается до 20-30.
So we'll be working. We'll have a state, and we have 15 keynotes, and we have 5 hours of time. So let's keep with the time schedule. The time is for one keynote is 15 minutes, and several minutes for questions. Let's start. And I'll start with my keynote. I'll moderate myself, and then I'll moderate others. So could you please start my slides?
Оборудование, не знаю, работает ли кликер.
We'll check if the equipment's working. Right, great.
О чем хотелось бы поговорить?
And here's my first slide. What I would like to talk about today. So these are technologies of AI which are used for processing of a natural language and for non-trivial processing to understand the tasks of natural language, which 5-10 years ago were deemed absolutely impossible. So the evolution of approach of natural language processing, if 10 years ago it was believed impossible, then any project in processing natural language was supposed to include a complete stack of technologies, sum of technologies, starting with morphological, syntactic, and semantic analysis, and then resolving some pragmatic tasks, the so-called NLP pyramid, progressive from top to bottom. And this is the entire computer linguistics, which is described in a concise form, but this NLP pyramid. A great number of tasks, hundreds and thousands of different libraries, technologies, etc. And approximately 10 years ago, models emerged. Well, really, they emerged half a century ago, but they became particularly popular, starting with Thomas Mikkel article for Google 2013. And this idea, which wasn't new, but it got a new life. That's the vector representation of words. So each word in the language is assigned a vector, a numeric vector. So it would reflect the meaning of that word. And the indirect confirmation that it worked is this wonderful task, queen minus king equals man minus woman. So these associative pairs, they work. And later on, it turned out that this vector-like representation of words, they're very great, so that to transform any text of any length, transform it into a vector, and then do with it what machine learning does: classify it, segment it, etc. However, the meaning of the word depends on the surrounding of the word. It depends on the context where this word operates. Any linguist will say that. So these vectors, they were the same for the entire collection of texts. So what was needed, a context-dependent representation of words, embedding. We submerge words into certain contextual environment. And then it started with the machine translation. In 2017, Google improved the quality of machine translation radically thanks to this technology. And then it started developing rapidly, one model better than the other, BERT, then GPT. My clicker stopped working. You could put the next slide on, please. So how? The so-called attention models. And that's the task to translate from English into French. What's highlighted are the words which need to be looked at in the source text in order to generate a word in the target language, like interpreters work. And this idea was implemented in the attention models, and a bit later, the transformer models emerged. What is a transformer? Why is it called like that? It transforms the vector representation of words to make them dependent on the context. And this is a deep neural network. It performs this transformation many times. For example, a second illustration, a more sophisticated task, the text generation based on the picture. And what's shown here, the attention model is analyzing the picture. And what's highlighted is the area of the picture the model is looking at when generating a word from the annotation of the picture. And from the examples, we see that it's doing it correctly. That's the difference of neural network models of language. And what's the difference? First, they can be trained using large volume of text, terabyte of data. And these models have seen practically everything in language. These are multilingual models. This model, Berta, was trained using 40 languages, and then the number of languages only grew, and they're multitask. What it means, you can generate a vector representation of words, which would be a uniform for all tasks of language processing. So you build this huge bulky model once, which can calculate vector representation of any word, any part of text, a text document, and then you can use it the way you like. For example, so given here, the same model, BERT, resolves different tasks. First, it classifies pairs of phrases. Second, it classifies standalone phrases. Third, it answers questions. It generates a phrase based on a phrase. Number 4, it performs segmentation within a phrase and classifies certain pieces of text, so etc. A plethora of tasks can be addressed using the same model. And the number of models is growing. And in 2022, now we're talking about models with 500 billion parameters. And this is immeasurable, it's incomparable with human brain. Human brain needs but still, it's a gigantic number. And the number of models is great. And these models, they can address a lot of tasks of natural language, and they can be used to apply to such tasks which seemed impossible several years ago. In 2019, the contest pro reading began, and it ended recently. So this contest, it was about building algorithms which find meaning mistakes in state exam, school state exam in English, Russian, literature, history, and for each discipline there was a prize fund of 100 million rubles, which is quite a lot. And what is a meaningful mistake? In all 5 subjects, there were 152 types of mistakes, meaning mistakes, or 236 type errors. So 236 classes. And apart from the need to find the fragment where the meaningful mistake was made, it need to be classified. So a tag had to be assigned and generate an explanation, which a teacher could provide to pupil to avoid that mistake in future. And again, it is the algorithm that was supposed to do it. An example, how the algorithm works. So as you see, the mistakes are marked red. In green, these are meaningful blocks, which are supposed to be present in the exposition, the exam, to get points, a lot of matches. And in order to assess the efficacy of the algorithm, one needs to be able to compare the marking of the algorithm and the marking of the experts, school teachers certified who verify the results of the exam. Well, I'll look into the more classic tasks of natural language processing just to show that among these tasks, there's a great number of tasks that connect with marking. So this pro reading, it's an example of non-trivial marking, where there's a fragment, a tagged fragment, a text needs to be generated, but there are simpler tasks. For example, highlighting named entities, which depending on the subject matter can be different. Usually there's a person's location, date, time, etc. And the marking is shown on the right, how it's organized, and using this marking, the algorithm is supposed to learn and then mark a new text the same way. The marking of semantic roles, a more sophisticated linguistic task. We need to understand who interacts with whom and how in each phrase. I will not go into too many details here, but this is the example of a marking which is done by a professional. If a named entity is a semi-professional marking task, it is done in Amazon Mechanical Turk, for example, or other crowdsourcing platforms. It's done by usual simple people, not professionals, but syntactic marking needs to be done by professionals. It requires certain experience and education, and there are professional tools for that, and they're much more sophisticated than just highlighting a piece of text and assigning a tag to it. Let's talk about even more sophisticated tasks and more important ones. In 2016, after the Trump selection, after Brexit, the post-truth notion came into light, and the community of processing of natural language and artificial intelligence, they rushed to work with this class of tasks, tagging and working with fake news. So fighting post-truth and what to do with it. And this review highlights 7 tasks of machine learning: identifying fraud, automatic fact-checking, or detection, automatic fact-checking, stance detection, controversy detection, polarization detection, etc. And these are the tasks of text processing, and each task has its marked sampling, and there are models which can be looked into and improved. And this is a quite developed area of study and or research, and this research that's the domain where data scientists work in, and humanities, experts in humanities, they're not particularly involved in here. And if you look at the number of research papers in the area of fake news detection, it had an explosive nature, and the number of those grew 50 times from 2016 to 2018. And the people who were in information wars, they didn't respond. To 2016, there was no such an increase in the number of publications. And there's a question about interaction of the community that is using the AI methods for automatization and identification of these non-trivial notions. And the people who've been studying it for years and decades from the point of view of humanities. So now we see there's a deficit in interaction between these two big research communities.
And now when we set this goal for ourselves, then this picture is an integrated picture, then since there's detection of fakes and the other tasks, there is the whole layer of tasks, of goals that the orange that we talked about, and they have to do with fakes and detecting manipulation, psycho-emotional reactions of the reader to the text, the propagandists, and detecting the actual, the most dangerous thing here, which could be for the state, information war that changes social, cultural code, that the value system is changed, and so all of these tasks, all of these goals can be set as machine learning and the processing of natural language, and be worked on at this advanced models. So this is the attempt of the full classification of all the tasks that we've seen on the previous slide. So the key types of these tasks from the formal point of view, like data science kind of process, is just 4 types in classification. So the text, the partext, and the most frequent one is the marking. So you have to find the marking somehow to concatenate them. So the first one is manipulation. What's manipulation? When we are trying to devalue something or make a hyperbole or do overvalue something. So this is manipulation. There is a target of the manipulation. So both things they tagged somehow. So there are more difficult tagging tasks here. The structure of manipulation, for example, from the media. So there are the two fragments here. One is the target, and another one is the impact. And the target is the type of. So this is the devaluing of something. So these classificators, there's quite a lot of these. There is these classifiers where they could be put down to this automatic tagging and building neural network models. So I'm not going to be talking too much about it. So there's another one is polarizing of the public opinion. So, for example, this is quite a number of years back. So there's Poroshenko. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine anyway. So we understand here where the propaganda is. This is Russian propaganda. This is Ukrainian propaganda. Can you teach the computer to actually sort this out? So are there any elements of the propaganda in how different sources are writing about this? So there is quite a lot of interesting linguistic markers. For example, Poroshenko is the subject in the first and object in the second. Russia is the agent and the location in correspondingly. So there is this negative collocation, and so in Kiev and Ukraine is negative in Russian text, and so you can see when you look at it in this list, so you can see whether so can you teach the without the teacher, because this tagging, you can't actually have this tagging for all the, you have to quickly do that. Can you train a machine to understand, to recognize this, to see the poles of the polarization automatically? So here we show that you can aggregate several types of the models, and you can get really clear, for example, 80-90% of clarity and specificity here. So all these leads us to the point where we need to start standardization and generalization. What is tagging? What is marking of the text? And of getting these training selections for training of the models and non-trivial tasks of understanding the text. And all the cases that I was talking about, that I talked about, the classic and new ones and complex ones, they're all built in to this unified generalized tagging here. Which could be introduced as a standard. Maybe it will take on. I don't know. It's what does it look like? The text has many elements of tagging. What is an element of tagging? An element of tagging, it has a number of fragments. For example, so manipulation has 2 fragments. And could be a multi-step manipulation, for example, frighten, calm down, and then instill something. So it could be non-trivial, and then they could be strewn around the text. So this could be something can be tagged. So it's good to be a classification task. And in some cases, you remember, for example, reading the competition. So you've got to generate the explanation to the an error of meaning. And very often you need here there's something text, additional text to the text that we are actually tagging. So for example, sarcasm. This is sarcasm. This is reference to a certain meme or the quotation. Or so in this case, you have a certain additional text. Otherwise, the model will not know anything about that. And so, how can model when working this text behind the text? How can they do that? And so in the every element of tagging, you have to understand what additional text to generate, and machine translation doesn't do the same. So each phrase, each sentence is a fragment, and each sentence you have to generate a translation into a different language. What I'm talking about is that the suggested tagging is universal. It could generalize things like machine translation, for example. It gets so the method of evaluation, method assessment, the combination of reading from the Physical Technical Institute here, where here I know the insides of this competition. I know very well, and we've developed it, and more to the point, among the large number of contests which have been carried out, like this technological approach. For example, ours was the first one when we could actually nominate the winner. We can define the winner, so the correct method of assessment of the results. How do you assess the comparison? So let's compare the tagging that the algorithm that gave, that the experts gave. With that, and the experts are the school teachers, and our experts are political scientists. Of course, there will be difference there between the algorithms and between the experts. There will be difference, but nevertheless, our model works if the deviation between the algorithm and the expert is no more than between the experts. So this can be measured, and this can be, you can actually, this is this Atara. So this is the relative precision of algorithmic tagging, and so this is the barrier. If it was better than 100%, so then this is the winner, and then the money could be given, the award can be awarded. And so the conclusions here are the tendencies that in the neural network models of language and their success. First is so the models of attention and of transformers, then they make it possible to work on more and more complex tasks. These breakthroughs every year. Also, what includes here is goals that could have been, for example, finding manipulation or polarization of public opinion. It can be done with machines. And non-trivial professional tagging, for example, like natural language tagging. This is the broad path, the strong path. Our specialists of artificial intelligence, we can find a common tongue with humanitarians. So this is the way which our colleagues from humanities, they are quite comfortably can formalize in their professional knowledge. Of course, it is limited, but nevertheless, this is much more interesting than, for example, do the ontology in just manually. So what we should expect, this is a certain standardization on the models, and it is right in front of our eyes. It's happening. We also need standardization of tagging and methods of assessment. At this, I stop, and if you have questions, please ask and ask me. And I've talked all the time, so I'm so sorry.
Спасибо большое за действительно очень важный
Thank you very much for the very important keynote, very much needed keynote. So what's of great interest to me, what was of most interest to me was, and I would say, certain claims made which caused my question when you said that we know where the manipulation is happening. We know for sure, and the artificial intelligence doesn't, and we have to train artificial intelligence. Well, do we really know whether it is a manipulation, and how objective is that? This claim, how can you, so the objectivity, the linguists, this question is posed to them first. So what using in this study, do we use linguistic results of works of linguists and specialists, because it has been developed, but how well verified is all this? Yeah, it's absolutely correct. The question is absolutely right to be asked, and we professionals, we know definitely, we know better than the artificial intelligence, and we know it same as school teachers know where there is an error of meaning in an essay. So 60% they could deviate from one another in opinion. So the methods are, well, in the the unified exam, and so if you talk about manipulation, how can you be more objective in this tagging? And the way out is every text should be tagged by a number of professional assessors, and in our studies, just 3 people who assess the text. Maybe there should be more of them, which is when we will have the fuller information, more complete information. If we study such phenomena like propaganda, for example, it's very important so that the researcher is not indoctrinated, not biased, not taking anybody's side. How do you how do you make sure that this is we comply with that? So there are approaches, there are issues. None of them is ideal. So we have to study that. We have to assess that. We have to work on that, of course. Yes, colleagues, the last question, because otherwise we will be behind schedule. So many experts say that the most powerful tool for the protection in information war, that is suggesting the strongest ideals, to promote them en masse in unconscious. And did you try to do the reverse task, the help in the generation of new, bright meanings, ideals for example, with the truth, the objective information, and where you could give it to journalists, to politicians, to public figures. So the meaning and the goal, how do you define that? So this is the prerogative of a human being. So like Arutun Ishkhanovich had said today, that the strength of artificial intellect for decades, it's not going to happen. So this artificial intelligence is not going to help us to define the meanings that we need. So on the other, but then how do you turn it into narratives? How to make narratives to make a striking content, and how then you spread this content and what audiences to engage? So how you do the propaganda media campaign? So this is the science, this is practice. So particularly, especially trained people do that. We just study that. We just study that as from the language. That's what we do. Yes, colleagues, right? Let us move on. And now I am taking the moderator's place here. And do we have the Australian? Do we have the Australian? Do we have the Australian speaker? She promised to join us from Australia. I know some easy. No, not there. So we carry on waiting then. And next one is Anna Viktorovna Kuleshova. That should be remote. So Anna Viktorovna, are you here? Yeah, well, hello, dear colleagues, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. I will warn everybody, and I will warn myself, I warn you, and I warn the timing. You have 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you see the shared screen? Is it good?
Коллеги?
Colleagues? I don't understand. Anna Kuleshova is there. I'm here. And we're going to be, she's going to be talking now. We're going to turn her on. I do not have any colleagues. I'm here. She's online and...
Нету, не включается, да? Нет, почему? Я здесь. Я здесь. О, Анна Викторовна, здравствуйте.
Anna Viktorovna, hello. She's here. And so if you are in Zoom, so please do share screen, and we will hear you, we will see you, so you can start. Yeah, I started sharing screen. You can see the slides, I'm sure. If yes, please let me know if you see the slides.
Спасибо. Коллеги, о чем я хотела сегодня поговорить?
Colleagues, what I wanted to talk to you with you today, and I'm very glad that my keynote follows a wonderful previous keynote, since I wanted to emphasize liberties and freedoms in the situation of abuse of usage of AI technology. In just a couple of words, how it happened so that AI threatens as civil society. I'll skip the slides about which show the definition of AI. I'm sure the audience knows that. So what are the social effects of AI? And I'm talking from the perspective of social scientists. First, these are targeted effects, what the technology was developed for, the side effects, what developed as a consequence of certain specifics of the technology, and more use or abuse of the technology. And the brightest example is face recognition system. Initially, it was developed to catch criminals. Now it is used to identify people during protests. And the Human Rights Commissioner of the European Council paid attention to noted that and said that AI has received the most, has become most widespread, but during development of AI, human rights have never been considered. And human rights is a very broad notion. What are the obvious challenges we see here? Well, first of all, that's the manipulation of the public opinion through the networks that's using bots or fake accounts that work to identify thought crime and new resources to suppress dissidents, then limiting the freedom of speech in various forms, unlimited gathering of data about human simulation of human. It can be in social networks or simulation of research papers. And since I work on the ethics of research papers, that's a separate topic, and I might say it is a rather frequent event when a text simulated by machine is presented as a work of the real researcher, and that provokes new digital hygiene practices, and there are new censorship capabilities to moderate the content. So new capability of digital oversight, which become available thanks to AI. I will not be talking about weak AI, but social consequences and significant consequences. Today, we see creation of echo chambers, which are maximally comfortable and non-contradictory environment for each user, and the system of positive feedback, the assessment of how promising this or that topic is. As a result, unexpected auto-censorship results are produced. And what echo chambers result in, probably the brightest notion, which we see, that's radicalization of views, lack of dialogue, with the attempt to understand the point of view of the opposite side. And this radicalization can be present, for example, when we talk about consequences of COVID or the present situation, geopolitical situation, or when smaller groups, for example, successors of flat Earth, which somehow can influence society because they simply form a successful community. So the challenges for sociologists, the book Rainy, The Networked, and we see that before for sociologists, people were simply representatives of more or less stable communities or social classes, and today the community or group gets a new meaning, and people become members of different networks, not just one group, which cannot be broken down into components. And we see active convergence of artificial sociality with the real world. So everything that exists between real world and digital becomes blurred, this borderline. So, and there are more or less peaceful options here as well. At the normative level, what we see that through the expansion of regulation of this sphere and the toughening of real punishments for virtual doings, so there is this convergence of artificial sociality, and its interaction with the real world strengthens. And from the practical point of view, when we look at the society, We see the situation with two problems at least. First of all, it is important for us to understand who is the owner and the operator of data used by the algorithms, and if legally and ethically, are there limitations, ethical and illegal for the usage of algorithms. And main threat vectors for the human, they're from three sides: the state, the corporations, and cybercrime. The state as the executive authority, usually they pursue the goal to enhance control of the citizens. So they need personified information, and they have initially the access to the citizens using state systems and trying to obtain additional information from the corporations located on their territory, and they're looking for new ways of obtaining new data and control mechanisms, which person cannot avoid today. And that leads to risks. And we have these three vectors of threat, and the state is least qualified customer here, and they have the most arsenal of potential problems. Let's call it this way. And this results in ethically doubtful projects, which are initiated directly or via controlled corporations. What we call a reduced ethics, for example, thought crime identification network can be classified as not a sufficiently ethical area. Or we also see examples of artificial intelligence for psychological diagnostics of a person using the analysis of social networks, and social network analysis as the approach to intervene into personal space, manipulate the opinion. And the main problem is not only in the ethical side of the question, but also the fact that the customer doesn't understand the precision of the methods. Is fine only to get the averaged understanding, but not precise diagnostics. And as a result, we get simply an unclear mechanism for repressions, which we observe today. And sad examples: gene monitoring, social rating, and QR codes, which are with us forever, this way or another. What is the abuse from corporations? Well, their goals are not that ambitious. Number one is profit. So what they're interested in is a broad gathering of data for target audience. They increase the scope of information. They do it on a voluntary or pseudo-voluntary basis, and they try to monetize the data. And without getting into a big scandal. So corporations, if the solutions are completely non-ethical, well, there are ways to counteract that. But what corporations do is credit scoring, then scoring when employing, monitoring burnout of the employees via the analysis and correspondence and their behavior, and selling the data about the users. And these are all experiments where an AI is involved, and again, where ethics is doubtful. Several examples. September last year, this cloud subdivision of Google Corporation started working with AI system to help financial companies whom to give money and whom not to give money. It wasn't Google initiative, but customers' order. But several weeks later, the project stopped due to ethical reasons, because they started talking about such factors as gender, age, race, and these are painful subjects. And of course, Microsoft suspended this voice synthesis project, and they decided not to work with the project to create advanced face recognition system. Again, it was a customer's request. So there are some ethical points which for certain corporations matter a lot. And there are ethics committees to avoid certain problems. And so Microsoft, Google, IBM, other companies created those. And whether there are such committees in the national level, well, in Russia, you know that in 2021, representatives of business and government authorities discussed ethical aspects of AI implementation during the forum, ethics of artificial intelligence, and they presented the code of ethics of AI, but unfortunately we don't see the result of that code working, and we don't see any restraints in terms of state applying the abuse of AI. And cybercrime. Well, cyber criminals, they usually use the results of work of both the state and the corporations by stealing the data. And in terms of common users, they usually have a personified interest. They have means of attack, and they use those to break a person down, to hack their banking cards, bank accounts, etc. And a person is hacked as if a person was a mechanism, a cybernetic body organism. And it's not that difficult to hack a person, and the key to digital personality is a human. And it's much easier to hack a human than a digital device. And new capabilities for cyber criminals, unlimited possibilities to fine-tune and find a way to hack a subject, and then deep fake we talked about before, and possibility to produce individual deep fake for each addressed at each specific subject to get the desired behavior. During development of technologies, the rights and freedoms should be regarded as the ultimate value, and this has been forgotten today. I saw one example when IT companies they refused developing. They refused to develop. It was a project to identify those who disagree with the government policy. But it was only just several big companies that refused to do that. But it does mean that there weren't smaller companies who agreed to do it, to use AI to identify ideological dissension. And there's ethical AI code, respect autonomy and free will of a human being. So if we do not include that as a key element, then we are in for very serious problems. So of course, ethical code must be in compliance with the law. So AI actors must know the law of the Russian Federation in all spheres of their work and every stage of implementation, and that includes knowledge of legal issues and legal matters. And we'll know examples of autopiloted cars and the problems that emerge simply because the legal aspect was not fully taken into account. And ethical code, how it should be strengthened is non-discrimination and the assessment of risk of humanitarian impact. When AI is in the hands of the state, corporation, or criminals, it can result in abuse of usage, resulting in arrests. And this is a sad story that needs to be addressed in the short term and stopped, because otherwise we are risking to get a society where not all people would agree to live for tomorrow. Thank you for attention. Anna Viktorovna, thank you. Are there any questions? I see 3 hands. Let's discuss. Anna Viktorovna, thank you very much for the keynote. It is true, it is what you've said is highly relevant, and I think it's not just about artificial intelligence, but the natural intelligence as well. And my question is, first of all, about the ethical code. How efficient is it going to be for the artificial intelligence if the intelligent intelligence ethics code is not complied with. And the second question is actual for psychological and linguistic expert assessment and integrated expert assessment on diagnosing, psychological diagnosing of human being in social networks and the internet, on establishing the diagnosis in general, or creating a psychological portrait. In your opinion, today, are there precise diagnostic methodologies with artificial intelligence? Will we be able to teach artificial intelligence how to do it, since we know that there are 3 levels to create a digital personality, and especially the last level, pragmatic, motivational one, which doesn't allow us to diagnose a person in the process of natural communication. That's why a natural AI still cannot reach that stage yet. So what's your point on that? Thank you very much for interesting questions. As far as the first question goes, it is clear that today we are in control, making sure AI addresses the tasks important for the human being, but the final words is with us. But AI learns to impact the behavior of a human being, and it does it rather efficient. So which way the development is gonna go? That's a very serious question, and it is clear that there is no option where we would be able to shift the responsibility from human being to a machine. And a machine can, for now, behave the way it's trained by a human being. But how can we limit a human, and whether we're ready for voluntary limitations and or abuse? Well, that's an open question. But for now, looking at the society and the trends, what we see is that this is a good way to capture, to take over the world. And people are ready for abuse, and they're ready not to limit their actions in any way. So it becomes in a way a weapon. And I would stop and review the results of work with the companies that now can be a part of global changes, and maybe have a meeting with sociologists and philosophers and discuss the vision for the future, whether they really want the results towards which we are moving today. Talking about diagnostics, it is clear that it's not perfect, and when it's done via social networks, it becomes a random story, because it contains a lot of distortions. But that doesn't mean that when decisions are made, we don't rely on that. So this social network analysis is popular in different enforcing structures. And what's worse, we see this situation of transfer from the virtual reality into offline reality, when the posts and the posts identify the social networks, and the conclusion is drawn based on expert review, but those conclusions, they are depressing and dispiriting. First of all, because you will see that there's a tendency, well, first there's low quality of that conclusion, and there's a tendency to be ready to abuse the technology that are available for us today. And that's a big problem today. Colleagues, I have to come back to my role of a moderator. Let's try to ask shorter questions with one phrase, and let's try to give short answers. Unfortunately, time's up for questions, and let's move on. The next keynote. Unfortunately, I have 3 questions left for Anna, but there is no time for me to ask those. No, we need to finish at least before 9 o'clock, because otherwise we won't be able to. Okay, the next keynote is Anna Abramовna, Anastasiya Rыжкова, and Yulia Tserich, Artificial Intelligence for Culture, Ethical Challenges. Do we have the presenter here in Zoom? In Zoom. Great. So over to you then. Very well. Just a second, colleagues.
Вячеславович, Константин Вячеславович, слышите меня? Алло? Алло?
Так, простите, а это выступающие или мы
Нет. Следующий доклад наш из Минска. Я прошу перенести его на 7 вечера. Это минский докладчик Лосик.
Так, Георгий Васильевич, это вы, да?
Да.
Хорошо, мы вас услышали. На 7 вечера перенесем ваш доклад.
Okay, the keynote of Georgi Vasilievich Losik will be shifted to you later time.
Доклад. Коллеги, видно ли экран?
Да.
As colleagues, I hope you can see the slides. And if possible, please expand it to the full screen so it is in the full screen mode.
Да. О, хорошо. Спасибо.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
По объективным причинам Анна Абрамовна не смогла присутствовать.
Anna Abramовna unfortunately couldn't be present due to objective reasons, so me and Julia will be presenting the keynote together and continuing what previous speakers have said. We would like to
проблематику, связанную с использованием
an important topic connected with AI in the sphere of culture.
аспекты и
And that includes ethical challenges and aspects and the possibility to use the entire stack of technologies. In the beginning, what I would like to say is that the existing classification of the objects of culture, which are quite many,
не позволяет оценить и
present, it doesn't make it possible to assess and to apply AI-based technologies to them. So what's needed is the development of additional classification, which would be taken into account not just digitization
как памятники, исторические здания,
or physical objects like monuments or historical buildings,
или нематериальные активы, которые оцифровываются, да,
or non-tangible assets which are being digitalized, like language or fairy tales, but also the objects that are being created by a neural network. And what's needed here is clarification from the expert community, including colleagues working with culture. How would we be able to classify on the basis of the need of the objects which are being studied and from the point of functional request for the technologies? In the beginning, I would like to mention a fact. I saying that the value of artificial intelligence is usually looked in the first culture is looked upon as the value of creation of new services, quick payment, finding tickets, purchasing of tickets. So everything that has to do with requests of a client in those organizations that work in the sphere of culture. But really, AI can help enhance the efficiency of those objects if we look at them as companies. How do we increase the efficacy of spendings, for example, or the work schedule? How do we train in digital skills those employees who do not know much about digital technologies, etc.? Digital technologies, VI systems, they help understand customers better and hence increase their loyalty, improve their loyalty, and increase income from the object of culture. And that's another trend of use of AI in the area of culture. Presently, we interact. As a rule, there is a technological company that is an owner of a tool they come into the cultural institution, and they offer their services to create digital images of the works of art, or to create interesting content, or creating digital services for the clients of this organization. And it happens so that the customer, from the functional perspective, it is not the organization of culture, but a technological company that earns money using the technology at a later stage. And we see here an opportunity for growth, for new methods of approach in the use of artificial technologies. For example, Google Arts that offers a tour of museums or thematic tours dedicated to artists, when you can browse through several museums if you're interested in Van Gogh artworks, for example, or other artists, and you can look at the pictures, the exhibits, the halls, listen to stories, etc. And this initiative is from the side of the technological company, not from the side of cultural organization. And here we start talking about ethical issues, and I'll give floor over to my colleague Julia, and he'll talk about these aspects in more detail. Thank you, Anastasia. Good day, colleagues. I hope you can hear and see me. Can you see me? So, continuing in the keynote, I would like to focus on ethics in the area of AI in the domain of culture. It's important to understand what tools of regulation are there and what problems these tools can address. The key tools here are soft law role, which is a voluntary basis, and not absence of strict recommendations and the use of standards. The second point is UNESCO initiative recommendation on ethical aspects of AI. It was published in 2021, and what's interesting is that the organization in UNESCO is talking about the outlook of AI in culture, and it can both enrich or concentrate the value of technology. In third item is codification of ethics in AI. That's the experience of Russia, and these are the experience of different countries in the areas of strategy of the code. And back in 2021, more than 30 countries adopted these strategies, and maybe the key ones is the experience of Russia. And when Anne was talking about that's the code in the area of AI, it was adopted in the end of 2021. These are different initiatives from China, and it was adopted also in 2021, and different applications in Saudi Arabia, the recent ones. And this is an AI code published this September. Moving on from the tools of control to the questions of systemic. So the problems here are digital maturity, then the problems of digital inequality in certain regions globally. This is the understanding of risks and possibilities of AI use in the sphere of culture at different levels. Next, I would like to share several examples of questions which make us think about ethics. First is creating the content using AI technology. Here we see an image where we download a picture, and as a result, we see the work which is very similar to Van Gogh creation. And the question is how ethical is this from the point of view of art reproduction, from the point of view of perception? And the question is whether certain cultural values become diluted. The next example is the creation of content, cultural content, by artificial intelligence. And you see here, what you see here is a robot. The first robot created in 2019. The robot can paint and create sculptures. And there are a lot of ethical risks here as well. It's not clear how to assess that properly, and how a person that consumes this content can perceive that, and whether there is a dilution or thinning of cultural values, and a lot of other questions. Next is also an example created by AI, is a performance, a stage, which is written by AI, and it is still staged in the theaters. And the question is, what values are included here, since this artificial intelligence, and who is the author? The algorithm was created by human being, but the play is written by AI. And the final example is the joint work of Microsoft and Ministry of Culture and Sport of Greece. They've recreated ancient Olympia using AI. Every person can access the webpage and have a detailed look at each building, learn historical data about events that took place there. And again, there is a question here: how relevant are the sources, whether they were properly selected, whether information is reflected properly, and whether there will be a thinning, dilution of cultural values in terms of perception by generations, previous generations and future generations. Thank you, Anastasia, over to you.
Не слышно.
Мы вас не слышим. Возможно, у вас микрофон отключен.
Мне просто модератор включил микрофон. Слышно?
Да.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Мы постарались достаточно
Right.
сжато.
And we have tried to present a concise, highlight the problems in a concise way, and how widespread the IB is becoming, and what it can offer to the artists and the work of culture. And what the key question here is the need to break the situation, to overpower the situation when the organizations of culture become consumers of technology. They must become customers, functional customers of technologies. That's how the situation should be changed. They should become customers, and they should create the agenda in terms of digital culture. And to this end, digital technologies are needed. And this is where a possible solution, if we talk about development of digital competences, we would suggest a profound collaboration with businesses. And that's done via ethics codes and state programs, public programs, and regulation of cultural objects, creating the legal field for them. The legal field we talked about. Then about ethical perception of the objects of culture, not only as consumers of the AI product or technologies, AI-based technologies, but also as consumers of objects created by the AI. Next, we would like to suggest you consider the approach as implementation of agents of digital implementation of digital changes. For example, the analog of corporate directors, CDTO, when a professional joins the corporation, a professional who understands the digital and the technologies and what's happening on the market, and professional who comes with specific changes for the organization. Then he or she monitors those changes, how they're implemented, etc. And possibly we can consider that approach within the culture, training the staff in adjacent areas. Here we should emphasize the training of young people who either have a technical background and they start learning more about cultural sciences and narrower fields, and using their backgrounds, they can use technologies more efficiently in the companies they work in. And people who are trained in humanities as their first education, train them, if not in programming, although that might be useful, but train them so that they understand all the risks which are connected with all types of solutions. Moreover, we believe that the enlightenment process, working with these young people, organizing hackathons, so that they shift towards requests from the humanities in digitization. That would also be an efficient tool to eliminate those gaps which exist today and those challenges, and addressing the challenges that we have mentioned. This is it from us. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. We're slightly behind the schedule still, so just one question, please. Yes, please.
Ну, видимо, в начале доклада надо каждому докладчику объявлять, что 15 минут, иначе докладчик оставляет себя без вопросов, да?
Well, I guess in the beginning of the keynote, I should inform the keynote presented that 15 minutes for the keynote and then time for questions. Just a short comment. Visit AI conferences quite often, and there is this overall style of the keynote speakers who represent humanities. They say, well, something's happening, and we're simply passive observers who say, well, ethics is needed there. But really, there are developments in that field. For example, Kurchatov's Institute, they're developing a model to control the behavior of a robot, so implement ethical elements into the behavior of certain agents. And hence the question, what positive and constructive models do you see for a solution of that matter? I mean, artificial intellect and culture. For example, we are creating the Center for State Expert Assessment Technologies. So if we take the sphere of the domain of your expertise, what would you offer as a model to bring balance into the implementation of AI into culture? Thank you very much for your question. I'll try to answer it, and Julia will add. Colleagues, it's important to understand here that we need to shift from the position, this is what was offered to us, but we should shift to the position of becoming a customer and ordering what we need. So it's important to understand what's needed, and to be able to understand, you need competences, you need enlightenment to understand what's on the market, what functional request can be expected for the technological companies. So it's not technological companies that should come and say, this is the solution the way it is now, because the organization simply agrees with that. But it is the cultural organization that needs to create its requests. So it's either internal competences or agent of changes like CDTO, as it's done in the state sector, or it's about enlightenment within the organization and mass training in digitization to understand what's on the market. Thank you. And I would share, I would endorse that opinion, because from the position of what's
то-то и то-то.
happening, we don't understand.
Пора
We
прекращать
should shift to the position of making
в общем.
solutions. Let's stop running around with
Еще один вопрос.
eyes which are big, filled with horror. Let's shift to the position of offering solutions. Another question.
Вопрос
Colleagues, thank you for the keynote.
Знакомились
A short question. When during preparation, have you familiarized yourself with the projects of culture, the Pushkin card, creative industry,
текущий анализ, поэтому вот этот
etc.? I just haven't seen the current analysis. That's hence the question. So, have you analyzed, or is it all there? Briefly, yes, we have analyzed it.
В презентации не представлены, просто некоторые выводы. Я как человек.
It just wasn't included in the slides, and as a representative of the area, I must say it's been done there already. Yes, it's just we have had an integrated review of that, and certain successful cases. They need additional review. If we take the averaged result, it was shown in our keynote. Unfortunately, yes, there are good initiatives, but taking into account the limited time, we decided to focus on the problems. Thank you, colleagues. Let's thank the keynote presenters. And
so let's move on, and next keynote is now Georgy Losik asks to move his keynote to the later, and so it is now Ilya Mirin, and that is on the issue of creativity through the people's perception of visual works of artificial intelligence. So Ilya, are you in Zoom? Are you here? Yes, I am here. That's great, that's great. So the stage is yours. Please start sharing your screen.
Меня слышно? Можно начинать?
Да, хорошо, слышно и
видно. Can you hear me? Can I start? Yes, you can hear you and you can see very well. Dear colleagues, hello. Dear organizers, I'm so happy to see you. And I do hope that my today's keynote will be useful to those of you who are doing practical issues in humanities with the use of contemporary technology. So now I just wanted to tell you about our experience in using artificial intelligence in practical tasks in field research in art. So historically, it is so that myself and my team, we came from the information science, and due to objective, we became practicing artists. But what we've encountered is, of course, the totally different world. Instead of we are immersed in a set of problems, the root of which is a set of philosophical dilemmas, like the subject-object issue, when you are studying the audience of the exhibition, for example, the focusing of attention or separating ability to separate from the ability to separate real artists from artificial intelligence, for example, like in our case, and it is not quite clear then how the author and the interpretation actually, and how the viewer and his interpretation impacts that. So what exists here is the purely humanitarian issues when you change the attitude of the author, or when we're doing a series of experiments, and the relationship of the authors changes, the concept of the exhibition changes, and everything else as well. So all these things I would get to one key issue here, which we formulated here for ourselves, of how can we provide with technologies, since we use the technologies, and they are the object of the study, provide these field experiments more independent and reproducible, so that we can do the series of experiments, involve the large numbers of various people to study this public, study these people, not to be impotent and to have a scientifically valuable result. So what is the proposed solution at the moment that we found, and what I want to suggest to you? And this is the approach where we completely replace artists with AI. The AI, so different models which make it possible for us to to work on 3 tasks to achieve the goal. We know for sure all the settings, used algorithms, the entire volume, the entire scope of materials, and we know the degree of creativity, the randomness, the creativity that is built into that was in there when the works were created. So we can, the cultural of added value, we can actually notice it and we can look at it, and the prehistory of this work we can classify. Second, the human interpretation is excluded then, which can change and always changes when there is a series of experiments, when we change cities and locations, and when there is a series of work, then we're absolutely sure that that the result is governed by the same processes and laws which have been observed previous time and time before that, and as well as all of that, although not directly. So this is the issue of psychology. Maybe we get rid of the human factor, like the desire of change something in preparation of material for a particular study, etc. Something like that. So what I'm going to quickly tell you why it so happens who we are, and we are practicing artists, essentially, which all of us, we came from various areas of information science and mathematics. So I'm on front of this organization, and I have academic interest here, and preparing materials for the article, the ability of people to separate, to find the signs of and the mechanics of, for example, the mechanics of finding these signs, and for example, the elements of studies, the elements of we need to limit the volume of scientific in unidentifiable values. So in practice, it's very, very difficult when you get in the field. What so far? What results do we have so far? Before I come to conclusions now, we've done much more than 3 exhibitions, and if we're talking about exhibitions where these methods has been done, so of course it was 3 in full. They were governed by the same principles. We always mixed alive people, and they were active participants of the experiment and work of the artificial intelligence. At the same time, we kept to the same style and concept of the and keep to all the conditions that characterize the format. The formats which people are used to, the audience is used to, for example, photographs, and we add the artificial intelligence works there. There's the locations, the time, roughly, the faces of curators, organizers, etc. And those photo artists we work with, so that they don't stand out of the format that the audience is used to in this particular location. And so I decided not to make the presentation too heavy. Everybody who wants to do that, this is the QR code, or direct, or here. So you can see the visual here. You can see the visual thing here, the visual component, and we use the technology. the pipeline, the conveyor, how it's done, so that in the majority of areas of visual arts we could act. And so this is cross-referenceable data. So, for example, the artistic photography and all the other. So the other point here that was that in order to comply with the visible context here, we have to come up with a certain personage, with a certain character, so for the artificial intelligence to work. So ethical considerations here. It would be incorrect to replace an author by like an alive human being or somebody who has died, or even if there is an agreement. So no. There is a person is created who in all the exhibitions was the author of this work. As I said before, we are at the stage of the establishment of the method, the forming, and the scientific critique. This is why I'm here, and we are inviting that. So we cannot be talking about aggregated results so far. The tradition dictates us to make it public, and so there is 2% of the viewer but the results of exit polls. They didn't manage to separate AI works from the human works of a human. So this, and then it goes up to more than 70%. This is quite a banal reason, because when we started this, we clearly marked all the work. The artificial intelligence was marked, the work was marked, and there were 2% of people who couldn't. Still, they didn't manage. And now we're going to be talking about the preliminary results, which we recorded in studying the differences. So, the first important observation is that de facto, we didn't manage to record in the questions and no signs that people found the difference that they established. So they couldn't tell that this is the alive person or that this is the machine is the author. So the traditionally in this understanding, which is associated with artificial intelligence, so people didn't notice a difference in terms of in the concept of the work, in the ratio of the content and the name, the colors of the heroes, the personages, the characters used if they are there, the context, how it is placed among other works, etc. So the overwhelming majority of the signs of which were recorded, details of the technical, so the technical mistakes when the exhibition was the strokes, the brush strokes, the transitions, the manner or the materials inconsistencies with the period, etc. So this was the organizational matters, errors. And the second one is we can say we haven't recorded the difference between experienced viewers and professionals from the artistic worlds, artistic circles, and people who are just viewers. Regardless of the fact that in the previous point I said that we were recording only technical things, so people were noticing technical flaws there, but de facto it's just people, just your usual, both the competent professional photo artist and just your normal quote-unquote viewer. So professional, the gallery professionals, the artists, they so I'm not going to be talking too much into banalities. It's quite strict schedule here. So there are some other conclusions, and we can mention them as well. It will be published in the final study, which with God's help we will complete. So closer to summary, I just want to list the mistakes that we made, the key mistakes in this work. And some of them are quite naive, but still the scientific publication, academic publications, and I notice, talking to colleagues, that the first, of course, the difference question is, we made mistakes related to notice. So the question is, the survey we changed, so now we couldn't do the aggregated results, the result of 3 experiments, regardless of the fact that there were 181 people who were surveyed. Second, that the context has not been worked on. So the positioning of work, the character of technical finish, the possible format, it was not unified. So we couldn't quite talk about the results. So we have to go deeper into the art world to get the curators, and now the different countries, the curators that we visit now, we need to be more homogeneous there. Our lack of readiness, for being not ready to the groups, the audience that come to the audience, they were very naive, the viewer, because we just started our so it didn't actually match the reality, our selection of people. So this is what we're going to be doing in the future. This is establishing the same context. So this technology, the art, the production, the formats with interaction with partners. We're gonna be doing the joint blinded exhibition, so where viewers don't know where. So this unified legend, the unified curatorship. So the curator team should be the same. Keeping the academic hygiene, not changing, not introducing changes during the experiment, certain points of record, certain points of preliminary results. So there is something like that. And there was a certain, thank you very much. I think I kept to the schedule. Thank you very much. If there are questions, we will happily answer that. Thank you very much, Ilya. Thank you very much for saving time and for the unfortunate that you didn't have any pictures, but now I did manage to have a look. I managed to have a look at the pictures. They were really interesting. I don't know how to, so they're not canvases, they're not really works, but nevertheless, questions, please, questions.
Мне интересно...
Well, hello, and what would be of great interest to me, what would be the rules in the artificial intelligence that has to draw, because there were certain laws like Fibonacci number, there is a golden ratio in music, these harmonics and consonants and dissonance, and so what are the criteria for the creativity in algorithms for artificial intelligence? Because creating new content, maybe that would be not enough. Naturally, maybe people, based on the latest tendencies of contemporary art, they could say, oh, this is the human. Well, we didn't build into anything. Thank you. It's a wonderful question. These algorithmic rules have not been built in, first of all, because the task was set, the goal was set as determining the finding the work of artificial intelligence. So this is not the algorithmic changes or approaches. So we were using either. Essentially, this is just a conveyor of neural networks. So we know how we teach them, and we know what we load, give as an input. We know what we result. And then there's curator. There are curators, alive people who are doing the selection. So they're working with these works the same way as they're working with a human being author. So I tried, but colleagues, they held me back because that is against our initial goal. And so the question, what is the impact of certain algorithmic rules of harmony and beauty? What is its relationship, their relationship with art? So in history of art, this issue has not been resolved. So this is actually one of the ambitions of the studies. For me personally, for example, is something that we need to establish. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I wanted to add here on my own behalf, maybe this is a radical position, but artificial intelligence we're trying to use that something that is a prerogative purely human. Do we need to do that? Do we need to do these attempts? You can't really prohibit that, can you? But still, I think it seems to me that this is the issue of ethics that I would probably leave well alone, because I don't know how to answer that. And probably people who do this, they probably have the answer. Artificial intelligence might do anything, including you can make it self-express like human beings. It sounds totally wild, but you know, as I am gonna troll you like NLP specialist, I'll probably happily cooperate with the authors in terms that to generate the responses of the critique, the AI generated, for example, drawings or paintings, and then so probably this was not a question, that was just a remark, so I don't know. This quick remark, I can answer you with a quick remark. It is totally adequate. It's not just an answer, it's just a
Если
remark.
быть до конца честным, то
Yeah,
мне
if we need to be honest, our team, AI is not very interesting because what of great interest to me and to my team is the ambition is to understand, to learn this subject and object issue. That is there information in text, in picture, in drawing, in painting, or in music, or does this information, is it only the viewer? Samuel, fine, there's in the text, there is no meaning in the text. And in the picture, generally, there is no meaning. And if we have the piece of art, then the history of art doesn't give us any answers. This is what the science is, this is what the research is. For us, it's our tool. It's a tool to approach the problem from a certain angle. From a point of view of creativity, it's very difficult to speak. I don't have the answer either. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the comment. And let's thank the speaker.
And move on to the next keynote. According to the list, it's Елена Loginova.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте.
Елена, are you with us? Yes. Good day.
Модальном дискурсе.
So, recurrent semiosis, the multimodal discourse of drama and the prospects of AI development. Please, you can start the slides.
Так, мы пока вас не видим. Вот, теперь видим вас, но не видим вашей презентации.
Да.
Now we see you, but not your slides yet.
Работать.
I think it should be working now.
Я попробую включить полноэкранный режим.
I will try to switch to the full screen, and I hope the slide won't change. If the slide doesn't change, please let me know.
Скажите, пожалуйста, все видно, слышно?
Все, отлично, видно вашу презентацию.
Yes, we see it. We can hear you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank for the opportunity to take part in the discussion of interesting, meaningful, and timely questions of interdisciplinary nature, and for the ability to share the results of a linguistic study, which we believe can be of applied nature for development of AI. I'll be talking about the discourse of the drama, which is synthesized space with the and how it's staged on TV and in the theater. And the starting point of our research is that the play is polymodal, and it means it will be used by other semiotic systems, verbal and non-verbal, and other channels of transfer information, visual, audio, and kinetic. And there's a variety of artistic means that transform it into a theatrical stage. And the idea is not just create an impression, but to cause empathy, emotional co-participation, creating aesthetic effect. The use of different resources is the attempt to imitate the natural communicative processes. So what's created is the analog of reality, which is together with emotional immersion. And we'll try to look into the gestures, which is a non-verbal communicative resource. Traditional non-verbal gestures have a broad interpretation, and they include the entire set of behaviors on the actor on the stage, the pose, the motion of arms, eyes, mimics. And we analyze the gesture in a narrower sense, suggested by Grigory Kredin, as a conscious visual bodily action performed by hands or head. Those who study theatrical rhetorics or semiotics see gestures, place gestures in a specific place, because they can emphasize the emotions being created. As Fischer-Lichter says, while theater is certainly possible, language, music, or sounds, costumes, decorations, prose, lighting, no form of theater can completely dispense with the actor's physical presence. It is gestural science. Stanislavski required internal meaning of gestures, and saying that poses and gestures need to be coincide with the internal feelings. And Meyerhold emphasizes a more pragmatic scenario of movements. Our objective is to identify what is the functional direction of gesture and where it is its contribution during a stage interpretation of the playwright. As a study material, we looked into the national playwriting. That was a period of new drama, and the genre range was also various. There was a larger share of symbolism, grotesque, and fable forms. So that's Vampilov, Sadur, and theatrical stage performance, Chekhov's theater, Soviet theater, others. And we suggested the polymodal discourse of drama aimed at audio visualization of verbal text. Gestures will prevail, which express emotional status of the one who speaks, his emotions and assessment, and illustrating gestures. That includes iconic gestures or pointing gestures that point to an object of the discourse. And if these gestures emerge spontaneously and they are a result of communicative context, then if we talk about artistic and communication aimed at the spectator, the gestures are thought through in advance. And they're emotion loaded, and they can act as the means to enhance expressivity and meaningful projections. Another suggestion of ours is that certain verbal signs in the text of the playwright, they can help activate the gestures of modality in the derivative text, which is a theatrical performance. The so-called trigger signs, for example, didactic signs, characteristics of the object or events, etc. During our study, both hypotheses were confirmed, and in quantitative amount, the bulk of examples had the following breakdown. The most are pragmatic gestures and representing gestures. The least frequent are gestures which are discourse structuring ones. And we use various methods of research for the analysis. One of them is ELAN software, which help compare the annotation of verbal and non-verbal component within the video fragments, and assessing the activity of certain parameters which are used in speech and gestures. Numeric indices are usually used in the program. We used extended commenting, and that's how we obtained the corresponding results. As far as the meaning content part of the analysis, the entire variety of gestures which were used when transitioning from playwright to theatrical performance, these gestures can be broken down to three groups. First, non-verbal paraphrases, which highlight meaningful projections. Pointing gestures, which follow the phrase and functioning as a way to find guidance in a space. And metaphorical gestures, for example, a throat-cutting gesture.
В данном примере
In this example, that's the gesture is followed by the final word of the main character. And she says, I'm running away, you're catching me up. If you catch me up, it's going to be paradise. If not, it's going to be the end of the world. And then she uses this throat slashing sign. The second group is the group of gestures which have non-verbal characteristics of the character, and they characterize the attitude of a character to the counterparty or opponent. For example, stroking with the palm from the performance at home and at work. So the dialogue in the playwright is, where have you been? I've been home and at work, home and at work. And this gesture is repeated 2 times, at home, at work, at home, and at work. So it focuses on the routine, daily routine, and quick change of the orientation. Palm face down and open palm and emphasizes the openness of the character and his attitude to life, which he doesn't take seriously. As we see, the gestures in the first and the second group, they have an additive interaction with the verbal component. As a result is the enhancement of the expressive potential and enhancement of meaningful projections. A third group, non-additive gestures, which represent conceptual content and which include semantic enhancement of the original. For example, a step-like motion of the wrist upwards, which is followed by the phrase, many have burst or left, etc. In this communicative context, one could use another gesture, moving the hand from top down in a wave-like manner.
Однако именно направление движения руки вверх,
and it is the upwards motion which helped objectivize the conceptual signs, which are important in expressing the attitude of the character to what is being talked about. So dissipate like a smoke gone without leaving a trace. So the words and the gestures and how they coincide shows there are certain trigger signs, which are verbal markers. And when transforming the playwright into theatrical performance, trigger signs can drop out. And in this case, you can, if it's a pointing sign, which replaces the actual word directly. The trigger signs, they can be preserved in the theatrical performance and can be enhanced by modality gestures. For example, this phrase from Duck Hunt, when emphatic pronouncing of pronouns to you, to me, to you, is followed by the hand gesture. Who needs your death? Him? He doesn't need it. Me? I don't need it. So you don't need it. And this slide shows the overall list of trigger signs that we have identified. Also, during the study, we have established certain correspondences between the type, the sign of trigger, and the type of a gesture. For example, if it's representing gesture about the shape and size and the location in the space, the trigger signs are such as big, small, great, or elliptic instructions, which mean non-verbal finalizing. For example, this phrase about 100 meters up, then the hand motion goes. This trajectory first horizontally and then abruptly downwards. We can also mention metaphorical expressions, the question of, do you want me to take over the baton? And in this case, the gesture is a rotary movement with a thumb extending. We don't see the movement of the right hand, but the gesture objectivizes the meaning of continuation. In general, the analysis we have performed confirmed that the interaction of verbal and gesture component enhances the expressiveness, enhances the content part, or creates new meanings. Terminologically, it can be determined as semiotic resonance. What is a resonance as a natural phenomenon, well known. As a scientific notion, it makes it possible to consider it as analogous to resonance state studied by physics, biology, and other sciences. Resonance happens, what's important for us in artistic communication, as during cognitive manipulation of the objectivized content. Hence, it focuses spectators' attention on certain semantic and pragmatic component of the phrase, and it becomes possible to talk about semiotic resonance as the notion of mutual coincidence of verbal and non-verbal signs, which are a result of secondary semiosis in polymodal artistic space, and it is followed by an emergence of new shades of meaning. It is an indicator of the original content, and it ensures local advancement of the information, enhancement of meaning and emotional content. And we would like to here build a bridge towards those capabilities, which open up for the development of artificial intelligence, for example, for the development of digital actors. The specialists mentioned that a digital character will have to create its own motions. And that includes mimics control, head movement, hand gestures. It is a tremendous task, and it would require a score of data. And so that the system will be able to reproduce those movements in future with similar examples. Currently, we already have the system which can change tone, speed, adding gasps, cry. But in order to create emotional connection and for efficient interaction with the human being, digital actor needs to have the understanding and reproduce properly not just speech, but gestures as well. And we believe that the area of research would suggest the studying theatrical gestures as recurrent semiosis will help enhance nonverbal analytical database and completed with various samples of movements which are there to have a certain impact on that you see. A particular role belongs to trigger science here, which is a linguistic precursor of resonance, because gestures, when is like a flip side of verbal actions. In other words, this way we can obtain a library of communicatively meaningful motions of the body, which is fused with triggers, and that looks meaningful, although it becomes a theatrical or movements. Thank you very much for your attention. And some of the resources we refer to prepare our presentation. Elena Georgievna, thank you very much. Very interesting keynote. Do you have questions? Well, it's not even a question, but again, like a provocative thesis. Well, they say, for example, what if I say, I think it's not ethical when artificial intelligence poses as a human being. And what we see in the keynotes, for example, we hear words like, let's create an actor which can act as a real actor. sounds great, like 3D cartoons. It's a great automation. Don't need to spend money on actors. In the previous keynote, let's make artificial intellect work instead of an artist. GPT-3 model generates millions of fake news instead of living journalists. So maybe all these things are not ethical. Maybe these are things we must not go into. Maybe it's all a lie, which the result of which will be such a post-truth where we won't be able to understand what's truth, what's not truth, who are people, who are robots, and the world will turn into a horrid place. Maybe we should prohibit that. I'm not asking for answers. It's just I want us to think about that. So we have a question. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for such a profound linguistic keynote. It was very nice to hear, because that's and the question on the content, and specifically, it's very interesting when we hear about how gestures and words are matched. But if we say that this performances can be different, and the gestures them can be different. One thing is when a gesture is described in the text, but it's a different story when the actor does it, or when the director asks an actor to use a certain gesture. So the question is how universal your research is. Thank you very much. It is true. It's an important question, and we have encountered that. And trying to save time, I have deleted slides where I wanted to show this idea, this thought. We have had a separate research where we analyzed 22 performances, vertical performances, based on the same playwright, and we tried to see the difference in the gestures and decisions of actors and directors. And the result was certain scenarios, how playwrights transformed into a theatrical performance, but the question of personality, individual interpretation is present. And it is the same as with artificial intelligence, where this individuality is lost, because AI it generates certain things, but doesn't create them. But creativity, polymodality, polymodal solutions, this is what can be lost here. And as far as your question, we expect that there are certain scenarios. And we have identified 3 scenarios based on which we can systematize the entire plethora of decisions of actor and director creativity.
Thank you.
Do I understand it correctly that you deny variativity in gestures? I mean, there are a lot of works, not just from Grigory Efimovich, but there are doctoral theses which say about invariability of each gesture and its semantic completeness. Thank you. We believe that we need to separate natural communication and artistic communication. In artistic communication, the gestures are thought through in advance. They have semantic meaning. And the meaning expressed by gestures can be explained by the context, which is created in a specific communicative situation, taking into account other verbal and non-verbal components. And as far as the typology of gestures of natural communication is such, well, there are the so-called lamps, which we know and we know what they mean, but nevertheless, in natural communication, the gesture is usually conceptually of conceptual significance, and the same gesture in different situations can mean different things for the interlocutor. So interpreting gesture, the analysis of a semantic situation, first of all. Thank you. Elena Georgievna, thank you.
Let's thank the keynote speaker, and then the next one is Maria Taimur, and then the organizer said that she's not going to be talking, and I was asked from Ayrat Ravilievich Mustafin to put him in now, so I'm going to give the stage to him. Ayrat Mustafin, the stage is yours. You are on.
Отлично.
Yes, hello, hello. Oh, great.
Название вашего доклада.
So far I am reading the name of your keynote and, on the issue of evaluation of speech instruments, prosodics and extralinguistics as objectives for improving artificial intelligence. Maybe it will be actually connected somehow, interconnected with the previous keynote, maybe, maybe not, but then hello, dear colleagues, and I just wanted to present two authors that who have been working on this, and it is interconnected with all the subjects mentioned in the previous keynotes. And we wanted to focus our attention on paralinguistics, so prosodics and extralinguistics, which don't always take into not always taken into account by artificial intelligence. So it is something out of the frame, something. So psychologists and other researchers, they say that is the non-verbal part is has a lot of meaning loaded into it, and maybe very different from understanding of the actual text, and maybe disconnected from the text, which is why in working on the text, understanding what is written there. So this is the part that is out of the frame, is out of the shot, and we don't always understand what was meant and what was the meaning and what was the second meaning behind the meaning, what's behind the stage. And what's most interesting here is, well, to us, it seems that this preamble, the lyrical aside, for example, that if you're viewing texts as such, the texts in themselves, then we'll probably find similarities, some analogies, some entrances into neighboring disciplines, which so far our colleagues, for example, in biology, they haven't found any direct, clear answers so far. So in the slide, the development of Piotr Garyaev, who Ayrat, we don't see your slides, we just see your camera, that's all we see. And there are no slides. Yeah, you probably have to turn on sharing the screen. And now we can see that, great, yeah. So this is on the slide, so we have Piotr Garyaev, who was the DNA in sequence as a text, and as a philologist, Shklovsky, he also noted that DNA and the sequence is a certain text, certain like a language. So if you view in this key the texts, then we probably will see. We see the approaches of epigenetics, for example. We can see the biological text could be read like so. This is the lyrical side. But what we notice is that artificial intelligence, in the vast majority of cases, has a written text for processing, and actual written text. And near speech instruments refer to the oral performance of the text, so they are beyond the reach, and there is an internal speech that we do have, that when we're teaching, when we're learning the reading, so we literally pronounce something, that when we've learned to read, then there is internal speech. So we read something, we don't read it out loud, but we do read it. We hear it when we read, but it could, the reading could be different from what the author meant by this text, and this deviation, this difference could be significant or insignificant. One of the aspects is that in the near speech is paralinguistic instruments is that is the what how we juxtapose who is the author of the text because the authorship of the text will be important so that we clearly understand or that the author meant something and then we perceive the text stronger than what the author built into it initially or thought to build in. So, for example, there could be some tasks, some goals in, for example, the law enforcement. They want to know who the author is, and then somebody says that text is mine, but who actual author was. So the possibilities of performing the text, as it were. So we can try to solve such problem by using the correct typing of the authors of the text or marking authors on certain grounds. For example, the first keynote, the authors they suggested and they described the process of tagging, of markup of pieces of text. So here we say the authors and have to tag the authors somehow, which then will be juxtaposed or give the certain filters in order to understand the text in to what measure it actually is similar, how true it is, to what degree it can be trusted. For example, here you can see this text and how belonging of the author or support of one of the sides of the conflict. This is how the text is constructed, how it is, how the record is recorded. The typing of the authors, for example, may be important for some text or may be of little importance of the others. It may be fiction text or artistic text. It could be text to do with the situations where what's very important to get additional emotional assessment, and then there are situations where it is of little importance. For example, business text like a job application. So we don't need. This is just the meaning, and that's it. The meaning is one. So where we look for additional meanings, additional senses, where we need that is where we could understand who the author of the text is, and then we can introduce additional filter that would help us find these meanings, how they differ. The immediate meaning of the text, that is in actual narrative, from what it could be perceived with the help of, for example, prosodics and the manner of performance of the text. For example, here on the slide you can see Yuri Levitan, a Soviet talking head, and how he performed the text. That was very important, how the text was perceived. It could have sounded totally different if it was performed by somebody else. He was making that now. So prosodics, or paralinguistic instruments, they will be paraspeech tools will be very important for the perception. At the moment, in our view, is not taken into account by the artificial intelligence, but may be viewed as a separate job for artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is able to give us certain advice of what the emotional condition of the author was and how it is reflected in the text, and this could give us a certain pointer in looking for additional meanings which could be built into the text by the author, or were meant to be built in. So how to do this work? When I'm thinking about that, we could go along the way of typing, and then what was suggested In the profiling, for example, profiling and verification based on 8 of types described by Jung. It could be the basis, it could be the foundation that is been tried and tested. There is a certain platform, there is a certain foundation for further work. And this could be broadened to typing to Myers-Briggs, Socionics, or of Ashura, Austin, Amingchua. And then this is how we can know. This was one of the descriptors. It's like in the text we can find particular signs, particular symbols, which will help us what type of the authorship is the author of this particular text. And there's a filter on the one hand and there's a filter on the other, and that filter may be of great use to us. And so here these psychologists, philologists, they actually may help us make it more effective in a more effective manner. And in our view, we can verification and profiling, they've done it, and we can actually count on that. And setting the goal on looking paralinguistic tools, what kind of what meanings do we look for this tradition? For instance, when in the majority of the practice that we can see, established practices, there is no need in that. As an example of this status quo, we describe the story of Stephen Hawking, who in the second half of his life, he was using artificial voice, so it didn't belong to him. The voice didn't belong to him. And if we read his written text and reproduce that, the effect of perception will be different than if we hear the artificial voice, which doesn't belong to the author. If we hear it when it's being read by that voice, it's quite a striking example, in our opinion, of radical change in perception of the text through paralinguistic tools. This is the song, where the text in combination with music and voice characteristics and manner of performance creates absolutely stunning perception effects that give rise to short or stable emotional assessments. That is another aspect here. The context. The context could be semantic or behavioral and cultural. And so far, in our view, artificial intelligence cannot perceive humor, and humor with different source of ethnocultural source of humor. For example, representatives of different cultures, they joke in a different manner. And this component, we can have it as a filter, but knowing the author text, knowing the cultural tradition there, and then we can get a certain database for the analysis and pick a correct algorithm of work, both the text and with additional meanings, taking into account the subtext. In this case, this is cultural. And as an example of cultural context is the story when representatives of North American states, the journalist, he threw a boat, threw a shoe, and if you don't know the Eastern tradition and culture, threw the shoe. And this is just a story of hooliganism when the politician gets the boot thrown. But if we know, and we have the filter, this is from the Arabic world, then we understand that is the highest degree of insult of this guy from the USA and his position, which is reflected by this action of throwing the shoe, throwing the boot. And so we can actually tune up the filter when working with the text, which we describe certain events, certain cultures, and so far these settings in the AI, they don't exist. Well, not to the degree that they should. And when organizing of work on the improvement of touch, so for example, when we have working teams or research teams where we have a number of principles fundamental, so it could be diversity, and this diversity may involve the composition of teams, and the first in this the dilettante effect, who helps the non-professional, who helps us do what cannot be done, so we can do the breakthrough. We can achieve the breakthrough only when we have higher chances of breakthroughs in the study and research from people who know that you shouldn't be doing this or you shouldn't be doing that. And these dilettantes, because these amateurs, it could be a kid, it could be somebody who never worked in artificial intelligence, or an elderly person, or maybe somebody who is using smartphones and other gadgets only in for gaming purposes. So these could be representatives of different trades, so philologists, cryptographers who work with the machine processing of text. It could be specialists within IT, and of course what our colleagues presented when they were talking about what's happening, for example, on the stage, on stage in museums and at exhibitions. These are directors, actors, what we mentioned, the biologists that we mentioned. So the total diversion in terms of trades and culture, cultural diversity here, our cultural traditions will help us resolve the issue of taking into account the filters to do with the ethnic cultural components, and the filters to do with certain traditions of humor, of joke, assessing certain metaphors, which would be natural for some cultures, and also taking into account this notional left hemisphere, right hemisphere dominating way of thinking. Left hemisphere, the generalizing or algorithmistic and sequential. This could be as a factor of diversity compared in constructing the research teams. So, in conclusions and recommendations, that the first, that the near speech tools in the evaluation of text can be very useful. Second is that the ways that should be considered to take into account these factors, epilinguistics, prosody, and others, are technical, organizational, and methodological. And today's report does not set the goal of comprehensive coverage of the issue, but indicates the significance, relevance, and possible approaches to its solution. And this report was written using artificial intelligence and machine translation. So if you understood us, then we managed this goal, we achieved this goal, and artificial intelligence managed it well. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions, I will be I'll happily answer that on my own behalf, on behalf of my colleagues. And so if the question, then probably one and really quick one. Do you have any questions? If there are no questions, let's thank Ayrat Mustafin, and then there will be another.
Because we have
Saad Massoud.
Saad Massoud on the line. Saad, can you hear us?
Ага. Все, хорошо. У нас на связи, кажется, Саад Масуд.
All right. I think we have Saad Masood from Australia on the
ночь.
line. As I understand,
Вот.
it's really night time
Да,
there.
как раз полночь. Если есть
So it's
возможность,
midnight. So
что
if
давайте
possible,
доклад послушаем прямо сейчас.
let's listen to the keynote.
Мы, видимо, ожидаем синхронного перевода.
I guess we're expecting full simultaneous translation.
Коллеги, у нас там коллега на связи из Австралии.
Is our colleague from Australia with us?
Переводчики не слышат. Так.
Вот его нет на связи среди участников.
Его нет пока на связи среди участников. Тогда он, видимо, что-то ищет, как он сказал, среди папок свою презентацию. Мы можем...
Да, коллеги, да. У нас по времени все же кофе-брейк.
Yes, time-wise, it's coffee break, although we started an hour later. But coffee break should stay. We started really 1 hour later. Okay, then we have time for one more keynote. And who is that specifically? If we need to skip someone right now, let's do it.
Да. Так, ну, вы к нам выходите, да? Или? Тогда все, тогда вы это делаете сейчас, а мы переходим к следующему. Так, а у меня по очереди стоит Дунаева Дарья Олеговна.
Okay, it's Дунаева.
Добрый день.
Да,
на связи. У меня коллега задерживается, можно мы пропустим?
Хорошо.
Спасибо.
Хорошо.
Is it okay if we present a bit later? Very well, then, as agreed, we'll ask our assistant Lisa to start the slides of Irina Sovetovna.
Лиза.
Лиза.
Итак, коллеги, у меня доклад, который посвящен проблеме...
Colleagues, my keynote is about Russophonia.
Объявлено импортозамещение, насколько у нас мы не
Yes,
хотим...
we've heard that despite import replacement, we do not want to go towards Russophonia and choose Anglophonia. And this keynote is to present how variative is the Russian language, even if it's talk about its core.
Заметьте, какая идет интонация, какой идет артикуляция.
Note the intonation and the articulation.
Не просто заднеязычный «к», а заязычный.
So how the K sound is pronounced.
Вот это генатушки и...
This word генатушки, the Russian-speaking spectator can understand that.
Язык тоже является инвариативным, как и русский.
And this language is also variative, as well as Russian.
Цитатировать его очень модно.
Если мой родной язык умрет завтра, всегда готов умереть я сегодня.
И заметьте, какой
And
возглас,
note
все равно, что вах,
this
вах,
yay,
вах.
yay, yay
Что же такое
at the end, this the same as vach, vach, vach. And what is lingua franca, which was mentioned in the start? That's an intermediate language, languages interethnic communication. Third slide, please. Now, next slide. And what we see here is this cloud, what lingua franca means, and what lingua franca was based on, and why it is called lingua franca, because initially that's from the Germanic group of languages, Franco-Italian, plus the mixture of Arabic and Turkish, and this was related to trade. And today we say that there's a reality, and today English, German, Russian, French, Arabic, we can observe that this has to do with empires. And but why I've mentioned Kazakh language, this is the divided nation, and in Kazakh language there is Kazakh language based on Cyrillic, based on Latin, based on Arabic, and based on Chinese hieroglyphs. Next slide. And if we look at how Western scholars and what languages the web pages operate on, where there is a priority assigned to languages, and Jeff Ogden, he made a comparison between the native speakers and internet users. And if we look at the ratio, you will see that 57% of foreign web pages, and it means that 57% know English language well, but the number of native speakers, that's only 27%. But the percentage of the Russian language and the internet users, they differ. And if we look at the next slide, yes, what we see here is this spread of English language. So that's Anglophonia. When the priority shifts towards the English language, and whether there's a strive, and again, this language is liked. But what happens with the Russian language? Next slide. When we talk about lingua franca, we need to realize that there is also Pidgin language, and there is a Creole language, and that's not a separate nation, and that's a language for a new generation. And inside the diaspora, if it's the second, the third generation as a rule, but there is a widespread belief that lingua franca is the Russian language and the post-Soviet space. No. Today we're losing that because the new generation, today's pupils, today's school children, and if we look in Kazakhstan, many of them, they don't speak Russian, unfortunately. So the lingua franca, it's the English. Whether lingua franca is English, that's a questionable thing because it is imposed artificially, but lingua franca is a natural phenomenon when the hybrid language emerges. When we talk about Russophonia, there's no single definition here, and we see the difference in the three terms which are important to understand the problem. Who is a Russian-speaking person, who is Russian language speaker, who is Russian speaking, who is Russophone. And the way Russophonia is interpreted by Professor Rudikov and Professor Rulova differs from the way it is presented in Yefremova's explanatory dictionary. But one should mention that these points are mentioned in Makienko's dictionary, who describes that as a language of
заметьте, что когда говорят русскоязычный,
the Soviet period. And when they say Russian language speaking, especially in the speech of the politicians, it is equalized with the Russian and Russian speakers. And recently it's become a banner of struggle for reshaping the borders. And allegedly, if they say that there's one minority, another minority that are being deprived of rights, it's not just about the Russian language, but recently there was a conference in Romania, and Azerbaijanis talk about that. This is an Iranian project, and they say that there's a large diaspora of Azerbaijanis who live in Iran. They speak Azerbaijani, well, Turkic languages, and they want a referendum to join the territory, and that's the quenches of interrelation with geopolitics. And when we talk about the ratio between Russophones and the Russian diaspora, what we see here are the common data. I'll show it using the examples. This scheme as such does not give us anything. Why? Well, I would not be reading what is said here. You can read it. But two positions are important here. First, these are people who are ethnically Russian.
Следующий слайд.
The next slide. And when we say that we have not just Russians, but also those who speak Russian, Russophones, who speak Russian language and some other language, and also some other language, we need to make a division here. There is the core, the mainland literature, language, and there is a periphery, areola ususes, which include dialects, social acts, and it also includes what is widespread inside the diaspora. So at the bottom, you see a scheme, which is represented by Ukrainian sociometric data. So the red color, that's Ukrainian language, and gray is Russian language. And we see how different they are, despite the fact that Russian and Ukrainian are closely related languages. And if we look at the core and the periphery, we see that the opposition or dichotomy in the first case is at the border of the learned language and native language. And the second, the border is at the national and non-national languages. When we talk about the core and the periphery,
Ядерная часть признается, что
then the core part, it is the national variant of the Russian language at the post-Soviet and post-socialistic expanse. So that's the Russian language of the Kazakhstan, and there's a completely different structure of speech there. It is close in its micronisms, and in terms of usage of language means it is close to Kazakh, Tatar languages, Oriental languages in general. And if we take China, then we'll see borrowings from the Chinese language. If it's Ukrainian, then there are borrowings from the German language. And the further we advance, the more we're going to see how diverse this periphery is. And here, on this slide, it is shown how many people speak the Russian language, regardless of whether it is a native language or a learned language.
Это позволяет нам говорить о неоднородности руссофонов.
And that allows us to talk about non-homogeneity of Russophones. We see several groups, and each group is characterized by a completely different
культурными и лингвистическими стратегиями,
targets and the cultural linguistic strategies, which predetermine the selection of the language of communication. And correspondingly, there is a demarcation. So, for example, if even if it is a Russian from the Kazakhstan and Russia, he is still regarded as a Kazakh. Or the same is true about Tajikistan, that he's Tajik or Kyrgyz. Why? Because Petlin Sorokin once said, because the socio-cultural distance between the people who reside within the same region, it is much less than between representatives of the same people, but live at a distance, a big distance from each other. Which means Armenians and Russians who live in the Krasnodar Krai, Armenians and Russian Ukrainians, they understand each other much better than Russians living in Krasnodar Krai and Russians living in Arkhangelsk. Next slide. And here we're going to observe how invariants of the Russian language are being formed. And the English language here is taken as one of the core ones because it's being introduced, enforced as the lingua franca of the modern world. And another language, it can be Chinese or it can be Arabic, etc., depending on the region. Next slide. And here, it is a very interesting task for AI because the words which are widespread in the invariants of the Russian language, which is outside of the mainland culture and mainland language, they are not a part of the dictionaries, but at the same time, they're actively used by the native speakers living in different countries. Creating schedule, half pound of cheese. So there is a mixture of native words and borrowed words. So there is a mixture of, it's kind of Russian English pidgin, a mixture of languages. When you take an English word as a root word and then add Russian suffixes, prefixes to it. And the difficulty of detection here is that these words, they're not registered in the dictionaries. So they're not going to be identified either as Russians or as English. So the examples are shown on the screen. For example, these words, jiga, 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 which means this one in Russian. So the most interesting thing is that in the German language, the Russian German pidgin is called kvele, and you can see what root morphemes and how borrowings take place from German and from other languages. Next slide. In the very first example, where there are these or this singing style, I sing about what I see. My bike, and so on, KK from the Chinese. All these interjections, but there are borrowings which are part of the Russian folklore. Oi bai, for example, the border of Kazakhstan and Tumen region. And there are changes at the level of grammar, changes in flexibility, and that has a backward effect. The Kazakhs living in Tumen, the historic order of words. The first word is the verb. And then the secondary members of the sentence. So now when they speak Kazakh there, they use Russian grammar. The direct sequence of words. And here are the titles. If we talk about pidgin like Runglish, Ruslish, Ruglish, Rusinglish, Galina Mikhail Litvinova, together with Americans, they say it's bad English, changed under the influence of Russian. Whether it's so, I'm not going to comment on that. It's clear, but
говорит, что это
Sinada Vasilina
вот такой
Polinova says that
на самом
this is a
деле,
spoiled Russian,
сколь
although it's not a corrupted Russian, but when we talk about periphery, there is more influence there and more borrowings there. So where does this spoiled Russian language originate from? There's Morton Benson, who wrote a lot of works. One of those is about combinatorics, about borrowings from Russian and English and from Serbian and the Indicistics. He described the language of the Russian immigrants who live in the United States, and he underlined the heterogeneity, which is characteristics for heterogeneity of Russophones. Hence, when we regard the examples, even lexical examples, we see how diverse they are, although within the metropolia, we also have active borrowings of the English words, because English is imposed as lingua franca, and that is despite the fact that we have articles predominantly in English, and even if these are all Russian journals, the preferences.
Но у меня доклад о заимствованиях в русском языке, поэтому делать
The publication in Russian language, in English borrowings, then, and this is just like this kind of smell, you know, like interlinguistic homonymity. So this is a process, and this is in varieties of Russian language in the post-Soviet space, for example. The Academy of Sciences in Kazakhstan, in the first channel in Kazakhstan, they were talking. There's Bermuda. They were talking about. There was here. So it's just that they were talking about it in the Russian language, and it has been confirmed that this equator, equibator, that is in linguistics is interlinguistic, interlingual homonymy. So next slide, please. Again, here, in order to resolve the issue of how we can use the methods of artificial intelligence, we see that it is finding new words in these varieties. For example, now we need to come up with glossaries of dictionaries, and from Harvard, the specialists, American specialists, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's from Harvard, and they say don't have to study Russlish. The linguistic life of Russians beyond Russia should not be studied. Why? And why? So what's to do with geopolitics? Why it shouldn't be studied? And you can see here, in order to lower the status of Russian identity and to lower the status of Russian statehood. If we talk about European researchers, then the studies, research of the varieties of Russian languages in European countries, that is Russian Russophones of academia that emigrated to Europe, and they are promoting Russian language as a foreign language. In that case, there are certain studies, and the best studied is the Russian-German pidgin, which is called Kvela, and Russian-Italian, Russian-Danish, Russian French, and Russian Spanish. And the process is in that there is the devaluing of the concept of Russian culture. If we look at there is this Finnish, there is this textbook. So this usual model of communication of the elder and the younger. For example, Pushkin and a boy And this is, can I address you as a thou rather than you? And you see this here. And what is the post-Soviet space? And the post-Soviet this we see there is a tendency of, as it was said, as Eleonora Suleimanova, the president of the Kazakhstan Association of Teachers of Russian Language and Literature, that there was this linguistic turnaround from denying the Russian world and the priority of the Kazakh language, that is the Kazakh example, and we see the same thing. It slightly earlier it happened in the Ukraine, and the thing is here is that in the Ukraine, what happened there? The dictionaries that were published, where there were international words which came to the Ukrainian language through the Russian language, they were replaced by other words, and the choice was made. There's just to reduce the historical connections, historical cultural connections between the Russia and Ukraine. This was the effort was made for that, and then in Kazakhstan it was the same. And the TV was considered Russian, and the viewing is so. This is the Indo-European, and this was now it is not television, but Gidar, so it is connection, so it's like intervision, which was in the same again as it used to be used, and as it used to be used before. And have a look, and English language is the invariant language, Kazakh and Spanish, and so the other languages, the peoples who have diasporic spread, like Armenian, for example, it could be introduced here, etc. What is it to do with these fears? What is it to do with? How is it connected to the geopolitical challenges here? These isolationisms to have a country which is pumped full, so it could feel the country a hero, and the other one would be in the position of the outcast. And so there is this the target language, not just the people target, but the language as a target. The language is targeted, that loses its connections, that loses its functionality. Next slide. And it's not so bad. There's people of the Soviet school, they still remain. And I've been doing it at night, and this is an erroneous punctuation there. I'm so sorry. And here there is these Russophonics are admitted, they are acknowledged. So this is happening. So there's the pressing from so-called young countries of the post-Soviet world, and Russophonia has been developed in DNR, LNR, and in the Crimea, of course, and in North Kazakhstan. So how should it be built? The politics of Russophonia, to have the passionality of the language and positioning through the language, when the previous speakers were saying that the word is lost, the logos has lost its meaning, and that depends on us, on how, what our relationship to words is. So if we don't treat it as a used condom, the word is not a used condom, so it should not be treated as such. So naturally, how can we create, so there is the time to have the interactive atlas of Russophonia, and not just the first slide, like the number of people of Russian speakers, the number of who are learning Russian, but also the using of the functioning of the language, how it is, the variety of language, how it is used, and what would be the specific, the phonetic, lexical, grammatical, and morphological, syntactical, so on all the uses here, how it could be done in one country or another. That will give us a real picture of functioning of the Russian language in the world, and will raise the role of the Russian language and Russia among not only the post-Soviet, post-socialist world, but in the world as a whole. And in summary, very much, I just wanted to have this video. This Valery Miladze, he is a Russophone, and you can see the emotional, how emotive it is, how emotive is the video, and the tonality, the tones of this clip, how it is, the viewings, a number of millions, and there are invariants to do with the original reading of this song. You can watch it. So Meladze speaks 2 languages, and he speaks that I'm a foreigner everywhere, but it's still I'm at home everywhere. So this is the idea of the invariant languages. Every word can be interpreted, and so it could be subtext, etc., but that's something else. You see how the articulation says these are these girls are Russian. You can see how articulation is changed. This is the English manner. And how can we, where do we go without our shaman? And what we, our snipers, our Buryat, the throat singing, the throat vocals, look at how that is done. So has it become less Russian, the words in its spirit? So thank you very much for your attention. This is very emotional, very visuals are very well, really saturated. So you were talking about the geopolitical situation, you were talking about geopolitical impact, and how the Russian language is perceived and how it is spread. And the first question is that what impact is the policy of the Russian state? Is there a specific effort? Maybe you will know the particular the other countries, how they impact. Maybe the second question straight away. Well, I'll just tell you straight away. We have the Russian World Foundation, Russian collaboration that supports of Russian language, of Russian-speaking bilinguals living abroad. And these groups of scientists and teachers, they don't do research of functioning of the Russian language, a real functioning of the Russian language beyond Russia. So if we're looking, if you look at the textbook in the Russian language in Kazakhstan for the school children for Russian tolerance is something else, not the way we perceive the word tolerance, but as the tolerance and the terpimость word in Russian is totally different context. And terpimость is something like indifference, but for the Kazakh culture, indifference is one of the deadly sins, because and to help anybody. So you have to help it's one of the rules of the STEP hospitality. So this is without, they work against Russia because they created without any supervision. So this they work against the unified space where the Russian language is helping to create interethnic, harmonious interethnic communication. This is a challenge because in this aspect the work is not being carried out. And last year in MIPT we did one of the projects and thanks to us, the issue of geopolitical danger in one of the, it was resolved and it was developed. It is being developed now, the information threats, so the 5 bills have been developed in the beginning of this year. So this is why Russia only started acting only now. Why is it so late? Because so to say, this stereotype that we have the common space and it cannot be changed, and just in one generation a lot can be changed to take into account that the multimodal systems are used for the transformation of consciousness and manipulation of it. So it sounds like in the sci-fi film. So with the Chinese, we just in the second issue, you talk about artificial intelligence. Maybe you know about certain initiatives, developments that in the context of Russophonia. If it happened, and I wouldn't have posed this issue. So the atlas of dialects of Russian language don't exist, where you can click. Historically, you can, like Napoleon map, and you can click and see how the armies were moving, but how the real life of a language in different regions of Russia, how it is different. We don't have it. We don't have it. All of this is just this is just totally unobserved. This is just the Russian way of just leave it alone, and we're not observing, we're not communicating. This aspect of culturologists, politology, political sciences, psychologists, naturally linguists, and of course, what can we do without? With the use of the digital tools, and of course, because the layer by layer representation of information is very much needed. So, another question. I need another question. It is of great interest. I'm from Belarus myself. In Siberia, I lived in Siberia for a while and for a long time. And there's a lot of settlements of Belarusians who kept the authentic folklore, and we can discuss here. My native tongue is Russian because my understanding of the world has been formed by the Russian language. And my comment is that the language is a code. It is a code. It is in a code in the understanding of the world, the world, how it's built, the principles of why is it in Russian, why in Russian language in great poets, there are second meanings, hidden meanings, why in structure of the Russian language you have say образование or безобразие, so no image, or образование or image making. Building, so psycholinguistics, that is something else. So if you are meddling with the Russian language, you are recoding the codes, recoding the meaning. So I totally agree with you. And when Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, when they started using not Kyrillics but Latin script, they didn't just go back. They turned over to a different code. That is roughly the same thing. That is what Zelensky did when he stopped. When we stopped the Orthodox Church, so the priority of Catholicism, I think probably that they will also use the Latin script because the idea of the Emilian Prytuk in Princeton University, or that these are the Turkic. So they were colonized, and this is they were forcibly colonized, and so this is the alien language that was forced upon them. That is totally total violation of historical. But it has its place now. It's actually people are getting used to it. So the Soviet Union attacked Ukraine. So that is why the wars started. So like all of this. The Russian language is very image-based. It has to be protected. Maybe artificial intelligence, as you say, maybe shouldn't replace a human being, but maybe it will help us understand the analysis, the meanings that we don't always understand. For example, when we're analyzing the language. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And now let's move on to the next keynote. And this keynote is here. It is here. Irina Alexandrovna Antashuk. So your presentation, you gave it to people, right? Okay, very good.
Yes, please. Good afternoon.
Actually, I prepared my report in English. It's a bit strange to speak in English. After we discussed some of the issues with the Russian language and its spread and some of the risks and challenges it faces. Yeah, the report was actually, listed in the program as in English. So I will continue. So if you can, please show the first slide. So my topic today is. Вы могли бы запустить презентацию, девушка?
Так, вот мне здесь показывают, что ваша презентация должна включить там.
Okay, I will start. Okay. So the topic today is virtual, digital, or digital assistants in the sphere of banking and finance. Assistants which are empowered by artificial intelligence technology, natural language processing, and machine learning. I'm aware and that probably most of you already have some experience of communicating, of interacting with these digital assistants. I chose specifically the sphere of banking and finance. One of the reasons is because I did this small piece of research for one of the consulting companies a year ago. And another reason is that actually banking sphere is one of the most actively developing in this respect. It is one of the leaders in terms of digital assistant technologies. Therefore, it becomes a model for other spheres. So some of the technologies, some of the solutions, they are transferred then to other industries such as tourism, such as, for example, public health services, and some other consultants services. So these technologies become more and more widespread, and they are in more and more demand by the customer. Actually, it's very difficult to speak. Извините, пожалуйста, могу я уточнить? Перевод идет тоже. Да, очень неудобно говорить, потому что одновременно слышишь перевод и одновременно не слышишь себя.
It's rather inconvenient when you talk and at the same time you hear yourself.
А где переводчик? Как он меня? Эхо. Я могу начинать. Или еще все-таки... So, our second attempt. So now we start again. My name is Irina Antashuk, and I work here at Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology as a research associate and as a lecturer. Basically, I'm a sociologist by education, and I also have some expertise in science and technology studies. And today I draw mostly on this field of my expertise. Как, дорогие слушатели, как вам воспринимается? Нет ли конфликта между тем, что вы слышите, русский, не русский? Okay. I will continue again and we'll try. We will switch into Russian if it will be necessary. Okay, so as I stated, today I'm going to speak about digital assistant technologies in banking and finance. Ну, давайте попробуем все-таки, наверное, на русском. Наверное, те, кто нас захочет очень услышать на английском,
Okay, we'll try then.
может что-то прочитать.
Russian and those who want to be listening
Переводит
to
на английский, соответственно.
Мы перейдем на английский.
Хорошо, продолжим по-русски тогда все-таки.
Okay.
Спасибо.
Okay, we'll continue in Russian then. So we're talking about digital assistants, and this technology is becoming more and more widespread. And this is, again, to continue the discussion about AI. And this is a technology which is well known to everyone, the technology of application of artificial intelligence. And this field is filled with various assistants. And one need to say that the Russian banking sphere is rather mature and well developed in this respect. And probably some of you have had the experience of work with such digital assistants, virtual assistants. Sberbank has it. Sber, Athena, Salute. Another well-known digital assistant is Oleg from Tinkoff. Digital assistant Alf from Alpha Bank. And these technologies are actively developing across the world. And the leading one is the United States, Europe, English-speaking countries, let's say Australia and Canada. The next slide, please. Briefly about what it is and several visual examples. I'm presenting some of them here, and they are quite plenty. And you see a brief definition here: the software programs, computer programs, which are rather complex. And to create those digital assistants, natural language processing is used for that, machine learning, as well as artificial intelligence that I have mentioned, and their job is to provide the user with the required information, provide it timely, and perform certain tasks. And those tasks can be multi-aspect and rather difficult. These technologies, they have several types, and quite often digital assistants, they are provided by the banks for their customers. These can be technologies of different finance organizations, for example, electronic wallets that have a great number of users, and sometimes these digital assistants, they're developed as an alternative to banking services such as ClearPlan, which are there to disrupt the banking monopoly and offer digital consulting services across the number of banks or accounts, and that helps overcome negative sides of banking services when the bank is offering its own services to the customer and they are imposed. Here I will list some of them. There is Eno Assistant, Erica Assistant, that's from Bank of America, Sber from the Sberbank, and Mia. What we see here, a humanized avatar, which looks rather human and looks like she has a personality, but most often the humanization is achieved by other means, not by such a video animated avatar. Next slide, please. I have already mentioned why it's banking and finance sphere that's been chosen for the purposes of this study. I'll repeat, there is a request there for the development of digital assistance technology. First of all, it is explained by the fact that it helps process and satisfy a great number of requests from the customers, and that improves loyalty. And it helps lift the workload of the personnel and reduce the number of personnel who would otherwise be busy answering numerous daily and repeated requests from the bank customers. Of course, it is expected that the bank will be able to earn profit, and that is being monitored. And when the digital assistant is working successfully, a great number of requests is processed automatically, up to even 90% in certain cases of requests processed automatically. And hence the clients, they get the service, they get a response.
Потребности получают удовлетворение.
And their need, how their need is satisfied with the help of the technology of digital assistance. On the other hand, we realize that in this sphere, specifically because of the coronavirus pandemic, and to avoid the need to meet in person and also come to a bank and to resolve the payment issues and issues connected with payment cards, etc., remotely, there's been a serious increase in this sphere,
усложнение этих технологий цифровых ассистентов.
And the technologies have grown more complicated. There's now a great number of the digital assistants emerged, and the great field of study. And this request was formed to understand in which way do these technologies develop. The next slide, please. So what we have done, there's been a request from the consulting company, and I have performed a research. It is a desktop research. I was browsing, looking for information in open sources and special sources which are about innovative technologies. And I was looking for those cases, and then specifically for each case, I was gathering more detailed information. Analytical and popular one, focusing on what's called primary source, not reviews, not the analytical data, but primary original discussions. I was looking for major features of those digital assessments, grouping them using certain specifics, and I was trying to identify the key trends of development which can be observed using the existing and real technologies. And the examples, here you see other resources I have used. Next slide, please. Now, the trends which I have identified, they were also specified in the abstract. The first trend, that's complexity of tasks and their expansion. Both baseline tasks and communication competences and functions. What is meant here, first of all, that's a transition from a baseline finance operations a digital assistants can do. For example, Sber, tell me how much I have spent last month. And ending with quite sophisticated financial tasks. For example, it can be a separate application, investment on investments, or recommendation on investment packages, developing a saving plan for a specific purpose. That's the expansion of the spectrum of services when, by analyzing typical habits and typical expenses, and specs items, income items, by analyzing the budgets. The digital assistance is capable of offering certain products which might be of interest for the user. And even products not from banking, but insurance or pension funds. And there is also an expansion in the spectrum of administrative services, organizational services, secretarial services. For example, this function of response to undesired phone calls. For example, Oleg, assistant, it is available free of charge. A great number of users installed that digital assistant because it can respond to phone calls from, for example, if you get some undesired phone calls from a dentistry or even cyber criminals, and these digital assistants can help deal with that. And you can listen to such recorded conversations. Some of those are rather funny. So it means that this digital assistant has the ability to perceive, understand, and reproduce the speech in its natural form. So when, for example, the words are out of place, or the users are using sophisticated or slang words, or use specialized words, the assistant can detect several requests within the same request and can quote those. The assistant understands both text and voice. So there's more and more voice control, voice interaction, and this function is growing. And this context, the assistant is capable of picking up the situation. If a person who's calling is joking, or what emotions he's experiencing, and take that in the response. It's thanks to the big array of data which is used to train the assistant. The second area of development, a big trend here, is what's called multimodality. When, and that's in the number of indicators, when the assistant, there is an interaction with several devices that can be a laptop, a smartphone, which is a dominating means of interaction with the assistant. It can be, for example, a device which is connected to the TV. So a number of digital devices we can use to interact with digital assistant. And it can be interaction, well, certain applications, they offer digital assistants to interact not with just one bank, but several. The assistant is trying to penetrate not only the sphere of banking services and offer its consultation services, but also to connect a number of spheres. And hence, we have this multimodality when the digital assistant becomes more holistic in its approach, and it can satisfy more needs of the users and the customers. And two more large trends. This is personalization and humanization, or anthropomorphization. And these trends are connected with each other. Now, personalization, here we say that digital assistants, they demonstrate the adaptability for a specific person they interact with. A person can choose a tone of the voice. Most often it's female, but there are options when a male voice is available for selection. You can choose the disposition or the mood or the mode of interaction with the digital assistant, which is optimal for a person at a particular moment of time. For example, Clear digital assistant, they have roast and hype mode. Roast mode is when it's a bit jocular or humorous, or there is a little bit of sneer and jeer in it to stimulate your behavior, and that's the user request. That hype mode is if the user wants praise or improve his or her own mood, and they ask digital assistants about that, and the digital assistant uses certain behavior or patterns and structures phrases accordingly. And we can also choose certain images. You can choose color functions, and that can be customized. And assistants, they more and more have memory. They can analyze interaction with a specific person to understand what he or she likes or dislikes, what words she prefers, what type of personality this or that customer has. They analyze habits, whether a person prefers to spend money in a restaurant or going to a sport club. And based on that, they structure the interaction. The last trend is humanization. When a digital assistant is constructed and designed and functions in a way so that the assistant creates the impression of a human being, of the personality. When there is it has a name, a certain disposition, a visual image, certain communicative habits.
Пока нет. И что
Not
интересно?
yet. And what's interesting is that in this respect, the digital assistant becomes not just an intelligent counterpart in the discussion, but a part that can find an advice and consult. And what's developed are the emotional capabilities when the assistant can catch the mood of the user and interpret those emotions and reproduce them. For example, give an answer, whether it's sadness or joy. It can flirt or make jokes. For example, Oleg, assistant from Tinkoff, is probably a record breaker. The networks are filled with the jokes created by that digital assistant. Moreover, the assistants are tuned to establish trust. to the person they interact with. And in that respect, there's more and more, they more and more imitate the human personality with everything that follows. Next slide, please.
Собственно, вычленить эти тренды
So
развития.
what I have tried to accomplish, I have tried to identify the development trends. And this is more of a market information, but I also wanted to look at it from the point of view of sociology, science and technology studies,
Для нас говорить.
to understand what do these trends tell us. It's clear that on the one hand, banking and financing is a specialized domain. On the other hand, many trends, they are more generic, and digital assistants, they develop rather actively, and they can be of general nature. We know Alexa, Siri, Google Assistant, we know Alisa, Marusia, etc. And they gain more and more popularity, and they become more and more widespread. And they're becoming part of a large number of people. And here I would like to identify several key discussions. And there's literature grouped around those. First of all, it is a problem of certain boundary between human and non-human agency. It is interesting. Today's conference started with a conversation, and a lot's been said about AI and how these technologies make us think about what is human. That this is a sort of challenge, and a lot of thought is required here. And in social sciences, this is one of the big topics, meaning that today we say that overall under the agencies of non-human agency, or the ability to act, which is now in close contact with the human agency, and the human ability which are connected, becoming connected more and more, and sometimes you can't even tell the difference between human agency and their technological enhancement. And how human agency is reproduced with the help of a great number of technological devices. And in this case, the interaction between digital assistant and the human being, it is also realized and studied from the point of view of a different theoretical approach and methodologies. And they can look at that as a situation of interaction. And here it can be a social interaction, situation of social interaction, the exchange of symbols. If we take one theory, this can be viewed upon as either a tool for interaction, as a tool for access to financial information, or as a full-fledged partner, a conversational partner. It can be understood and a thing relation, no matter how active it is.
Такие, там, например, также там какой-то, да, буквально master and slave, например, такая система взаимоотношений. Или, например,
master-slave relationship or a consultant and professional. So roles can be different patterns of behavior and approaches. What's important and interesting here is that
много внимания уделяет
a lot is attention is paid to the questions of inequality, questions of power and hierarchy, and what's reproduced here, it is reproduced in the relation with digital assistant, and these are transformed and they get new development. A lot is being said about gender inequality and typical gender patterns, gender relations, which are built into the technology of digital assistants. I don't think it was really noticeable today in my presentation, but there's a great number of digital assistants who have female names. They have female personalities, and they have a visual image of a woman.
О том, насколько вот такой помогающий,
This gives food for thought
некоторый труд заботы.
and in the direction of that this assisting work, assisting labor, secretariat labor, it is an auxiliary and assisting labor, and it is again being marked as a work typical for a female. So there is this notion of femininity, a woman who is an image of a person who is ready to serve, who is understanding, who is ready to be nearby, who is ready to render services to the user. And they say there's a lot of inequality there, because there is always a center, a human being, and then there's an assistant who serves to a human. And then there is asymmetry, and these interaction patterns of asymmetry when everything centered around me, and it's not mutual. So there is no reciprocity, and that can be transferred to the real domain of human relationship. This is a very interesting topic and a very big one. I guess
Это будет более короткий доклад. Назову несколько таких еще
I will mention several important topics. First of all, it's domestication of the technologies, how digital assistance is built into the everyday life, everyday system of relations, and what role it finds there, and how these relations are transformed when a digital assistance enters the everyday life, how the relationships with the systems and banks are being restructured, and even between banks and other institutions. That's another interesting topic. And there is also a question of embodiment. First of all, it is a question
представляется некоторым бестелесным.
About the fact that digital assistant is first posed as something bodiless, which exists in this stable binary opposition: mind, feeling, intellect, body. When there is no place for embodiment, and when they say that there is this notion of technology of digital assistance, and what's rejected is this huge material labor, material work, which is produced for digital assistance to be in principle, to be capable to exist, not to mention the actual hardware, the physical carrier that performs the operations. So there are physical technological objects, thanks to which it becomes possible, and the entire ensemble of practices and coordination. And another topic is how digital assistance, how the technology becomes closer, and how it becomes built in. And it is now in a close connection with human body, whether it's headphones, be it touch, a sensory contact. And so how this body interaction is taking place is just another interesting discussion about boundaries and how embodiment is constructed and how the body of digital objects is being structured.
Прощаю. Да, я закончила.
This is it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Dear colleagues, we have time for one very short question. There are a lot of questions.
Важный, на мой
doubt,
взгляд, вы говорили о том, что
I believe you mentioned
это установление
that the key thing for digital assistant is to build trust. In other words, human relationship, And even in our human relationship, we cannot guarantee that our relations are built on trust with the partner we communicate with. So how can that be established? I don't expect an answer, but no one knows that, but that needs to be worked on. Well, the second thing, the correlation, how does obtrusiveness of the assistant, how does it correlate? And the time the digital assistant takes from the communicating party. So it looks like the digital assistant, it's like a self-realization for the digital assistants, because we can't finish the conversation before we listen to all the options the digital assistants gives us, like press 1, press 2 for this, press 3 for that, etc. Let's see, if we take a standard communication, these steps, they are omitted because we strive to save energy and time during communication. And here it's like digital violence over a real communicating party. How would you answer to that? Thank you for the question. So the first question is about trust building. Digital assistance is built in such a way to make this communication as natural as possible, that it is natural, meaningful, interesting, engaging, and not obtrusive. So digital assistance responds to the request when it is asked to respond. Unless this digital assistant, well, of course, there are different ways of interaction. If you make a phone call to Sberbank, for example, and the digital assistants suggest a choice, choosing a menu item or describe your request, and then sends you further. Okay, colleagues. Unfortunately, yes, I understand. It's very interesting. It's good to have a discussion, but we've had only one half of the keynotes. Let's thank the keynote speaker. What's important to talk about the development trends. It's not what digital assistants look now. It's where what they want to be. Especially if you communicate via banking application. When you learn about your expenses, when you ask to transfer, if you ask for a joke, this is where it becomes possible.
Нет. Как раз ассистент настолько умным, этот тренд, что он изучает, что вам нравится, что вам не нравится, что вам может помочь, что вам не может помочь, где надо помолчать, где нужно сказать. То есть он максимально пытается сымитировать естественный...
So it tries to imitate as much as possible.
Всех присутствующих. Консультацию. Да. Хорошо, спасибо.
Спасибо. Я тоже...
It's very well, thank you. It's just, I also have to say that the assistant, especially in the bank, that the job of the assistant is to resolve the client's problem, and the attempt to replace the resolution of a real problem by a seemingly emotional communication, it is showing helplessness. It's just showing that you cannot resolve the task professionally. Let's just talk to the client. No, it's not a solution. It's a substitution. I'm not suggesting to discuss that, because otherwise we'll talk about that for hours. So, colleagues.
На Zoom наш коллега из Австралии.
Colleagues, we have our colleagues from Australia, Saad Masood. If you could ask him if it's possible.
На связи ли он? мы давно уже мечтаем дать ему слово.
Without Masood, we have dreamt about giving him the floor. And Minsk is also asking to be given the floor.
Мы вас очень плохо слышим, очень невнятно.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Лосик
просит доклад. Minsk, they're asking
Лосик.
for a chance to speak. We promised to start that keynote at. Can I ask with Polina Basina to speak because the time difference is too big? It's midnight.
Дунаева Дарья Олеговна, Басина.
Дарья Дунаева, Polina Basina. Can we trust the acceptable model of machine learning to determine the tonality of texts? Thank you very much. Just a second. Let me set it up.
Так, пока вы настраиваетесь, минутное объявление можно для тех, кто сидит у нас в зале.
Just a short announcement for those who are in the audience. You see, we have extended the time. We're not going to have a coffee break. And if you like, there's coffee, you can have coffee. Yes, thank you very much, colleagues. Hello once again. We'll try to be brief, not to delay anyone. My name is Daria Dunaeva. I'm an analyst of the Big Data Center in Tomsk State University, and together with my colleague, would like to present the keynote, Can Public Machine Learning Models Be Trusted to Detect Sentiment in Text? And this is one of the tasks. It's not secret in computer linguistics and adjacent areas, and there are different models of automatic classifications which are supposed to address that. However, the question of quality of their work remains open, and we try to verify how trustworthy those models are. Next slide, please. For starters, I would like to talk about the context, how this idea emerged. The thing is, starting 2022, the center has been implementing the project to assess the quality of the life of population. As part of that project, we're assessing the tonality, the sentiment of messages from the network. What were those messages? Those were the messages in the Vkontakte network, 10 million in 2021. And we decided to use those to train our model. And we have prepared a sample for 100,000 messages marked according to 8 categories and 3 sentiments. And information and emotionally positive, emotionally negative. Next slide. Next, we assess the quality of work of our model, and we realized that it marks the content with high precision, but in terms of tonality, the situation is much worse. Then we started thinking how to address that, how to improve the quality of detecting sentiments. First, we increase the number of texts, increase the volume, but we encountered difficulty. There are a few texts like that. That's the specifics of social networks. They write about the news, they post pictures, but people do not express their attitude in the posts. Then we got a different idea, use ready-made models to detect the sentiment, and if it turns out that they work better than ours, then we can add them to our data. Next slide. And in order to test the quality of model, we have prepared a data set. We asked linguists to mark 300 messages according to 3 categories. Next, we asked to do the same by 6 models. Then we calculated the number of code of the linguists and the models, and based on that, we've done the analysis of similarities and differences, so that later on we would be able to produce recommendations on the usage of these and other similar models and improve the quality of the work in future. Next slide, please. A bit more details regarding the test data set. It included the same publications from the same regional communities in Vkontakte. We have excluded the messages with the information tonality, the news and announcements, and we've broken them down into fragments. And the experts have selected 100 messages from each tonality, in each sentiment. More details about the scale. There's a great variety of scales. We have chosen the most universal one with 3 classes: positive, negative, and neutral. 2 classes too little, 5 difficult to compare. And that's why we have chosen this scale. Next slide. On this slide, you see a typical example for each tonality from the test data set. So the example, like I'm crying helpless, it's negative sentiment. The fact that something happened everywhere, it's neutral. And the expression of gratitude to the web page is a positive tonality. Now I would like to give floor to my colleague. She'll talk more about the technical part. As colleagues, welcome. And to add, during expert marking, our purpose was to get a meaningful sentiment of the text. And for the sake of the purpose of our study, we've chosen the models following the following criteria. First is to determine sentiment, the scale, ternary system, and if you use those, then you know that one can find not just the model to detect sentiment according to 3 categories, but there is marking for various emotions. And as a label, you can use negative, joy, or happiness. And it was important that there were models for the Russian language, which would take into account the specifics of the Russian text. Moreover, as a criteria, we have added the popularity so that the model was downloaded at least 30 times. 6 models passed the selection process. And sometimes the models wouldn't fit if they contained less or more classes. Like, what could be said about the model? They all belong to the contemporary architecture of being transformer. The selected models, they are models which have the ability, learning capability, and themes. Half of the model were trained using mixed data sets when several sets in Russian were reduced and they were combined into one data set. One should mention that each data set gathered into one, they also represented a different tasks. At the same time, there could be differences in scaling. For example, in the regional data set, they would use not a 3-class assessment, but assessment from -5 to 5, or vice versa. Those could be toxic or non-toxic messages. We also have 3 models here which were trained for specific tasks. These could be retail or medical. And in order to calculate the accord, the match between our assessment and the model, and to be able to determine what model fits best, we used to approach. First is the match criteria and notary agreement, statistical criteria with a golden standard is the expert method of a linguist, and as an annotator, our models. We also used qualitative analysis in order to understand where the models make mistakes and why it happens. Overall, we have used 3 widespread factors And according to one of them,
не обладает
none of the models has
целом мы
the
не можем.
reliability with our assessment, and overall we cannot use
Коэффициенты
based on the
Kappa
factor. Other factors, Kappa coin and Lisa Kappa,
качество датасета,
they've
и
also turned out to be rather low in quality
наших
of data
реальных
set. So hence the question whether we can use these models on real tasks in application to the
Нас
data we
интересует.
use and the interpretation we're interested in.
Да, спасибо.
Дарья?
Мы сделали довольно...
Thank you. And we have done a rather simple thing. And the results are very fresh, obtained yesterday, and you're the first who see them. And what was the idea? The idea was to have a look at what models agree with experts, mostly. So as Paulina said, we established the golden expert, the golden standard, the opinion of experts, we trust them. And we see the following picture. There is the specifics that some models, they mark text well, according to a certain sentiment or tonality. Model 6, for example, deviates from the expert assessment only 3%. So if it's positive, it works great. If it's negative, then the deviation is the number of messages which were marked as negative. It was higher, twofold higher than those marked by experts. And there are models which lean heavily towards neutral, marking all messages as neutral. And here we cannot talk about the quality of this model. For the rest, we can definitely conclude that for certain tasks, to identify positive message, for example, model 6 is applies greatly, and it can be used. Next slide, please.
Мы посмотрели первое.
So we have had where the models agree with the experts 100%. So what messages are those? Where there are no disagreement and deviations at all. There are quite a few of those. Where there is a definite expression of attitude to a particular object. Where there are no intersections or specific words. In those cases, the models work well.
Очевидных сообщениях, давайте будем говорить честно. Однако,
if we take obvious messages. However, in social networks,
очень часто, так как там
these models are few. And since natural language is used there are nuances there. And you can see those in this example, where the model does not agree with the experts. None of the models agrees with the experts. Negative, I guess it's a lot of work cleaning up after yourself. So the model reads such words as work and clean after yourself, and she thinks it's positive. But the model cannot say whether there's sarcasm there. So they do not take context into account or intonation. With the positive, the situation is the following. The models determine, they do not identify. This will include bad words. For example, an outrage. This outrage is going to be over soon, but it is written in a positive context that we're moving towards a better future. But the model classes that as negative or being armed with. The model considers this to be a bad word. You can be armed with proper tools to clean up your house, but still it's marked as negative. Neutral, the situation is similar. So if good words are used here, even in a neutral context, the model sees these words are good and it marks them accordingly. So this is the initial result. And the final slide, please.
Таким образом, резюмируя, мы выделили несколько оснований.
Summing up, we can identify several grounds. First is to think about further studies, and what we paid attention to. First, it is a sampling. As you see, each of the model was trained using a different data set with its own specifics. So, for our texts, which have socio-political topics, have mismatch. So it's learning sampling is important. Another important question: how, if we take a scale on sentiment from -5 to +5, certain part of the information can be lost. But still, we train the model. So it's important that this sampling analyze whether it is fit for purpose. Another problem is the annotation instructions. We have encountered this problem ourselves, and overall, the data set available presently, we don't quite understand whether we can compare positive categories and whether it is positive in each interpretation or not. At the same time, we saw using equality analysis that a lot of the models, they pay attention to the emotive words and they cannot perceive the full meaning of the sentences. Hence the question for further interpretations and advance into the level of syntax. And one should also mention the neutral sentiment and how to determine that. Colleagues, in principle, this is it from us. We're ready to answer your questions. Thank you so much. Are there questions? If there are no questions, then I would like to ask a question. So coming back to the objective of your study, the tonality of what exactly do you want to assess? And the following options are possible. It can be a message from the author, and the sentiment belongs to the author. For example, I've broke my smartphone. I'm on fire. Well, it doesn't impact others. The second option, tonality belongs to entity, which has been mentioned. For example, this smartphone is bad, or it applies to the aspect of the character. This smartphone in general is good, but its battery is weak. And finally, the tonality can refer to a recipient, the one who reads. More specifically, a target audience. All users of button phones are losers, and I'm offending a great number of users. So these are three types of tonalities, and how in this case do you differentiate the sampling? And what's of interest for you? It determines on the task you're addressing. You cannot mark those three because they differ linguistically and they differ in meaning. So do you somehow differentiate between those in your instructions for those who do the marking? And what is applicable for your study from those tonalities? Thank you for the question. From the options you suggested, our instructions for marking correspond most of all for the first one, because this is a message in the regional communities. It's not a comment, it's a message. So here, the specifics is, if this message was written by someone, it is either the administrator of the community or a subscriber, or the user who is not subscribed to the news in the community, but that happens rarely. And if something's written in the regional community as rule, they express their attitude to that. It happens that people are trying to offend someone, but this is censored and it does not become part of what's sampling. Speaking about specific inanimate objects, again, it's not that frequently. Most often it's personal expression, personal phrase, or personal engagement into a dialogue for the users who are part of that community. I see. Thank you. Colleagues, if there are no more further questions, let's thank the keynote speakers. And we have the next keynote. And I guess it's 1900 hours. Georgy Vasильевич from Minsk, are you with us? Yes, I am.
Ваш доклад.
Very well. Your keynote then. And not longer than 15 minutes, please.
Мой доклад, моя речь такая коверкатая, плохая. Я передаю, прошу включить сейчас Вадим Ушаков.
Хорошо.
The keynote will be presented by Vadim Ushakov. Yes, good day, colleagues. I will present the keynote. I'll try to share the screen. I hope you can see the slide.
Да, все хорошо видно. Если можно, да,
Yes, if you can, please expand it. Thank you. So this is the topic was offered by Georgy Losik, and I'll try to talk about what is meant by replacement of the anthropological principle of coding with digital one, advantage and disadvantage. Several key points is that we have the so-called principle of vector coding in psychophysiology, and later on I'll say what it is all about. And this principle of vector coding in the brain happens thanks to mirror neurons, the so-called mirror neurons. And the function of those mirror neurons, and I will show it in the end of the keynote, and it will be probably useful for the development of AI system, is that in principle, in the evolution, and is that in the evolution, we pass on not the system of knowledge as such. For example, when there is a change of generation, the knowledge is passed on thanks to cultural interaction. But from the point of view of transfer, or genetic transfer, we pass on, apart from the structure of body, we pass on the algorithms of processing of external information. And this is what the keynote is going to be about. That in the evolution models and the systems of artificial intelligence and the model of generation and the development of the system, we need to be able to perform additional coding of algorithms. Which algorithms and how, I will talk about it. So first, it's using mirror systems, and our vector system coding is based on that. What is vector psychophysiology and vector systems? What is it? I'll speak briefly. Vector coding means that your signal, well, for example, when there is an intermediary neuron or receptor, when it perceives a signal, it sends it immediately to other neurons, receptors in this case. And vector coding implies that what we code is not the power of the stimuli. So there is strong connection, and if there is strong signal sense here, then this neuron should be activated. Maybe so, but most important is the number of channels, the so-called vector. So this neuron, it might be more important for us that this
many other receptors are working many times, so then further transmission of the signal will be stronger than from the other receptors. So here we can talk about the population coding here. And so how does this, if we look at the mirror neurons, how does that work then? The mirror neurons, they were discovered by Giacomo Rizzolatti. They're quite simple. Really, they noticed the following. For example, if we get electrodes into a motor of, this was an ape, in this case, then the ape would, if it takes the motor cortex, then they give when they manage their hand, maybe another person, another ape takes the neurons, they work the same way. So while watching, they understand how the other ape works. So the neurons are activating as if it was actually taking a banana, the same as the ape that it was watched. So look at this. You can see here on the picture A, the ape or a human would take, you can see on the top, you can see these neurons firing up, and then at the bottom you can see when watching the movement of the hand, then in the thoughts it will be built. Then this is going to happen when they'll fire off. The neurons will fire off as if it was the ape or the human doing it itself. And so, to understand what's happening with other people, with other objects, this is the mirror neurons, and this is the system that we have. So for the empathy, for example, the pain of the close one, we have this. So this is the system. This is the number of the channel is very important, and what the neuron population is used for the ontogenesis. Then what we have is the cinematics of the body is developed. So we are born, we can't walk, and our movements are imperfect. But as we're getting more and more mature, and then our hands start working with objects, and we start walking, and the sensory system is being built. And what do the mirror neurons do? And they are modeling the movement of the hand, the position of the body, and they are getting mature too. Although inside the head there's the motor modeling is built here. The artificial intelligence over the system is badly taught, so that it is not encoding the data very well. So what you can do is you can make it learn when it gives itself information, when it classifies itself. So then it will create certain thoughts and actions, and it will be processed and classified, so it will be self-teaching. So the motor system, this mirror motor system happens in the human brain, and this is what we use is, for example, intentions of the movements of other persons. So if somebody takes, for example, a cup, then you can understand that then it will be lifted up, and if you see the dog that is carrying a bone, then we can't really imagine what's happening in the head of this dog, because the mirror neurons, we are alike, and the systems are alike, so we can understand, we can so this is in ontogenesis. You can see what neurons are getting mature. So this is the structure of the cortex, and in 5 years of age, this is red. This is the preferential development. So these functional systems are being mature and they're getting built in, and these there will be no action, there's nothing here, but we can actually play it and self-teach because it's kind of postponed here. So this structural development of the brain stops at about 20. The brain is mature, and then there are certain the decision-making centers they develop. But initially, these systems, multi-neuronal systems, you can look at the neurons, how they develop the adult. And so this is the adult human and the monkey, macaque. So you can have a look. The biology I'm not going to be talking about in detail. So this is in animals, and in animals we can actually take the brain. You can have a look at the brain. So these are the systems of playback. This is the mouse, and from the feeding place, from the initial position to the feeder, and then there's a certain hippocampus. Here you can see the neurons. They actually encode what cognitive map is built, and when the mouse is has stopped by the feeder. This is where it is. Then it will be it will play back how it got there. So the mirror neurons, then they help for the remembering information, because we can actually play back, we can have a look at what we did, and we can develop the algorithm. So what is very interesting here, it is the experiment. I don't know if you can hear the knocking. No, there is no sound, but never mind. But you can see the neurons are firing off here in every location where the animal is. So there's this color is in every position. There are particular neurons. There's 10 neurons, and they depending on where the mice is. So with the mouse is, you can have a look. You can see they are marked by color. And if the mouse did this active action, so these neurons, when the mouse is asleep, so there are the replays like that. They happen if it's in 1 second. But when the mouse is asleep, it's much faster, and then the mouse remembers the information that will get daytime. You can see the mouse is the circle getting to this. This is the labyrinth, and going this way or that way. It gets to a certain part of the labyrinth. It plays back the neurons on where to go. You can see there, and then the positioning of the neurons where it thinks where to go. So it just decision is first you play back, you play up, you actually enact it in the mirror neurons, and then you enact it. And then you actually do it. So it helps us to build the plans, to plan the action, and then act. So the third thesis is for the discussion, and we have 2 sets of statistics. The first set of statistics is this is implicit. When the person is watching the action of another person, we can be just watching, and automatically, just because the mirror system can, we don't even have to remember, but because the mirror system works. And the second one is when we don't understand what's happening. As I said, the mouse is, the animal is running, the dog with a bone. We don't know what is it going to be buried, or is it going to be, is it happy, is it unhappy? We don't know what's happening. So as an example here, there's a very good experiment on animals. When looking at what's happening here, there is this piece here, and this animal gets a cucumber, and the other one is that monkey gets a grape. And the one that gets a cucumber, it just gets really irate because it wants it just throws back the cucumber because it wants a grape, because the cucumber is not tasty. It's just it just wants fairness for the same work. It just gets really irate. The one monkey gets a very tasty grape, another one gets a cucumber, so the other one just doesn't want to take the cucumber. If this is our interpretation, but if we're doing the same work and somebody gets 100,000, another one gets 5,000 while they did the same work, so is it fairness or not fairness? So whoever the people who gave us these wages, what we've earned, and then people, you can see the kids. This is the system. Again, the child is just observing the adult, and he understands that it's very, very heavy, but the man can't get the books in, and he says, "Whoa." He plays it back in the mind and opens the door for this man. You see? So the systems are quite early. So the cultural evolution here, the technique, when we go to the church, we understand the candles, we pray, but for example, monkeys, apes, they have their own idols. And you won't believe that until you observe that they have trees where apes put these rocks like that, and that is their altar, and they come there. We don't know what is stones are there for. There is no. So this is kind of the religion, and to understand this ape, we don't understand it. It's difficult because we are not built like that ape. What do these systems make us understand? What do they make it possible to understand? So if we never jumped with a parachute, so you can watch the video, you can watch the jump, you can listen to the lecture. The lecture you can hear, but you can never actually jump with the parachute. So there's the motor zones are actually activated, although you never jump with the chute. So then you can play it in your head, and this unknown stimulus, I don't know, he has no experience, but imagine the jump and to get the experience and remember and learn. And because the next one with these systems will be already evaluated. So the systems have to play back certain events and make decisions, and maybe never any doing it. So the third one, so we've got these statistics, we've accumulated plenty of that, and there's two types of movement. Two types. There is cognitive type. So when we have the information, in order to study the external statistics, when we play it back through the prism of our own body, we understand it, and then we get this information, we accumulate it, and then we can, if we imagine that then in our generation certain knowledge can be passed on, then what kind of knowledge can be passed on, how this information is accumulated. So the algorithms will be put in, not the knowledge itself, but the algorithm as a minimum on finding the types of movements. So it will be like same as so how we do certain movements, and with the mirror systems we can be played back in one's mind. And why is it implicit? Because I'll show you a very nice picture here. When the question was, what is it, an algorithm? So the algorithm is rule the brain or the human being, him or herself. So a number of clicks of here. This is W, this is wish of here to press the button here, is actual press of the button. So when we see this hand, this is where the desire, 4.5 a little bit, and then after 5 and a bit there is a little the press. So you can the person could say what moment is the desire to press and to actually press. And if we look at the mapping of the processor with the functional mapping, and we see a very interesting point here, the neuron of the motor zone, the secondary motor zone, the electrode placed in there. I'm so sorry. One of the electrodes, you can see this surprising thing in the types of the neurons. If you look at this, it will be at the bottom. There's this graph, there's this curve, and here you can see the growth of the activation, the increase of activation of the neuron. So the green arrow, this is the wish, and the P is the press. And before that, hundreds of milliseconds, sometimes 7 seconds even, our brain has made a decision what's the human is, but although there is no wish to do it. So how do these algorithms work? Very many work implicit, and evolutionally it's kind of built in. And the last one, I just wanted to say that in nature there is this passing of information through the genome, and Georgi postulates that it passes through not the actual understanding of but the algorithms of how to understand the external world. And to confirm, for example, is I can give you the examples like that to substantiate, for example, visual cortex, and then we have streams, and there are these. What is visual cortex? These are the images, and if we look, if there is an electrode, so there is these neurons firing up here. So this is the person sees the cut, and if it's horizontal, then there is no angle, and the other neuron will be actually reacting only to this line. So we have a number of neurons, and there will be recognition of images here, and you can kind of understand this evolutionary, the sensors, they should be there to process external information. If we have a look at the contemporary methods of fMRI, a picture that the visual cortex encodes images, not just lines and curves, but the whole clusters. There's a very good experiment here. So when the testing subjects, there were faces, or it's red, or objects that green, or scenes of outside, or parts of the body that's violet, and that is visually. It was presented visually, and in visual cortex, of course, you can see this picture. The middle one is in visual cortex. You can see one part sees one image is like blue, so these are scenery, and green is objects, and etc. So that is visual cortex. But then, if we replace these stimuli with auditory stimuli, then in visual cortex you can still see the activation as if the person was seeing it. So there's this playback, there's this imagination of the So this you play back in a visual cortex. It's segmented. So evolutionally, it is actually built in. So there's not just the neurons, but the whole algorithms of processing this information. How do you test that? How do you check that? Blind people, there can't be any visual information integrated, but even blind people, audio signals, it gain the same mapping in visual cortex. It only genetics can explain that, not just training and genetics. Not training, because they cannot be trained because they're blind. And if we see that so that person is working in these algorithms. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention, dear colleagues. Thank you very much. And are there any questions? The questions like the Konstantin Anokhin, he was head of the lab of neurobiological studies of a certain sector of Moscow State University that was the advanced studies of artificial intelligence. There were the courses of philosophy and artificial intelligence, and what you were talking about. And the question is, how does it actually relate to what you said and what Konstantin Anokhin was saying, that in the brain there are certain probably genetically predetermined formations. That is the categories that is so cognitome. The cognitomes, and maybe the pictures are very similar to what was shown in the zone of the brain, a certain combination of neurons which build a certain zones that recognize, for instance, images that are presented to a person. So there are certain schemes initially. Certain on neurobiological level, they are kind of doubled up. They are overlapping and they are repeating each other. So on the one hand, how does it relate to Anokhin's theory, and how can it be used in the advanced studies of the artificial intelligence to establish the model of neural networks? And what I was talking about, this is a symbiosis. I'm replying on behalf of Georgi. This is not to me, Georgi. I can tell you, but maybe it's not opinion of Georgi. It may not. Remember Evgeny Sokolov. Well, Sokolov, the theory of Sokolov. This is vector coding. This is the step. When it's not the strength of the stimulus, you said what the person will remember, but the number of important channel. For example, you have a telephone, and it's just one telephone is it's parents that call you, and you have one relationship, and then it's somebody from business or a friend, or it's some advertising, cold calling. So there's different attitudes to different numbers and different relations. So there is these sensory codes, and some codes are important, some codes are so. The vector coding tells us that the map that is built is actually determined by these input channels. And in this respect, to tell you that what Konstantin cognitomes, and so here has his own explanation of the functionality of the systems. They could crisscross, and they could cross over, and they could build. They could be united. They could be joined. There could be hyper networks, and then there's similar things as we work with the same subject, and everything's very similar. So there are different levels of certain models that exist. Georgy Vasilievich uses the vector coding model. Konstantin Anokhin uses the model of, as you said, the theory of links of cogs and logs, and he's got his own language of explanation, of his own explanation how the information is processed. But that is kind of description. How to use that's probably the most important thing here. It is that brain can play back and can learn and can be taught and to structure and to improve its own algorithms without doing the stimul reactions,
правила Хэба, когда там
like the hub rules, for example, many stimuli, and then it'll learn something. No, it could just play it inside itself and do the good algorithm for the recognition without any external stimuli presented, and it is capable of the algorithms that we have, they could be passed on through generations. And I think when modeling is done, particularly when we have the generative models, when this one network passes on to another, like genetic networks pass information on to other networks, then the idea with algorithms is very so not the information but the algorithms should be passed on, and then the combination of algorithms could give us something interesting in evolution. So at the essential level, at the level of essence, and what Konstantin Anokhin was talking, and this is the same thing. So it proves the philosophical idea, the point that the truth can be in different places, in different scientists, in their brains, could be born at the same time. So again,
для данного исследования здесь может подключиться.
It could be the philosophical psychological discourse, for example, the use of Carl Jung's theory of archetypes, for example, in the brain. They should be localized somewhere, shouldn't they? We are viewing them as algorithms. Konstantin Vячеславович, this is an erroneous theory. The theory of vector coding. This is a separate theory of Evgeny Sokolov, and it uses the cinematics of the body of the human being. So the construction of cinematics is the same among people. That is the information in order for us to have to verify each other. Anokhin, the younger, doesn't have this idea. And so the idea of Sokolov vector coding has very important information. He uses information, the composition or the structure of the body of all the humans, all the representative of the species, and it ends with the human being sensory cortex. This is what I wanted to add. You see, I am not very eloquent, but the difference with the different approaches, it is different. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Georgi. And I think that we received the answer.
За очень интересный доклад.
Thank you very much to the speakers, and let's move on. And now I have a question to our. Do we have Saad Masood? And can we give him the stage? He's been in earlier and he left, and he wrote in the chat, "Oh, nice presentation, I have to go," and left.
Так, спасибо. То есть он не вернется, да? Он, видимо, решил, что его время уже прошло, да?
Yes, he's not come back. He decided that his time passed.
Так, ну ладно, мы тогда идем дальше. У нас еще остались...
Okay, then we move on. We have 3 more keynotes. Let's go one by one. Альбина Белялова and Igina Bulatova. Are you with us? Can we give floor over to you?
Ага. То есть этот доклад у нас
So this keynote
отменился.
Was cancelled. Okay. Then the next one, Bigaysha Akhmetova and Bizat Kalimov. Colleagues, are you here?
интерференции в русскоязыковой личности Северного Казахстана.
Problem of detection interference in the Russian personality of Northern Kazakhstan.
Тогда я иду дальше.
Then moving on.
Приглашаю Кусепову Гульзат
And I invite
Тунгушбаевну,
Гульзат Кусепова.
Ригбаевну. Коллеги, здесь ли вы?
Да, здравствуйте.
О, очень приятно.
Colleagues, are you here?
Ваш доклад
Yes, we are.
искусственному
It's very nice. Your keynote, the path
Да,
towards the eye in court.
И я, по сути,
Good day to your organizers and listeners.
И
I have prepared my keynote in English, and I would like to ask whether it would be best to talk in Russian. All the keynotes today were in Russian, and we attempt to present it in English, and we had a system breakdown. So it's best if you talk Russian. Thank you.
Сначала, да? Так, у меня презентация на английском.
The slides will be in English. Our topic is
Как в данное время
what we studied is how AI,
интеллект
artificial intelligence, is implemented in everyday court routine.
когда-то вот рассказывали 20 века, сейчас
This is the concept, and
каждый день мы пользуемся
as we know, every day we use certain tools, materials, speech recognition, etc.
В данное время они пытаются
And presently, this is what they attempt to implement in the court system. So how it works? They are trying to implement the system to consider cases and collect materials so they can file an application for these for easy cases to be reviewed automatically. So it's litigation assistance, and it is of assistance for the judges, so they could review cases faster or cases which are similar to
анализируя все
one another. And studying
судебную систему как США и Китай,
if we consider the legal systems which have implemented that in, for example, the United States and China, and we have studied other countries which are planning to implement that in, for example, European Union. And in Russia, there is Rospravnadzor.
Здесь есть, конечно же, как палка о двух концах, есть свои преимущества, а также проблемы.
And other examples, of course, there are advantages. The advantage is that the information is structured and well organized. It takes less time. And in future, I'll be talking about a country, China, where they, well,
год, то, что вот дела, они рассматривают быстрее, чем
for example, they have made a comparison, and since 2018, they've started reviewing the cases much faster than ever, because they have a population of 1.5 billion people.
времени, чтобы рассмотреть.
And because of that, case review procedure takes more time. So structuring your organization of information is an advantage. The second advantage is advice. And this is used in USA and China. It's planned to be implemented in Kazakhstan. So it's an advice that could be used to determine what specific punishment can be applicable, what verdicts.
есть до этого, которые были
for certain cases which were reviewed before, so the software can analyze those and give advice. For example, penalize for a certain amount.
То есть советы
The same situation.
Так как был случай, что
It's true, and the advice should be considered more thoroughly, because there was a case when the program identified some advice in the United States. A mistake was made, and the judge decided not to review the case further and pass the verdict. So it has an impact on the verdict, and that becomes a more subjective decision, because the software basically passes the verdict halfway. The next one is when a person answers the questions, and once this is done, a person gets the approximate verdict that could be expected, and it is planned to be implemented in Kazakhstan, so that people could be able to access the software and get an advice whether they have chances of winning their case in the court. And it is expected that in 95% of cases, the software will show what the end result is going to be. Speaking about problems, open access to information. This is access to information, and as far as we know, there are a lot of cases when the data about people are stolen by hackers, and hackers can get access to certain type of data, which becomes a problem. The next one is a small flaw that can lead to a wrong decision. And there was this case in England in 2011, 2012, when the computer, a software, determined the sum of alimonies, and later on, it turned out that there was a mistake, and they had to review certain cases. So a small mistake, a small flaw can lead to problems. Next, inaccurate algorithm. An accurate algorithm, the same situation, that a human factor has an impact here, because all algorithms are written by people, and the same case took place in the United States, when the algorithm determines whether a human being is going to repeat a crime, and then the software indicates if a person, if it's, for example, if a person has the looks of Afro-American, then the software has a leniency of more than 50% to show that this person will be repeated offender. So there's like human factor reflected in the software. Hence, what should be considered are problems like these. What needs to be taken into account is the risk of assessment of algorithmic evaluations. Next are the problems of verdicts, recommendations, which can impact on the resolution of the judge. And what also needs to be considered is that the word verdict should be viewed upon not as a verdict, but once the program identifies a verdict, whether it's a penalty or confinement up to a certain number of years, a human factor needs to be taken into account. And the software, for it to be able to take the human factor into account, it should have a lot of data implemented. For example, it's called big data in English. And for machine to be able to determine that this is a cat, 100,000 pictures need to be uploaded. Dear colleagues, I apologize for interrupting. I would like to just remind that the time is 15 minutes and half the time has passed and you're still showing the second slide. Maybe you just didn't know about that very well.
Ну, здесь уже как то, что я уже рассматривала, уже
Moving
говорила.
on, what I have
Да,
already
сначала мы
reviewed with China.
страны
So first we decided to look into other countries and what was achieved there. And
искусственный
that
интеллект
shows
могло вот именно
that AI helped
сократить
reduce
расстояние дел, да, смотря
the litigation burden.
вот,
If
так, ладно.
compare it, moving on, it is the same situation where we consider some good results, and that's NLP.
Уже показывали насчет анализа
Like
языка.
other presenters talked about analysis of the language. Although in China they have shown promising results, and the same situation is true for the United States, but in Kazakhstan, it needs to be further developed. Next one here, even if the benefits of the system prevail, when we have these advantages, one should consider such problems as ethnicity, gender, so here in Kazakhstan, at the time being, we have such software as Turlek and F-Septaratama, which operates, that's a criminal case in Turlek. And this software is more for information purposes, but you can use them to file the application, but it's not complete AI. So AI, artificial intelligence, but in future it is planned to develop a program like Smart Analytics. And Smart Analytics, it is a software
искусственного интеллекта.
with the AI system.
Показываю, какой именно вот
And what I'm showing here
такая специальная
is, well, Turlek is a special software when work can upload the material and review the material. And when the case is going to be, once again, I'm sort of interrupting, but we still look at the second slide. No, I am on the 8th or 9th slide.
На 10-й слайд. Вот поэтому вы не знали, что я...
That's why. No, I was switching the slides, but they didn't switch here for some reason. I see. That's why you've mentioned its second slide. Yes, I apologize for that. That's okay. It happens. Do you see the right slide now? Yes. Now we see the slide number 10. Very well.
Уже в данное время функционирует именно такой сайт, как sud.gov.kz, который был...
We already have this webpage called sud.gov.kz, established in 2014, and a lot of information available there. One can register or observe, watch how the court proceeding goes. Again, it's under development, and in future, well, they started developing it since 2018. But because of the financing problems, it was suspended. Most likely, they will renew it. They will continue doing it in 2022 because there was lack of financing. Now it got financing, so they are planning these cases further on. So the software will be detecting similar cases. So less time will be spent on review of certain articles which help address, pass a decision what the punishment should be or how the case should be reviewed, and then reviewing documents of normal legal acts, and it happens that a person is punished and gets more years in confinement than he or she should. Next is all the documents are going to be saved during the lifetime in the database, and in future it can help determine what decisions before that were made. And the final one is prediction of the outcome of court cases. So these are predictions for the population. They can access the program and they can use it to determine what verdict they can expect. So it's a comparison. By comparing the countries, and Kazakhstan, most likely they have a similar, well, the speakers mentioned NLP prediction. So what was before was NLP and sound recognition, and this database, it will be treated more like a database which will be gathering all the materials and cases and prediction. So people would be able to tell in advance what solution they're going to have, whether they're going to win the case or not, and the similar cases. So that will be helpful for the judges and in decision making and identifying similar cases, and for example administrative cases. And so thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you very much. And I cannot hear you.
Вас не слышно.
Есть ли к докладчикам вопросы?
Все, теперь слышно.
Есть ли вопросы?
Are there any questions?
Да, у нас тут уже.
Yes. Well, it's late and everyone's tired. I guess there are no questions. Well, thank you very much for a very interesting keynote.
Вопрос у меня к организаторам. Есть
Question that I have to the organizers is, do we have anybody in Zoom who hasn't talked but who came later and who wanted to talk?
Никого, да?
So there's nobody there?
Ну, тогда, коллеги.
Well, then, colleagues, I hereby pronounce the section closed. Due to different reasons, it's just only 11 instead of 15 predicted, planned, but still we are running late.
За участие, всем, кто
Thank you very much, everybody who participated and remotely connected, and everybody in the room. Thanks to our section is done. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Выключаем микрофон. И вам спасибо.